Okay, are we live? Looks like we're working on it. Just waiting for YouTube to get its act together. Oh, there we are. We are live on that stream, and I am getting the other one started as we speak. Let's see. Here we go. And it looks like we are live on both streams. We'll wait for some people to come on in, and then we'll get it started. Go ahead and I don't know if I'm on this one now, but yes, now I am. How are we doing tonight? I'm about to get the video started. If anybody has any prayer requests, please let me know. And any questions or anything you want to chat about, feel free to comment.
Welcome back. We finished the first 6 judgments that Jesus has begun to bring upon the earth as part of the 7-year tribulation. The seal judgments have begun. And before we get into the next wave of the judgments that are coming, I typically do this, and you know I like to go back and revisit the timeline and just spend a minute or two reorienting ourselves so we know what we've done and where we're going. So tonight, let's begin with a slide you've seen from weeks past. We're not going to talk on it very long. Just to remind you, though, that we're looking in this particular part of our study, we're looking at the aspect of Revelation, which is the period called tribulation, that corresponds to Daniel's 70th 7. So chapters 6 through 19 of Revelation, all of those chapters talk about that one little slice of time, that 7-year period that we're still waiting for to see culminate the time of the age of the Gentiles. And that little slice, the period sometimes known as Jacob's troubles, or as we say it, tribulation, that time of judgment was appointed for Israel as part of the Old Covenant. And so we are now spending our time on this aspect of the study from here on until at least chapter 19. And we got into this, if you remember, looking at the end times and some of the signs that the Bible gives us about what's coming. Jesus said it would include wars and earthquakes and famines, things that happen today but will be happening at a greater level as we get increasingly close to the tribulation. And they are signs that we are near the end. We saw that we're kind of in the period of that already. And the church itself will come to an end somewhere in that time frame as well. And then at some point, a covenant is signed and the tribulation begins. And that's where we began to dive in to the time of tribulation. So over the last 2 weeks, we've been looking at this period, as we call it, tribulation. And so far, we've been looking at the first wave of what will ultimately be 3 waves of judgment that define this period of 7 years. Here's what we have got through the last couple of weeks. So it started with seal judgments, and we don't mean the marine type of seal. We mean a wax seal on a parchment scroll. And as Jesus began to break the 7 seals that sealed up this scroll, each one of them resulted in something happening on earth. Remember, the first 4 of those, depicted there by horses, they represent the stages of an unveiling of the antichrist to the world. How he ascends to greater authority, greater power, how he triggers wars that then lead to widespread death and devastation, with the consequence ultimately being that he is responsible for some 2 billion people dying, 1/4 of the earth's population in this great war that comes about. Now, all of those events seem, to the earth anyway, to be purely human-driven. They don't look supernatural. They look like what every war must look like, just on a new scale. But in what we read concerning those events, there was a suggestion that the land of Israel is being spared, at least from these initial war-induced disasters. Don't harm the oil or the wine, Jesus said, which I think is a reference to the land of Israel. And that would seem to be related to the events of chapter 7, which is what we did part of last week, and the breaking of the fifth seal, which was the souls under the altar. So as you see at the bottom of that chart, in chapter 7, we learned that even as the Antichrist embarks on his little journeys and his rise to power, at the same time the Lord is at work, bringing 144,000 Jewish men to faith right at the outset of tribulation. And he calls them to faith so that they may serve him in reaching the world with the gospel. So even as the Lord is bringing wave, or the Antichrist rather, is bringing wave after wave of calamity, initiated by the Lord in heaven, bringing these judgments, nonetheless, he's also bringing mercy to millions. So that by the end of chapter 7, John sees the outcome of the work of these men in the form of an uncountable number of believers from everywhere on earth present in heaven. And as such, it really reflects not only the great success these men have had in reaching the world, but it also indicates that ultimately those believers are martyred, for they are in the heavenly realm as John sees them. They're the ones who you saw earlier in the fifth seal, the souls under the altar asking for vengeance for their death. So the Antichrist's appetite for waging war is matched only by his ruthless persecution of believers during this time. And so we learned, as that chart shows, that the consequential effects of the rise of the Antichrist is death, both for the unbelievers through war and for the believers through persecution. And that's what chapter 7 showed us. So that chapter interrupted, as it were, the narrative of the book of Revelation in the context of all the judgments piling on. You know, there was a series of them, and then this interruption in chapter 7 to give us the background, the context for some of these other events. And that tells us that chapter 7 is not chronologically in line with these judgments. It's not as though the first 6 seal judgments happened, and then chapter 7 happened, and then the trumpet judgments. No, it's not like that at all. Chapter 7 is a step out of that sequence to show you that there was other stuff in the background the whole time. In fact, not just in the whole time of the seal judgments, but the whole time through all of tribulation. The martyrdom never ends, all the way to the end of the 7 years. So this is backdrop. And it's the plan of God. Vengeance will eventually come, despite the fact that martyrdom is coming for the believer. And I think this moment was given in the book so that those who live in that future generation of believers, those who, while in tribulation, pick up this book and read about the events that they themselves are experiencing. There will be this chapter early in the account to give them some encouragement, to let them know that, first of all, martyrdom is nothing to be afraid of. In fact, if you keep reading the book, martyrdom is preferable to what is coming. And I think this chapter is something of a Psalm 23, if you will, for the believer who lives through and into tribulation. And then finally, the 6th seal, which we ended with last week, it marks the first time that the Lord brought supernatural destruction upon the earth. That's that final seal sitting out there on the right by itself. He darkens the sun, the moon turns red, he brings meteors raining down on the earth, he shakes the world with earthquakes, he creates such massive destruction that we're told every mountain and island is moved, which is hard to understand. But it's the first time, amongst all of the stuff that's happened to this point, it's the first time humanity has finally come to understanding that the world destruction that they're experiencing is all the result of an angry God, where before that it may not have been so clear. And now that brings us to the next wave of judgments, the trumpet judgments. And as I explained last time, the trumpet judgments, sort of like that Russian nesting doll example I gave you, the 7th seal, which is the one we have yet to hear about, the 7th seal, the last of the seals, is actually the next wave of judgments. So opening the 7th seal is the 7 trumpet judgments. It is not a separate destruction of its own. And so we move to that now in the beginning of chapter 8. So let's read there, chapter 8. Verse 1, when the Lamb broke the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. And I saw the seven angels who stand before God, and seven trumpets were given to them. Another angel came and stood at the altar, holding a golden censer, and much incense was given to him, so that he might add it to the prayers of all the saints on the golden altar which was before the throne. And the smoke of the incense and the prayers of the saints went up before God out of the angel's hand. So chapter 8 opens with the breaking of the seventh seal, and as you note, it has this profound effect in heaven. John says there's a period of silence in heaven that lasts about half an hour. Now that period serves to underscore just how awesome and profound the judgments that are coming will be. I like to compare it to that moment that every parent knows when you have that 18-month-old who's running and they trip and fall and they face plant on the ground. And then there's that moment of silence. And the longer the silence, the worse the cry is going to be when it finally comes out of the baby, right? And so you're all just waiting for that. It's coming, and it comes. That's, in a sense, what you feel here, isn't it? That breaking of the seventh seal is going to unleash such a terrible series of judgments, things we can barely imagine. The culmination of all that the prophets have said would happen. The bringing of an end to the storyline of this age and the triggering of a new age for everyone and everything. So like childbirth, the bringing of that new thing has to come through a period of painful trial. And this silence is the prologue for that time. We hear how bad this distress is in one quick verse out of Daniel chapter 12. Daniel says, now at that time, and he's speaking of the time of the 70th seven, he says, now at that time, Michael, the great prince who stands guard over the sons of your people, will arise, and there will be a time of distress, such as never occurred since there was a nation until that time. And at that time, your people, everyone who's found written in the book, will be rescued. So all heaven stays quiet for a time. That phrase, about half an hour, though, isn't it curiously vague? You know, we know that the Lord's word is always precise, every word is intended. So why the intentional vagary here? Why didn't he say 30 minutes? I can tell you why he didn't say 30 minutes, because that would have then prompted us to sit here and wonder what the meaning of 30 minutes was. Why 30? Right? And that would have been a complete distraction from the point of it. The point of it here is not to try to dwell on the length of time. The point of it is it's significantly long. You know, if I stopped talking for about 30 seconds, you'd be fidgeting at about that point. Imagine 30 minutes. Some of you are saying, I wish you would stop talking for 30 seconds. So this is simply to emphasize the magnitude of what's coming. And then you see seven angels preparing to bring the next judgments, the next wave of judgments, and they have a somewhat unique style. The trumpet judgments are split between judgments that impact the physical earth and judgments that impact the physical bodies of the people who live on earth. The first three of the seven judgments of trumpets will bring devastation to the earth, or whatever remains of it, and as a result, life becomes increasingly difficult and harsh because
I'm going to pick some settings here because the streams are slowing down. So I'm going to see if bringing this down a little bit will help. Sorry about that.
of what these judgments do. And then the second three make life truly, utterly miserable for everyone who lives on the earth. Those final three judgments that affect the physical body of each person, they're so terrible that they have their own name. They're called out specifically. They're called the woe judgments. And the word woe in the Bible is a word for eternal condemnation. And so what we're saying is these judgments are effectively a preview of what eternal judgment is like for those who live on earth. I'll explain that more here in a moment. Meanwhile, before the judgment begins, God receives, it says, the prayers of the saints, which is pictured by incense before the throne. Who's praying to him at this point? Well, the believers on earth, obviously. And what do we assume about what their prayers are about? What would you be praying about? protection, defense, relief from what you're experiencing, maybe for the opportunity for a good witness in the face of almost certain martyrdom. And as you're going to see at the judgments that follow, particularly the woe judgments, the Lord hears those prayers. So finally, these judgments are announced with trumpets. Why trumpets? Why are we talking about a trumpet here? We remember the land deed that we looked at in chapter 6 and the seals associated with it. It made some sense. It wasn't just an arbitrary symbol. There was a reason why it was a land deed being opened. The deed to Israel's land, the deed to the earth. Jesus himself now as judge taking ownership of it. What about trumpets? Well, trumpets are instruments of warning. And these judgments, the judgments of trumpets, are putting the world on notice that the end is near. That as we approach the midpoint of tribulation, the Lord is announcing that this is the end of the judgments. Each judgment is like a warning blast of a trumpet reminding the world, time is running out, your opportunity is running out. And let me show you the timeline of where these judgments fall relative to what we've seen so far. And these are not meant to be precise moments in time, just relative. So if this is the first half of tribulation, which is where we still are, so tribulation is 7 years. We're in the first 3.5 years. And the seals obviously begin the whole period. We started that, and they roll for a time. A couple of those judgments, like the ones under the altar, that's really just a reflection of martyrdom throughout the time of tribulation. But in general, they correspond to the beginning events. And then the trumpets kick in at some point after that, but they too finish in the first half of tribulation. And we'll see more of that as we get further into the book. So in some pace, at some rate, they're playing out as well toward the back half of the first half of tribulation. And they will finish, all but the seventh trumpet will finish before we finish the first half of tribulation, before we get to mid-trib. All right, we'll study the timeline more thoroughly as we move, particularly when we get to mid-trib. Timeline starts to become a much bigger issue when we get to the middle tribulation chapters. For now, that's enough. Let's go back to the text. Let's look at these trumpet judgments, starting with the first one. Then the angel took the censer and filled it with the fire of the altar and threw it to the earth, and there followed peals of thunder and sounds and flashes of lightning and an earthquake. And the 7 angels who had the 7 trumpets prepared themselves to sound them. Now, this is a bit of a prelude. Right before the 7 trumpets are going to be blown, before the first one is blown, there's this preparatory step. All of the judgments are preceded by a display in the heavens and another earthquake. Now, remember what the Olivet Discourse told us. Earthquakes would be one of the signs that tell us we're moving toward the end, and they would keep getting worse, as would the famines. And by the way, learning what we did about the seal judgments and the way it wreaks havoc with the earth and with the economy and everything else, we understand how famines are going to get worse as well, right? And here's an example of the earthquakes continuing to be a warning. In this case, the earthquake is a warning that the trumpet judgments are about to start, which themselves are a warning that the end is near. You can't blame God for not warning. All right, now the trumpet. The first one in verse 7. Sorry. There we go. Getting a little ahead of myself. The first sounded, and there came hail and fire mixed with blood, and they were thrown to the earth, and a third of the earth was burned up, and a third of the trees were burned up, and all the green grass was burned up. So at the sound of the first trumpet, here you see the first wave of the trumpet judgments affecting the earth, and so we're told 1/3 of the earth is burned up from a judgment of hail, fire, and blood falling from the sky. Clearly a supernatural judgment. In fact, this is sort of classic biblical judgment, right? This is the thing of, CGI in movies. Fire and brimstone coming down from heaven. But it should also remind you that God has done similar things in the past. And in particular, one set of judgments really starts to become a key in this. You start to remember a set of judgments that are very similar to this, and those would be the ones in Exodus. Remember this? You might remember this out of the story of Exodus. In 9:23, it says, Moses stretched out his staff toward the sky, and the Lord sent thunder and hail and fire, ran down to the earth. And the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very severe, such as not had been in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. All right, they're very close, aren't they? Very similar. And that similarity between the first trumpet judgment and that particular plague of the Exodus, that is more than coincidental. Throughout the trumpet judgments, there is a loose parallel going on here between them and what happened in the Exodus, throughout all of the judgments of tribulation, because one is picturing the other. Let me show you how. In typical biblical form, you have the earlier judgments of the Exodus acting as a picture or a lesser of a greater fulfillment in tribulation. And it goes deeper than just the fact that the judgments look alike. For example, in the Exodus, what was the purpose of it all? Well, Israel was in bondage to a foreign nation. Remember that? And in those days, God was setting free his firstborn from that bondage. Well, what will be true in the time of tribulation? We'll have Israel in bondage to the enemy and to sin, generally, unbelief, in other words. In the Exodus, the Lord brought them out of Egypt through a series of supernatural judgments. And in the tribulation, he's going to deliver Israel from spiritual bondage into faith through a series of even greater judgments. In the Exodus, their freedom was ultimately, if you will, met by the law. Made possible, if you will, by the law. The law given through that covenant that God gave through Moses, the lawgiver, was the means by which the nation was brought together. It was the basis for which they left. Remember, Moses told Pharaoh, "Let my people go so that they may worship me in the wilderness." It was all about leading them to that moment. And in tribulation, the people of Israel will first return to the law to worship in their temple, which will then prepare their hearts to receive what God has for them later. So going to the law is a means by which they move out of slavery and eventually to where God is bringing them. And in the Exodus, where was he bringing them? Well, in the Exodus, they were led by, ultimately, Yeshua, which is Joshua, into the promised land. And in the case of tribulation, they'll be led by Yeshua into the kingdom. So there's a clear parallel here. God did for Israel as a nation once in a lesser form what he will do for them in a greater way in a day to come.
Okay, and that was session 31. I'm going to go on to session 32. And as far as the friend here in the comment who goes by God, I will catch up with what you're saying in just a second. What do you mean the word is love where heaven is? I asked you for scripture to back up your claim that heaven is in the human heart. I gave you scripture.
All right, moving to the first judgment. John tells us that a third of the earth is going to be burned up. But what does it mean, a third? There's a couple of ways you could interpret that, right? Should we suppose that it's one contiguous piece of the land of the earth? 1/3 of the earth is affected, the other 2/3 left alone? Or is that 1/3 sort of evenly distributed across the planet? Which of the two? Well, as we go further into these judgments and into further chapters of the book of Revelation, what you're going to find is that it's apparent God is doing something very particular here. And as such, the answer is it's one contiguous section of the earth. So it may not look exactly like that, I can't promise. But there'll be a part of the earth burned up. This is the first of a series of judgments in which God is whittling away at the inhabitable land of the earth. And for reasons that become clearer later, especially in chapters 17 and 18, you'll understand why he's doing this, but we'll begin to talk about it tonight. And you'll see it more clearly in the next trumpet judgment. The pattern continues. Verse 8, the second angel sounded, and something like a great mountain, burning with fire, was thrown into the sea, and 1/3 of the sea became blood. And a third of the creatures which were in the sea and had life died, and a third of the ships were destroyed. All right, John says he sees something like a great mountain with fire falling into the sea. So we're going to put this globe up, a little different one. Now, we don't know what the great mountain was, right? We don't know whether he was seeing something like a meteor or whether he was seeing something less, or some have suggested it was a volcano. But it's fair to assume if he had been seeing something like that, a meteor, a volcano, those things existed in John's day, and he would have recognized them as such. The fact that he doesn't know what he's looking at would seem to suggest that it's something altogether different, unnatural, supernatural. And then when you look at the effect of it, it really confirms for us that it's something supernatural. Don't try to find a natural explanation for this thing, because when it hits the water, it turns the water to blood. Volcanoes and meteors don't do that. And nothing else we know does that. So this is another judgment to remind us of Exodus. Remember, the Nile turned to blood. It's just this is a much bigger event than what you saw in Exodus. Here again, a lesser to a greater fulfillment now. And by the way, if you wondered if this is at all symbolic or metaphoric, the text eliminates that possibility, because John says literally that the blood kills the fish, which is exactly what you see happening in the Nile, and it also results in ships on that body of water being lost as well. And that detail really emphasizes the literal nature of this. It's truly what happened. Something fell and turned a third of these seas to blood, miles deep of blood from where there's sea today. We know that this little detail about the ship would emphasize the literal interpretation, because blood has a specific gravity that is higher than water, which means that it produces a greater buoyancy if anything is floating in it. So if the ship was first floating in the seas, and then suddenly that sea turns to blood, it's going to rise up in the blood, because the blood is going to give it more buoyancy, and then it's going to be unstable at that height in the fluid. It's going to topple over. It's going to capsize. So any ship that would be sitting on blood is not going to float properly. It's designed to float on water. Plus, the ship's systems would be fouled by the intake of blood for, cooling engines, and it would be a mess. So we know it's literal. Now, notice again, John says this judgment impacts a third of the seas. Now, here we go with that question. A third meaning one contiguous area of water, or spread around the world. Here's where you get your confirmation that he's talking about contiguous areas of the earth. Because just as the land, it was one section and not all over, here we know it has to be one section and not all over. I defy you to turn 1/3 of a glass of water into blood. At the moment you put 1/3 of blood in there, it's just watery blood everywhere, right? It doesn't stay in 1/3. Water mixes. So the only way you could have 1/3 of the water is blood and the rest not is if it's a contained body of water, something of the way the seas of the earth are sectioned off by the land. Obviously, water flows between seas, so in time, eventually, yes, it would dilute, but not very quickly. And the whole point is, for the time we have in tribulation, effectively, it stays where it is. So that would tell us that he's always been talking here about a section of the world being blocked off. And as such, it begins to drive us to the conclusion of why. Why is God working in this way, cutting off patches of the globe? Well, it's because of the point God is making through this, and it comes out, as I said, in further teaching. Over the course of the judgments of tribulation, the Lord is going to narrow the focus of the world down to just the region of the Middle East. Think of it something like this. Through a series of judgments, the world will become increasingly uninhabitable, but for this little patch of earth. And it's because in this one place on the earth, the culminating events of tribulation take place. The final battles will take place. The territory between Jerusalem and Babylon will become ground zero. And in that space, you will see a battle between east and west, good and evil, Jesus and Satan, so to speak. And it's not a fair fight. So in preparation for that climactic war, the Lord sets about eliminating all life on the rest of the planet, step by step, so that by the time the battle ensues toward the end of the 7 years, there is nothing else. There will be no one else. There is nowhere else. Nothing that matters, nothing that's alive, all attention on earth focused on this climactic little period. And it's why all the activity of the War of Armageddon happens in that area. It's the only area. You can't be anywhere else. There is nowhere else. And we know Israel and Babylon remain intact because we see them mentioned all the way through the final events of tribulation. And not coincidentally, nowhere else is mentioned. And everybody asks me, what about the United States in tribulation? You want to know what happens to the United States in tribulation? Well, it's interesting. The landmass that is directly opposite Israel is North and South America. And since we know that Babylon and Jerusalem are at the end and the last pieces remaining, it would seem to suggest that the Lord begins destruction on the opposite side of the planet and then proceeds around from there. And as the judgments progress, he just progressively consumes more land and more ocean until all you're left is the Middle East. And not coincidentally, as it turns out, North America, you want to guess how much of the land of the planet North and South America represent? Exactly 30%. So what that tells us is, I'm telling you, my assumption, but I think it's accurate, this initial trumpet judgment results in that. And which ocean, more or less, is opposite Israel, and, by the way, also represents exactly 30% of the water on the face of the planet? What do you think? No, it's actually the Pacific Ocean. So the Pacific Ocean is the largest body of water on the earth, and it's also 30% of the earth's water. So he starts on our side of the planet, more or less, certainly the landmass. So how important are we to the events of tribulation? We're a footnote. He gets us out of the way early. And it's always been that way. The nations of the Middle East are what matters for what God is doing there. All right, so I assume that the first and second trumpet judgments bring an end to these regions of the earth. If I'm wrong by which one he picks first, it doesn't matter. The point is he's going to move around until there's nothing but Middle East left, okay? By the way, this would prove that we don't need to put too much effort into saving the planet. It's not savable. Having said that, don't throw your trash out the window, but I'm just saying, spend your time wisely, I guess is what I'm saying. All right. I'm going to get a letter for that, I know. Verse 10, the third angel sounded, and a great star fell from heaven, burning like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of waters. The name of the star is called Wormwood, and a third of the waters became wormwood, and many men died from the waters because they were made bitter. All right, the third trumpet blows. Now with it comes the third and final judgment against the face of the planet. Remember, we're still on the first three, so these are the ones that affect the land. John says a great burning, quote, star falls from heaven into fresh waters now, turning them bitter. The name of that star is wormwood, and that word has no other meaning in Greek. Wormwood doesn't have a meaning, but by the context, it's assumed to mean bitter. And in trying to interpret what this star is, remember, we've always had this issue. Every time the word star is used as some kind of symbol, we come back to the question of how do you know what the symbol means? And in every case, it's been the same answer. The context drives us to the answer. And in this case, let's work through the possibilities for a moment. Could it be a literal star? And by that I mean the celestial kind, a burning sun. Well, for the same reason that it couldn't have been one earlier in chapter 6, well, it can't be one here because the sun, many, many times larger than the earth, couldn't possibly impact the earth. It would burn us up in a fraction of a second. So it's not that kind of star. Could it be a meteor, which is what we concluded was true at the end of chapter 6? A falling star, in other words. Well, you could, except they are not known to make fresh waters bitter. Plus, you have a problem here because it's impacting a third of the fresh water around the planet. This one breaks our pattern when it comes to thirds, because there's no place on earth where a third of the fresh water exists. And so the statement in context says waters, springs of waters, third of the rivers. It's clear that it's a distribution here because that's the nature of fresh water. It's not all in one place. So it's being affected wherever it is. But that just adds to the supernatural component. What could hit the world in one place and yet only affect fresh water and do it all over the world? That's not a natural event. So that tells us we're not looking at a meteor or a sun. What's left? Well, the only other symbolic meaning of star in the Bible beyond those two would be angel. And when you see it named as it is here, wormwood, that indicates also a personage. So that would help reinforce the interpretation. This is an angel. But in Scripture, angels can have two kinds of names. There are those angels that are named in a way that glorifies God. Gabriel, that is man of God. Michael, that is who is like God. El is the name of God. So those are names that reflect well on God. And then you can have angels whose names suggest corruption and a fallen nature. Here, wormwood, later in this chapter, Abaddon. So there are names that don't sound very attractive. And when you see those, that's a fallen angel, or as we might say, a demon. And so here you see a demon, an angel, symbolized as a star, sent by God to do his bidding. And the effect of the demon is to poison a third of the fresh waters on the earth. And it just proves what you should have known already, which is God can use anything. Nothing in his creation is outside his control. And in this case, he can use a demonic agent when it suits his purposes, as he does here. And he uses it in this case to bring judgment. And in fact, that becomes a new pattern. Increasingly, we're going to see not just angels serving God in all of these judgments, but now demons themselves being called to service by God to bring about these calamities. All right, let's go to the fourth angel. The fourth angel sounded, and a third of the sun, and a third of the moon, and a third of the stars were struck, so that a third of them would be darkened, and the day would not shine for a third of it, and a night in the same way. Well, we have our theme of thirds continuing here, a third of the sun, moon, and stars being targeted here. But it's a little confusing at first. I mean, does this mean like a third of the sun is gone? Or a third of the moon? Or a third of the stars leave the sky? Or does it mean that their light output is dimmed by a third? You know, like you've kind of turned it down a little bit. Is that what it means? Well, John's statement would seem to indicate a third version of those. Not the first two I mentioned, but a third one. In John's interpretation, he says that each body shines for 1/3 less time. In other words, the lights go out entirely for 1/3 of the time that they would normally shine. Because he says there at the end of verse 12, the day would not shine for 1/3 of it, and the night would not shine for 1/3 of it. So cumulatively, that means the earth is receiving 1/3 less light and energy from the sun and the stars. So it goes from this to that for a period of time, and then it comes back again. By the way, that makes perfect sense astrologically, because in terms of astronomy, you would expect that if the sun goes out for us on the daylight side of the earth, the moon's going out for the other side of the earth at the nighttime. And conversely, when they're getting their light turned off during their day, we're getting our moon turned off at the same time, both for a third. Cumulatively, that's a third of a 24-hour day between the two of them. The math works perfectly. All right? So, and this is before Copernicus, this is before anybody, at least as far as we know, was talking about a solar system in which the earth and the moon were rotating and revolving and, all the rest. We take it for granted, but it's a good example of the science of the Bible being ahead of the science of humanity, that this would be written this way. All right, what's the effect of this? Well, we can imagine a total blackout of all the universe for a third of each 24-hour day. Besides the fear factor of that, it would lead to a dramatic drop in temperature on Earth. As you probably have heard, the Earth is perfectly balanced in its current orbit for the amount of heat to keep us in a kind of state of habitation that's perfectly suited to us. You don't take out a third of that energy and not see a huge impact. It's like the nuclear winter scenario that you've heard people talk about, where there's no sunlight for such a long period of time. It's a new ice age. Crops fail. Plants can't live without the amount of sunlight they're expecting. Water sources would freeze. Livestock would die. Now remember, we've already seen a fourth of the world's population dead from war and pestilence and starvation. And we had some unknown number of additional lives lost when all those continents were burned up and the fresh water became bitter and people were dying from that. And then the seas and all of the death that's already piled up. And now you have a third less heat and light, and that's even more loss of life. I mean, the people who are still alive at this point in time, they're pretty hardy people. They're clinging to life at this point. And so those who do survive in all of this, how hard is life for them right now? The effect must be something like a little mini hell on earth. The point is the earth has become increasingly inhospitable for human life, And that should trigger, amongst all the population that's remaining, some thought about what comes next, about death, about eternity, about the matters at hand, right? And meanwhile, you got the Antichrist continuing to conquer, even as the world that he desires is becoming increasingly undesirable. And along the way, you have 144,000 continuing to preach the gospel, and I would imagine finding a pretty receptive audience to the message of salvation at this point. And then finally, we move to the second half of the trumpet judgments, but not before there is a brief suspension for another warning. Verse 13. Then I looked, and I heard an eagle flying in mid-heaven, saying with a loud voice, "Woe, woe, woe to those who dwell on the earth, because of the remaining blasts of the trumpet of the three angels who are about to sound." We're told an eagle is flying in mid-heaven. Now, the term mid-heaven requires a moment of explanation. The Jewish people did not have distinctive Hebrew words for three different places: the sky, outer space, and the heavenly throne room of God were all called by the same Hebrew word, shamayim, which just translates as heavens. So you had heavens for all three. And in order to avoid confusion, in order to distinguish between them, they came up with a convention of numbering these spaces in a way that distinguished them. They'd start with the ground and then move up, numbering from there. So the first of those spaces, the atmosphere where birds fly, the first heaven. And then above that, the second heaven, or as they would call it sometimes, mid-heaven. That's where the planets and the solar system is. And then there's the third heaven, which is where God's throne room is. So it's a convention of Hebrew that they came up with these terms. Paul uses the third heaven reference, as you might remember, in 2 Corinthians, and it's just a way of him speaking as a Jew about the heavenly throne room of God. Now, in this case, John says there's an eagle flying in mid-heaven, which presents an immediate problem, because that's outer space, and that's not where eagles fly. Furthermore, this eagle is speaking to the world in human language. So that would also argue against a literal interpretation. So it would appear as though this is yet again another angel, we would assume. What else would it be? Something sent by God, a messenger, which is what angels are, moving back and forth. And maybe he calls it an eagle either because it may have looked like one to him, or because for him it was an easier way of explaining what the angel was doing, circling around like a vulture or an eagle would do. And it's declaring that the final three trumpets are coming. The final woe, woe, woes are coming. And as I mentioned earlier, these are directed at the physical bodies of people instead of the physical earth. And the term woe means something of great importance, the most terrible, but its connection to judgment is important here. If you look back at our earlier chart on the relationship of the seal judgments to the trumpet judgments, I told you that the final seal judgment is all the trumpet judgments, but then within the trumpets, those last ones that affect people are so bad, they get pulled out separately. And they're called the woe judgments. The last two trumpets and the seventh trumpet, which is the bowl judgments. So all of the bowl judgments is the third woe. The other two are separate. Follow that? All right. So the fifth, sixth, and seventh trumpet judgments are what we're going to study now. Obviously, the seventh one, which is the bowl judgments, doesn't come until quite a ways from now. But we do the first two. And that takes us now to the first. We'll go to do the first of those now, beginning in chapter 9. Chapter 9, verse 1. Then the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star from heaven which had fallen to the earth, and the key of the bottomless pit was given to him. He opened the bottomless pit, and smoke went up out of the pit like the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by the smoke of the pit. Then out of the smoke came locusts upon the earth, and power was given to them as the scorpions of the earth have power. They were told not to hurt the grass of the earth, nor any green thing, nor any tree, but only the men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. And they were not permitted to kill anyone, but to torment for 5 months. And the torment was like the torment of a scorpion when it stings a man. And in those days men will seek death and will not find it. They will long to die, and death flees from them.
Okay, and I will get going on the next one. To anybody who is in my vertical stream, I apologize for the craziness. well, we had a visitor who called himself God and then also claimed to be God. So that was fun. Getting this all set up.
All right, well, this is the first of the woe judgments, clearly different than anything we've seen this far. And as the earlier 4 trumpet judgments began, so does this one with a trumpet blast sounding a warning. And then it unfolds with a star again falling from earth. Later, you notice in verse 1, John describes this star as a hymn. And then you look at the actions of the star, picking a key, opening a pit. All of that suggests a personage again. So we quickly run to the same conclusion we did earlier. This is an angel, a star meaning an angel. Falling, in this case, falling to earth would reinforce that this is a fallen angel. And then the name, which you'll get later in verse 11, Abaddon or Apollyon, that word means destroyer in Greek. Well, that all goes to emphasize this is a fallen angel, or we'll call it a demon. So here you have a demon serving God's purposes again. This demon is given a key to a place called the bottomless pit, John says, which means God has given this demon permission to set free those who are, up until that moment, held in that pit. And it's described as bottomless. We see it being accessed through the earth, because that's where the angel had to come. He had to fall to the earth to get to the pit. And the word for bottomless, abusos in Greek, it's also the word we get abyss from. So it's the abyss pit, the bottomless pit. All of this is referring to the same place that you hear referenced elsewhere in the Scripture, a place of the holding of disobedient spirits. The most common term in the Old Testament for this place is Sheol, or also the pit. For example, in Job 33:28, he says, God has redeemed my soul from going to the pit, speaking of this very same place. According to Luke 16, if you know the story where Jesus talks about the rich man and Lazarus, the poor man who dies at his gate, etc., where they end up is a place that has 2 sides. It's called Sheol in the Old Testament. But in this place, in the Old Testament, you had souls that stayed on one side that was pleasant. That's the side in which saints were sent. And then you had the side that was unpleasant, to say the least. That's where the souls of unbelievers went. And you couldn't cross between them. And when the Lord resurrected, when he died and he resurrected, that made a way now for anyone who was in Christ, that is, of faith, to join him in the heavenly throne room, because now the price for sin had been paid. And at that moment, that good side of Sheol was emptied. The souls of believers who had been waiting for the Messiah now could join the Messiah in heaven, because he had already died for them by that point. And on the other hand, those who were on the bad side, as I might call it, Hades or hell, they remain there and still are there even now. That's the side of the pit that has not been emptied yet, that holds the souls of those who die without Christ, without faith. And later we learn in the New Testament that this place has, for lack of a better way of saying it, a special corner, a special place within it, a prison, in which the souls of disobedient angels are held, separate from where the spirits of disobedient humans go. Peter says this in 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. Speaking of the flood story, he says, if God did not spare angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell, into Hades, and committed them to pits of darkness within Hades, reserved for judgment, being held there for judgment. And he did not spare the ancient world, but preserved Noah, and so on. The point is that those are the angels who we believe in chapter 6 mated with women to create the race of Nephilim, which then became the basis for the flood. And when God dealt with them, he dealt with them by saying these angels were too disobedient. They were demons already. They were already fallen and already following Satan, but they went beyond the limits of what God would allow. And so as a result of what they did, they were held in this prison in Hades. And then Jesus says this in Luke chapter 8, verse 30. He says, speaking to a man who was indwelled by demons, he says, what is your name? And the demons said, Legion, for many demons had entered him. And they were imploring Jesus not to command them to go into the abyss. Now think about that for a minute. These demons remember what happened to their compadres when they inhabited or tried to mate, rather, with women. And so now they're in this guy, Legion as they call themselves. They see the Jesus coming and they begin to wonder, maybe this is another moment like back in the flood story. We've gone too far and the judge has come and he's going to make us go to the abyss. And they ask us, don't make us go, are you? Don't make us go to the abyss like our counterparts did. Now, Jesus didn't do it in that case. But that just goes to show the demons understand that as bad as things are for them now, roaming the earth, waiting for heaven, waiting for their judgment one day, it can get worse for them. God can put them in this prison for a time called the abyss, called the pit. And just to be clear, by the way, not all demons are in the abyss, obviously. Most of them are not. Most of them are allowed to roam and they do what they do. But the ones who are the most terrible have been confined there to limit their rampage. Now, in this judgment, time has come for the Lord to permit the worst of the worst to escape from that temporary confinement. The chief demon, it would appear, is given permission to let them loose. And it would seem that Abaddon, or destroyer, would be none other than Satan himself. I'm not sure that that's true. In other words, I can't prove that to you. But we know from Matthew 25 that Jesus says he is the master of the demons. The fact that he's called the destroyer here would seem to add weight to that conclusion. And the fact that he's even got the privilege to open the pit. What other demon would be more appropriate? In any event, once he opens this pit, the demons inside are set loose like rabid dogs let off of a chain. They come out of the pit raging. They've been confined there for thousands of years. They are undoubtedly eager to wreak havoc on the earth again after they've had their chance to be set free. We're told here as the pit is opened, the smoke of this place rises to block the sunlight, John says. And what that does is confirm for us the Bible's testimony elsewhere that hell and the abyss, which seems to be a part of that place, are below our feet. They're in the earth. They're in the center of the earth. They're below our feet. You might wonder, could the lava that erupts from the earth from time to time be connected to the activities of hell? And before you laugh at suggestions like that, just remember that the scientists of our world do not understand what's underneath our feet beyond a mile or two or three of the earth's crust. They don't have any understanding either. We just have the Bible saying that there's a place down there called the abyss, called the pit, a physical place of burning, a place that's hot and utterly dark. And now with the pit open, that darkness spills out, metaphorically and otherwise. John says he sees what comes out of this place. He says he sees locusts descend upon the earth that have power like the power God gives to a scorpion. Now, presumably, they're being given power by God. In other words, you wouldn't say this is given to them by any other source. Their whole escape has been orchestrated by God as part of a judgment. So their power comes with specific instructions and specific limitations. Don't hurt the vegetation of the earth. Hence, we're moving on from that. This is not one of the woe judgments against the earth. This is a woe judgment against people. So stay away from the earth. Only go after the people. And it's also true that they cannot hurt anyone fatally. All they can do is torment them for a period of time. By the way, this would argue against them being normal locusts, wouldn't it? Obviously, locusts don't torment. More importantly, they don't care about us. They want to eat the vegetation. So I think the comment here about the vegetation is emphasized perhaps so that our interpretation will understand we're not looking at natural things right now. All right? So here we have something that is purely unnatural that will go after the mankind and do so to torment, but there was another exception made, another instruction given. They could not hurt men that have been sealed on their foreheads. Scripture says that these are off limits. Now we remember obviously the 144,000 from chapter 7 that were sealed. We know they're obviously in view here, but I think there's a larger message here because Scripture says God will not appoint his children to wrath and that he knows how to distinguish the godly from the ungodly when he brings judgments. For example, we know that in 2 Peter it says here, the Lord knows how to rescue the godly from temptation and to keep the unrighteous under punishment for the day of judgment. Or said more simply, he discriminates. He discriminates in where judgment falls and where mercy falls. So the 144,000 are obviously included. They will not suffer any of these judgments. The stinging will not come upon them. And I would go so far as to say, for the same reason, Those who have been led to faith by these men will likewise be excluded, and so it's presumable that they too are sealed. Remember, the seal does not have to be visible. That's not the meaning of it. The point of it is that it's the sealing of the Holy Spirit. So those who have come to faith are likewise preserved from this. It would make no sense for God to torment someone who's come to faith in this way. It serves no purpose. All right. Now, this is the first time there has been an exception to any of the judgments that we know of. And so when we look at this, we need to apply it very carefully. You would not take this statement, that is, the sealing prevents the pain of this judgment. You would not take that and then conclude that, oh, you see, if you're a believer on earth, none of the judgments will affect you. That would be a leap in conclusion. All we know is this one does not affect the believer. And it makes logical sense that it would not have been the other ones, because the other ones affected the planet. And as such, I think anyone who's on the planet is going to be impacted by it. But these are affecting the person of an individual, and those are then discriminated one from another. So now as they target people, they will only affect the unbeliever. By the way, the Lord's done this in the past. You remember stories like Noah and his family, right? Some people on the boat, the rest not. Lot and his family. Some saved, the rest not, right? God knows how to figure out who can get saved and how to do it. There's even the story in Ezekiel in which God has saved the people of Israel by sealing them from the judgment of an angel when he goes into the city to destroy all the ungodly. You can study that in the Ezekiel study. In any event, let's look at the torment. John says the torment that these, I'm going to call them demons, because I believe that's the consistent interpretation of this, what we see in this context, coming out of the pit and all. These demons will inflict something that I think is frankly hard to comprehend. Unlike prior judgments, they don't hurt the earth, they only go after the body, but what they do in the body is unbelievable, inflicting painful stings for a total of 5 months. Now, John says it's like the pain of a scorpion sting. If you don't think that's bad, scorpions are notoriously painful stings relative to their size. They're not fatal usually, which is consistent with this picture, but the toxins in scorpion venom are so toxic that they're used in chemotherapy to kill cancer cells. And the discomfort of this is magnified many, many times by the fact that it's continual. I mean, if you got stung by one once, it hurt, you kind of got over it, put some ice on it, it went away. But imagine having that all over your body constantly for 5 months. You can't even begin to understand how that feels, right? Imagine living 5 months with scorpions continuously crawling under your clothing, stinging you. Yeah, that kind of made the point, didn't it? It's just impossible to imagine the physical and psychological effects of enduring 5 months of such attacks. We know it lasts 5 months because we read it, but let me suggest this to you. I don't know that the people who are experiencing realize it has a limit. I don't think that they're told it's 5 months, not unless they're reading their Bible, and if they're reading their Bible, they would probably not have been in that situation. So as you contemplate the fate of endless stinging, you might see how it would lead someone to contemplate suicide, right? An otherwise sane person might very well be willing to end their life rather than to face another day of that pain, especially if they don't understand it will end in 5 months, if they think it might be forever. But then the Lord, anticipating that desire, adds this particularly horrible twist to this judgment. The option to die by any means is removed by God during these 5 months. John says, verse 6, men will eventually seek to end their lives rather than suffer in the judgment, and God will supernaturally prevent it. And it's kind of intriguing to imagine how that's even possible. I mean, is he making them immortal? You know, like Superman? I mean, what if they throw themselves in fire or blow themselves up with a bomb? Or, right? How is it even possible that they don't die? My theory is this, and it doesn't require a lot of supernatural kind of thought. I think he simply incapacitates them to the point where they're writhing in pain all day long, all night long. They don't have the strength to get up, much less harm themselves. And should they even get close to the act of it, he foils it somehow. The gun doesn't go off. The noose doesn't tighten. Whatever they're doing that they might figure out how to do doesn't work. He just says it eludes them. So how much suffering does a person have to experience before they're at the point of seeking for that kind of an outcome? The literal Greek there, when John says they will long to die, the literal Greek word there is the word for crave. They crave death. Now, we're going to come back to considering this issue of what God is doing here for just a moment, but let's just do one more thing on the text first, and then we'll come back, because John gives us a description of these creatures, and I want to use that as a moment to explore what they might be from what we see elsewhere. First of all, verse 7, the appearance of the locusts was like horses prepared for battle, and on their heads appeared to be crowns like gold, and their faces were like the faces of men. They had hair like the hair of a woman, and their teeth were like the teeth of lions. They had breastplates like breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was like the sound of chariots of many horses rushing to battle. They have tails like scorpions and stings, and in their tails is the power to hurt men for 5 months. They have as king over them the angel of the abyss. His name in Hebrew is Abaddon, and in Greek he has the name Apollyon. So he's been calling them scorpions. We already know these aren't true scorpions. First, they originate from a place of demons and dead souls. And look, no matter how much you dislike scorpions, I can assure you that they do not come out of the pit. They're just natural. Now, I can't say the same thing about poodles. I have a suspicion on those. But we know these aren't scorpions because of where they come from. Secondly, they don't sting like ordinary scorpions, right? Ordinary scorpions don't sting you constantly for 5 months. These things are not natural, clearly. And as he describes them, they don't look like any scorpion or locust you've ever seen. John says they look like horses prepared for battle. Here's one person's rendition of, I guess, what this could be looking like. Heads like men, hair like women, teeth like lion. He says they wear a crown, Stephanos again. That indicates they have authority in the demonic realm. They have wings that make a great noise. They have tails like scorpions again, power to hurt men, and so on. When you look at the whole description, it kind of explains clearly why John appropriated words like locust or scorpion or something. I mean, he was trying to stretch for what could I tell you this look like? And what do I have as a reference point for you, right? The tail on this thing is the most prominent feature, and so that's the thing that tied his mind to a scorpion, it would seem. But if you put the whole package together, it's completely outside this world. Now, this particular area of Revelation, maybe more than most, has become ripe for speculation. There is a certain, I don't call it a community, that's probably too formal. There's a certain way of thought that's out there in which you get to a book like Revelation and there's something inside us that just longs to bring it to the present world. And so we're searching for something of our world that we could compare the description to, and if we find something we think matches, then we make that an interpretation, which is a leap in logic, to be sure. That is, you say, not only is it like something of our world, it must be the something of our world. Forgetting, of course, the fact that this could be a long way off, and never mind all the supernatural parts of it, they start grasping at straws. And here's an example of what people have tried to say these scorpions might be like. Now, let me just point out, that is not biblical interpretation. That is a circus, a sideshow, and speculation. That is not how you learn anything. I'm not saying the person who did this was an evil person. I'm saying that person doesn't know how to read the Bible. Because that's not how you find the truth. You don't back into the answer by looking in your world for something that matches something that's said to happen in the far distant future in an entirely different set of circumstances. That is an unnecessary and bizarre comparison, right? When you look at what goes on in the text, there is no earthly comparison. First of all, Apache helicopters do not come out of the pit. They do not result in 5-year or 5-month-long stinging sensations on the people that they attack. Considering the amount of damage that's being done to the earth prior to this moment, it's inconceivable that any mechanical equipment is still functioning. Where is the gasoline coming from for this thing? Or the jet fuel? Where is the landing strip that's still on the earth that hasn't been crushed by earthquakes? I mean, where in the world? Look, friends, at this point in the world, everything is in ruins. Technology is gone. There's no electricity. There's no running water. People have been reduced to being vagabonds and refugees. They're lucky they're even alive. They're living in caves saying, rocks, please fall on us. I mean, who's flying these things anyway? Everyone's got stings going on. Nobody's able to do anything, right? I'm just kind of, obviously I'm upset. I just, it's more funny than anything, but I just find it strange that we feel like we need this to make sense of this. It's supernatural. It's bizarre because it's God doing things he's never done before. Stop looking for an earthly explanation for things that are clearly supernatural. These are demon hordes released from the pit with an appearance that is altogether terrifying, unlike anything you've ever seen, something like a scorpion on steroids. And the effect that they have is incomparable to anything else. One of the other arguments for why these are demons, obviously, is the fact that they reach every last person on earth. No one can hide. You can bury yourself underground, you can hide in your closet, they find you. Because demons can go through walls. Demons can go through any barrier. They're not limited by physical structures. All right? So they have the knowledge and the ability to find every flesh and blood on earth, and they have the desire to do it, which is why God lets them loose, tormenting everyone. We might wonder also if people can actually see these things in the day. My guess is they're visible, but wouldn't it be even more terrifying if they're not, in a way? Right? All of a sudden, you're just tormented. All right, let's ask the fundamental question that ends the night here. Why does God bring a punishment like this, with all its detail, against the people of the earth? What good purpose could it possibly serve? You might even be tempted to think it's especially cruel, given the fact that these people are forced to endure the torment. They can't even kill themselves to escape it. Well, if you think this is cruel, let me ask you a question. What would mercy look like under these circumstances? Should God let them die? If they died, what comes next for these people? Well, they would move from a temporary state of torture, of torment, into an eternal state of torture and torment, according to Scripture. So, in that sense, understanding that bigger picture, preventing them from dying under these circumstances is actually a form of grace. In fact, this 5-month period is the first and only time in all human history since the garden in which death is impossible. For the first time since the beginning of humanity, not a single new resident of hell will be established for 5 months. It is a singular moment in history. Never before has anything like this happened. He is mercifully preventing death for everyone on the planet during these 5 months. And for what good reason? So that they can get a taste of what hell is like without having to go there to experience it. And in that learning, have one more opportunity, because there's a time clock on this opportunity to know the Lord in tribulation. Evangelism doesn't last the whole 7 years. It finishes much earlier than that. So the clock they have to come to faith is almost run out. And Jesus says in Luke 12:4, I say to you, friends, don't be afraid of those who kill the body, and after that have no more they can do. But I warn you whom to fear. Fear the one who, after he is killed, has authority to cast into hell. Yes, I tell you, fear him. So consider the nature of this judgment. They're being kept alive. They cannot die. They're in unending torment administered at the hands of demons. Sound familiar? That, my friends, is a close approximation of hell on earth. And so how many times have we wondered what the world would do if they just could get a foretaste of the judgment of hell? Wouldn't that help the evangelistic movement of the church, right? Couldn't they all just snap to if they just saw what it would be like if they don't come to faith? Well, in effect, here's the chance to find out that test. Will it work? And by the way, even the number of months that they're allowed to remain alive while being tormented, 5 months. The number 5 in Scripture, what is that the number of symbolically? Grace. It's a number of grace. And after 5 months, that first woe comes to an end, but 2 more remain. As we read in verse 12, the first woe is past. Behold, 2 woes are still coming after these things. All right?
Oops, I didn't realize I was on mute. Sorry about that. I'm going to carry on to 34. Mouse is a little jumpy tonight. I'm trying to get this lined up well.
so that they would kill a third of mankind. The number of the armies of the horsemen was 200 million. I heard the number of them. The sneer. We studied the first 4 last week, and those were the judgments that brought damage to the physical earth. You remember? First, a third of the earth was burned up. Then a third of the oceans turned to blood. Then a third of the fresh water became poisonous. And the warnings implied by these judgments were the earth is not going to last. The earth is not a permanent home. The earth is getting ready to be reshaped, in fact. The end is coming. And then, beginning with the 5th judgment, we moved into what the Bible calls are the woe judgments. Remember, in the cascading of these judgments, where the 7th of each wave represents the next full wave, well, at the very end of the second wave of trumpets, the last 3 trumpet judgments are all the woe judgments, which means the last 2 trumpet judgments and then the 7th trumpet, which is all of the bowl judgments. Those collectively are called the 3 woes. The word woe just means judgment. And so what we're hearing is that these final 3 trumpets bring an especially difficult time for humanity. In contrast to the first ones that were all touching the earth, these judgments are primarily focused on the person, the body of the individuals who live on earth. The first of those, if you remember, was what we studied last week. The scorpion-like demonic presence that goes out from the pit and stings, as John called it, attacks humanity for 5 months without relief. And as you remember, when the pain became so great that they could not bear it anymore and they wished to get rid of it by killing themselves, the Lord prevents everyone from dying. And as such, this judgment gave the unsaved humanity of the earth a preview of what hell is like, unending suffering without escape. And it becomes a bit of a preview of what hell will be like if they are not inclined to believe. And that's where we ended. 1 woe done, 2 woes yet to come. So that picks us back up in Revelation 9, but in verse 13. So let's go there next. Verse 13, Then the 6th angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the 4 horns of the golden altar, which is before God. One saying to the 6th angel who had the trumpet, Release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates. And the 4 angels who had been prepared for the hour and the day and the month and the year were released, so that they would kill a third of mankind. The number of the armies of the horsemen was 200 million. I heard the number of them. And this is how I saw in the vision the horses and those who sat on them. The riders had breastplates, the color of fire and hyacinth and of brimstone, and the heads of the horses are like the heads of lions. Out of their mouths proceed fire and smoke and brimstone. A third of mankind was killed by these 3 plagues, by the fire and the smoke and the brimstone which proceeded out of their mouths. For the power of the horses is in their mouths and in their tails, for their tails are like serpents and have heads, and with them they do harm. So back in verse 12, we're told from last week that the 2nd and 3rd woes are still ahead of us after the first woe is complete. Now what that's telling you is that these are sequential, and I think that's probably a degree of mercy, because how could you have had all this going on at the same time? So the first woe has to play out, that is, the 5 months has to finish before the next woe kicks in. And as we get to that point here with the second woe, just take a moment to think about what that transition must have been like. Can you imagine what it must have been like for the people to experience the relief of the removal of those 5 months? Right? They suffered what must have seemed like an eternity. And I submitted to you last week, I don't think they knew that there was an end. There's no indication they're told it's going to be 5 months. And so at some point it just goes away. It's like having your life sentence commuted out of the blue. But then a new woe comes. And in this case, it's the form of a great army of horsemen, we're told, led by 4 angels. Now, as we did with the scorpions in the case of the first woe, let's try to make some sense of the characters that are in view here, angels, horsemen, and the like. And once again, the clues in the text will lead you very directly to the answer. So let's go back to the text for a minute. We start with the origin of this judgment. It says here that a voice from the altar in heaven ordered that certain angels be released. Now, the voice at the altar, God himself, is the chief actor causing everything that happens here. He harnesses supernatural agents, angels, to bring about these events. So you immediately begin to see that what's coming here has a supernatural, not natural origin, that being the angels. And then the rest of it just keeps that theme going. You notice next the angels are set loose from a place where they were bound on earth, specifically near the river Euphrates. Angels that are bound, and that would mean in captivity, always refers to fallen angels. God's not up there binding good angels. All right, that doesn't make any sense. And furthermore, to be bound on the earth is itself a reflection of a fallen angel, because the earth is not the home of the angelic realm apart from fallen angels. And then on top of all of that, you have the location of Euphrates, and that itself confirms a demonic source, because Euphrates, the river Euphrates, modern-day Iraq, but it's in the biblical area of Mesopotamia. And Mesopotamia is the biblical home, as it were, for Satan. That's his home territory. That's his home field. That's where the Garden of Eden was. That's where the problems began. And as we get deeper into this book, you're going to find that that becomes ground zero for the demonic work of the time of tribulation. So there's a good reason why that part of the world seems so entrenched with darkness and the work of the enemy. And I would submit to you, it's not a surprise that when we send, for example, our soldiers into that part of the world, many of them come back very troubled. May I suggest to you that trouble may be spiritual and not physically, not just physical. So the Lord begins the second woe judgment by releasing 4 demons, as I'm now calling them, because it's reflective of the text, not just regular angels, but demonic angels. And they had been bound, God says, prepared specifically for this day, for this hour even. What does that mean that they were prepared for this judgment? Well, in simple terms, it just means that the Lord bound them at some prior moment, knowing when he would let them loose, for he had a purpose in mind for these angels or these demons. And another way to say it is, if they had not been bound at that earlier time, they would have been killing people the whole time. That they're so depraved, they're so terrible, that binding them was the only solution to avoiding the mayhem that they want to create. But then by the same token, when the time comes, let them loose, and you get what you know you're going to get. But even then, that suggests something deeper, because we know the Lord created all things, including the angelic realm, including those angels who eventually fell. So in a sense, you can say that in the day that the Lord created these 4 angels, even before their fall, he did so knowing that when they fell, they would become especially terrible in their nature, excessively violent and hateful, and the Lord looked forward to that day, knowing how he would put it to work when the time came. I mean, at the end of the day, God is sovereign. And now the time has come for them to do with the work that God has in mind. These 4 demons go forth, we're told, to kill 1/3 of humanity by means of a 200 million horseman army, John says. Now in Greek, here's what it literally says. In Greek, it says 2 myriads of myriads. And a myriad is 10,000. So what John just did is give us a math equation. 2 times 10,000 times 10,000. I'll give you one guess what that equals. 200 million. Now, at that point, you might reasonably ask, how did John know it's exactly 200 million? I'd say it's because he counted the number of legs and divided by 4. Clearly, I'll let some of the Aggies get that joke here in a minute. I just alienated half of my audience for those online. Now, John anticipated that you would wonder how he could come up with such a perfect number, such a precise number so quickly, and so he adds there at the end, I heard the number of them. That's the whole point of that mentioning, is so that you understand, you can believe the number. And that little detail is interesting for one reason to me. It reminds us you always take the numbers given in the Bible literally unless specifically told otherwise. And here it's easy to see that we take it literally because John tells us he heard it. But even if he hadn't said that he heard it and it left us wondering how he knew, nevertheless, you would take it literally unless the text gives you a reason not to do otherwise. So we know the angels were demons. What do we make of the horsemen? Well, this is another place where speculation often takes the place of careful observation of the text, because some have imagined, and I'm sure some of you have heard this, some at this point will tell you, oh, that's referring to a human army that goes out killing. And when you say, well, where do you find 200 million people and put them in an army? What is the answer you get? Yeah, China. Thank God for China. We wouldn't have a hope to understand this verse, right? Here's a news article from sometime in 2018 where it says, as Asian nations strengthen their armies, the lower text says, leading to a fulfillment of Bible prophecy. No. Having nothing whatsoever to do with Bible prophecy. Remember all the things that have to happen before we get to the point of this moment? 10 kings that take over all the nations of the earth and refashion all the governments, including China, to say nothing of the armies. The Antichrist rising to power and causing World War III, destroying, at this point, almost 50% of the earth's population. Famine, economic collapse, pestilence, wild beasts. I mean, at the point we are now, people are barely walking and they have clubs in their hand. This is not a case in which we find the sophistication of that playing any role whatsoever in the point where we are at in tribulation. It just goes to show how easily people just run wild with this stuff because it's titillating, it's interesting, it excites us to talk about it as if we know what we're talking about. It's all most of what you hear, and some of this may be true for me too. Most of what you hear about Revelation is nonsense. Unless you go to the Bible and look at it carefully, don't listen to what people have to say. It's just ripe with nonsense out there. All right, so it's not the Chinese army. Notice the description of the horsemen. The riders have breastplates made of fire and brimstone. Now, in your Bible, it may say, like mine did, of the color of fire, or it's actually not that way in Greek. In the Greek, it literally reads, made of fire and brimstone. The horses, they have heads of lions. Smoke and fire and brimstone come out of their mouths. As far as I know, the Chinese do not outfit their soldiers this way. Right? And by the way, where do we go to try to solve that problem if we're still inclined to describe this as the Chinese army? What do you think they would say that we're looking at with that description? A tank. Friends, that's just ripe speculation. I mean, it's like the thing we saw last week with the helicopter. The fact that we can point to something and sort of, okay, I can see how that might. That's not how you interpret the Bible. What does it say? It says they have breastplate. They are riders on horses with breastplates made of fire and brimstone. Guess what John saw? That. Not that. This. He's not trying to describe. Look, let me say this. If you'd never seen that before, you were John, you'd never seen that before in your life, you had no idea what that was, would you call it a horse? You see, he knows what a horse looks like. Even if he's trying to approximate it, that's not what a horse looks like. It's just stupidity on our part that we kind of think anyone that wasn't born, say, after 1880 or so is a complete idiot and, must have lived in caves and ate over fire and, dragged women around by hair. It's just our sense is that anyone that hasn't lived in our age can't be sophisticated enough to understand the things we do. And it's demeaning. John would have known better than to describe it the way he did if that's what he was looking at. And never mind that God himself wouldn't have been trying to confuse us. So I get ticked off about this stuff because it's deceiving Christians, leading them to think that that's how you interpret the Bible. It's not a game. It just means what it says. All right, moving on. I got it out of my system. Clearly, what are we looking at? This is a supernatural event. We all know that. It started with God and his throne. Number two, it's being led by demonic leaders. Who do the demons lead? Who's the army they have under their control? The demons in general, right? And so just like the scorpions from the first woe, in this case, you're looking at demons who have a very frightening appearance and powers that are not consistent with anything natural, being led by their masters. And it continues the pattern we've already seen in this book for these particular judgments, which is that God is now leaning heavily on the demonic realm as the agents for action on these particular judgments. And demons seem especially well suited to the whole purpose, don't they? They are particularly good at destruction and mayhem and misery and killing, and God is harnessing that for the purposes that he has. And if there's any doubt about their supernatural identities in all that I've said, look at the way they take life in verse 19. It says they kill a third of mankind on earth with their mouths and their tails, shooting fire, brimstone like four-footed flamethrowers. And their tails kill like serpents, which I presume means that they have a deadly bite. Here again, nothing in the text suggests you should try to symbolize or make a metaphor out of any of that. It is just literally what John saw, and clearly it's not natural or of this world. And it only makes sense that these horsemen are 200 million demons sent to kill a third of those who still live on the earth for all the reasons we just looked at. And on top of all that, the Lord actually tells us this is coming in the Old Testament. In Joel, you read this. Chapter 2, verse 1. Blow a trumpet in Zion and sound an alarm on my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord is coming. Surely it is near. A day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and thick darkness. As the dawn is spreading over the mountains, so there is a great and mighty people. There has never been anything like it, nor will there be anything after it to the years of many generations. We'll pause there. We're going to go further, but let me just pause. That sets the opening here, and what I'm showing you there is simply, Joel 2 is talking about tribulation. You see that, right? The day of the Lord. Obviously, day of darkness and gloom, never been anything like it. Okay, I'm just setting the context. Now, moving on. Verse 3, a fire consumes before them, and behind them a flame burns. The land is like the Garden of Eden before them, but a desolate wilderness behind them, and nothing at all escapes them. And their appearance is like the appearance of horses, and like war horses, so they run. Now, in the midst of the tribulation, Joel starts explaining this coming army of war horses. But you notice he says they're like war horses. Now look, Joel knew what a horse looked like. He doesn't say these are horses. He says they're like horses, which is a way of saying they're not horses. But I don't know what else I'd call them. And then he says, as they go, they have a consuming fire before them. Where did the fire come out of the horses? Out of their mouth, right? They have a consuming fire before them, mirroring John's description, and the land behind them burns like flame. So as they pass by, they leave a burning destruction in their wake. And here's the thing that really shows you that they're demonic. It says the land is like Eden before them. Now that's a reference to the fall in the garden. That, in other words, the demons see the land like Satan saw Adam and woman. A place to be destroyed, a target to go after, their enemy, in other words. And after they pass through the land, it's left desolate. Nothing escapes them, much as after Satan went through the garden, he left it destroyed, essentially, by having brought about the fall. Part of the text, and this is in 2 columns there. Verse 5, with a noise as of chariots, they leap on the tops of the mountains, like the crackling of a flame of fire consuming the stubble, like a mighty people arranged for battle. Before them the people are in anguish. All faces turn pale. They run like mighty men. They climb the wall like soldiers, and they each march in line, nor do they deviate from their paths. They do not crowd each other. They march everyone in his path. When they burst through the defenses, they do not break ranks. They rush on the city. They run on the wall. They climb into the houses. They enter through the windows like a thief. Before them the earth quakes and heavens tremble. The sun and the moon grow dark and the stars lose their brightness. All right, you can just imagine the scene. I can almost imagine how it would be portrayed in Hollywood with special effects, right? This moving wave. And as it moves, it's unstoppable and it's disciplined as it sweeps across the land. They enter houses like thieves through windows. Certainly regular horses do not do that. This is something very different. Relentless, flame-throwing, serpent-tailed demons that just move. And Joel says that as this goes about, the judgment's accompanied by natural calamities like earthquakes and celestial disturbances. And all of that fits the pattern of what we've been studying. And it confirms you're looking at something here, demonic, unleashed by God on humanity, accompanied by supernatural disturbances. And then one last verse, Joel 2:11, the Lord utters his voice before his army. Surely his camp is very great. For strong is he who carries out his word. The day of the Lord is indeed great and very awesome, and who can endure it? All right? I find it interesting that this horde of demons is called God's army, similar in a way to what God says about the army of Assyria, or else the army of Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon. Though those are not godly institutions of their own, they are God's institution when he chooses to put them to work. And that's what we see happening here again. So like the first woe, there's great devastation here. Only in this case, the effect of the horseman is, it says, to leave a third of mankind dead. Now, if you compare it to the first woe produced great suffering for everyone, but no one died. In the second woe, it produces death for some, and everyone suffers as a result. And by that I mean having exactly 1/3 of humanity die is designed to impact everyone, either directly or indirectly. If 1 on 3 people die, 1 out of 3 people on earth, and by the way, this is not to suggest you have like 1/3 of the earth dead and everyone else is untouched. It's more like pick 3 people, one of you is dead. Okay? If 1/3 of all humanity dies, you're going to know, it's going to touch you somehow, whether it's you who die or someone you know, because it's going to be within families, it's going to be within neighborhoods, churches, whatever's available on earth at that point. So there is nothing that brings the questions of eternity and the future and judgment to mind more powerfully than the death of a loved one or a friend. Now, for the Christian, of course, the mourning over the loss of someone is tempered by the knowledge that they're doing just fine. And in a short time, you're going to be with them where they are. You really haven't lost them except but for a short time. But for the unbeliever, death is a wound with no relief. And there is no confidence that it leads to a better future, and there is no hope for any kind of reconciliation. They may try to make themselves feel better with little, platitudes about we're in a better place, or, I'll see you when, I'll go up and see mom when I die, etc. But it's just that. It's just platitudes. They don't believe it either. Not in their heart of hearts, not the way we know the truth. They're just in a state of suffering and loss with questions. Now, sometimes those questions will lead an unbeliever to open their heart to consider the promises that you find in Scripture, and that's the hope, right? And so you wonder, is the Lord using this suffering to bring so many on earth to faith? Obviously, 1/3 have not, they're gone. But what will happen to the rest of the world after such an event? Well, verse 20. The rest of mankind who were not killed by these plagues did not repent of the works of their hands so as not to worship demons and the idols of gold and of silver and of brass and of stone and of wood, which can neither see nor hear nor walk. And they did not repent of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their immorality, nor of their thefts. Now, I want you to notice something. John says the rest, which of course means those who did not die. He says those who were not killed by the plagues do not repent nor turn to the Lord. They continue in worship of demons and all kinds of sin. But notice the comprehensive nature of that statement. None. No one who survives repents. The suggestion is that 100% of the earth that lived responded to these judgments without coming to faith. Now, take that for a moment and then remember also that we know there is faith happening at this time because we have 144,000 that are at work saving, and we know that they're getting somewhere in that because we already heard they're going to save uncountable numbers, and then we heard about the souls under the altar. There is, in fact, faith going on. We hear the result of it already. So how do you reconcile these two statements? That is, how do you explain how one group is succeeding, and then we have another statement that seems to suggest it's 100% failure, at least at this moment? Well, it's actually easy to reconcile them when you remember what the Bible says about how faith comes in the first place. Romans 2:4, do you not think lightly of the riches of his kindness and tolerance and patience, not knowing that the kindness of God leads you to repentance? Paul says it's the kindness of God that leads us to repentance. And what he means, of course, is that the grace of God working in our hearts prompts our faith response, and that's how people are saved. So for those in tribulation who are the recipients of the grace of God, well, salvation will be the result for them. And perhaps some of these judgments are the way in which God prepares their hearts to receive that grace. We don't know. But we do know that calamity in and of itself saves absolutely zero people. That is, circumstances never save a person. Emotion never saves a person. The repentance of sorrow that the world experiences, a la Esau, for example, never saves anyone. It's not a saving kind of sorrow. It's not a godly sorrow, Paul calls it. And what he means, of course, is it does not originate with God. God himself does not prompt it. God himself is not working in the heart to use it. It is simply the human response to a bad world. And that happens every day to everyone at some level, and it's not a saving effect. So unless and until the Lord is at work in someone's heart, the natural man will not turn to God out of calamity. The old adage that there is no atheist in a foxhole is a lie. There are lots of atheists in foxholes, or pagans, or just deceived people. And if you want proof of what I'm saying, you have it in front of you. The most unprecedented, severest judgment the world will and has ever known produced how many believers? 0. So will anything else do it? No. Faith is not based in fear. It's not based in emotion. It's not even based in convincing proof. It's only based in the gift that comes from God himself, according to Ephesians 2, 8, and 9. Faith, Paul says that you are saved by grace, through faith, and it, that is your faith, not of yourselves, it is a gift of God, not by works, so that no man may boast. And these judgments make clear the reality of man's predicament. Forever, if there were a time when trial and calamity could prompt faith, this would qualify, right? But these judgments just affirm what we already know, that apart from the work of God in the heart of the unbeliever, people don't turn to God. There is no one who seeks for God, no, not one. So at the conclusion of chapter 9, let's do a little bit of review of what we've seen so far. At the end of chapter 9, where are we? Well, the judgments of the first half of tribulation have come to an end. So we've gone through the seal judgments, and we've gone through all but one of the trumpet judgments. And of course, the reason that last one has not yet been covered is because it itself are those 7 bowl judgments that sit out at the end. Now, I'm giving you this view here a little prematurely. We haven't had a chance to talk about the bowl judgments, and that's fine. We'll come back to it. But I guess for now, you can take my word on it, the bowl judgments sit out there at the end of the 7 years. They conclude the period of the 7 years. And as we get to the next section, you're soon going to see that the place we go to now is a series of chapters that focus on the halfway point of this 7-year period. Before we do that, let's just assess what's happened in 3.5 years. In 3.5 years, 50% of the Earth's population is gone. Now, if it were to happen today, for example, I think roughly there's 8 billion people on Earth. We're talking about 4 billion people dead, but you can flip that around. There's 4 billion people alive still at this point. On the other hand, that 4 billion is occupying a planet in which 1/3 of the Earth is uninhabitable, 1/3 of all the bodies of water are undrinkable or unnavigable, and the worst is yet to come. The first woe judgment has happened. The second woe judgment has happened. The third is still out there. That's the bowl judgments, which also go by the name the wrath of God or the great tribulation. But before you enter into those events, as I said, there's this interim period called mid-tribulation, and we can call it mid-trib. That'll make it sound like you're in the club. You know, you have the lingo. Mid-trib. What is mid-trib? Well, I mean, to put it very bluntly, mid-trib is just the 3.5-year point, right? We're just talking about a point in time in which you have half of the time of the 7 done and the other half still to come. Not very complicated, right? And in what you're about to study in this book, you're going to find that this moment is so central, and I don't mean to make a pun with that, but it's central to the story of tribulation because a lot of things change in this moment. In fact, it's such a great period of change on earth that it deserves special attention in the book of Revelation itself. The book of Revelation devotes 4 chapters just to the events of the middle of tribulation. And then on top of that, it adds one more chapter in the beginning as an introduction to the middle tribulation period, and then one more chapter at the end as a conclusion. So you end up with 6 chapters. Chapters 10 through 15 cover these sorts of things, which we looked at when we were here, when I showed this to you a few weeks back. So let's put those chapters on there for a second. You have chapters 11 through 14 covering the mid-trib events. You have chapter 10 introducing it, and you have chapter 15 summarizing or concluding it. That should tell you something about how important this moment is in the middle of tribulation. But technically, the midpoint of tribulation is not a period of time, it's a moment. It's a right? You're either halfway done or you're moving into the second half. And that confuses some people. You can also express the halfway point as 3.5 years, or also several other ways: 42 months, 1,260 days when measured on a Jewish calendar. Our favorite expression, times time and half a time. That's another way to express it. So when we say mid-trib, or we use those other time measurements, what are we talking about? Well, we're actually not talking about a single moment. You notice how I've drawn it on that chart. It's actually a period of time that overlaps slightly on either end of first or second half of tribulation. It's basically an amalgamation of a bunch of stuff that all happens simultaneously, kind of stacked on top of itself in that one moment, which fundamentally alters the world, fundamentally alters what's going on in tribulation. It's so central to everything that happens after it. And in order to get through it all, we need these 6 chapters to talk about it, and understanding they're not in sequential order, they're actually all simultaneous activities. So you really take them and stack them on top of each other in your mind. Now, how do I know that these chapters have that quality? How do we know that they all are happening at the same time at mid-trib? Well, you have the chapters that introduce and conclude, chapters 10 and 15, and the chapters that sit between them all have a time reference in them. All of them have, somewhere in the chapter, a reference to the fact that they happen at the midpoint of tribulation. And those time references will be either, and let you guess with me, time times half time, what else? 42 months, 1,260 days. One of those 3 will be used. And that's your indication to know, mid-trib, mid-trib, mid-trib. Chapter 10 does not have that reference. Chapter 15 does not have that reference. But they talk about what is coming, or what, in both cases, what is coming next. So 10 talks about what's coming in mid-trib, and chapter 15 talks about what's coming in the second half of tribulation. So they act as like bookends, as transition chapters, but the ones they sandwich all have that time reference in them. And that's your indication to know. Flip them sideways, so to speak, and stack them on top of each other, and put in your mind all of that happening at the same time. So that's mid-trib. Let's move into we're going to do the introduction chapter tonight. Let's look at the introduction, chapter 10, and we'll read this, verse 1. There's a lot on the screen, it may be small to read, so look at your Bible if you can. Verse 1, I saw another strong angel coming down out of heaven, clothed with a cloud, and the rainbow was upon his head, and his face was like the sun, and his feet like pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little book which was open. He placed his right hand on the sea, and his left on the land, and he cried out with a loud voice, as when a lion roars. And when he had cried out, the 7 peals of thunder uttered their voices. When the 7 peals of thunder had spoken, I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying, seal up the things which the 7 peals of thunder have spoken, and do not write them. Then the angel whom I saw standing on the sea and on the land lifted up his right hand to heaven, and swore by him who lives forever and ever, who created the heavens and the things in it, and the earth and the things in it, and the sea and the things in it, that there will be delay no longer. But in the days of the voice of the 7th angel, when he is about to sound, then the mystery of God is finished, as he preached to his servants, the prophets. All right, John says he sees this strong angel. Notice the strong difference in the description of this guy versus the 4 that came down earlier, or any of the other demonic ones we've seen. Such a clear difference, right? Face like the sun, rainbows and clouds. I mean, you could decorate your child's nursery with angels like this, right? You wouldn't want to do the other ones, though. And as this distinctive angel comes down, he says it's another strong one because it's similar to the one he saw in chapter 7. Back in chapter 7, verse 2, he saw that similar angel with the power to seal the servants of God, the 144,000. So his face like the sun, feet like pillars of fire. It's a fearsome angel of great authority. Now, when you see something mentioned with such strength and such distinction, you begin to ask, is this an angel I should know? Who is this angel? It must be prominent. Well, there's actually a clue to his identity, and it's found in what he carries. He carries a little book. The word for book in Greek is biblioreton, and that's the large version of a scroll. This is the diminutive version of that word in Greek, biblos, and that's a word for a tiny scroll, a little one. So John says he's carrying this little scroll, and it's kind of a funny moment if you think about it. Big, giant, powerful angel, little scroll, right? And when the angel reaches the earth, he's large enough to span so that his hands could be on sea and land, and then later standing on sea and land at the same time. Crying out with his loud voice, sounds like a lion. You ever been to the zoo when a lion just lets go when you don't expect it nearby? I mean, the power of that all of a sudden, that's shocking. That's what he's hearing. Now, in response to that, heaven starts to talk with the sound of thunder. 7 voices of thunder, he says. And they must have revealed some deep truth to John because he's about to write it, but he's told, nope, not yet. Seal it up. Keep it secret. And the whole scene is just so odd at that point. What's all this supposed to mean? We're almost forced to ask, is there some clue here that we use to decode it all? Because how else would we make sense of it? Well, you can't make sense of it unless you studied other books of the Bible. And specifically, students of Daniel will immediately recognize this scene because it comes out of chapter 12 of Daniel.
Okay, hello everybody. How are you guys doing tonight? Oops. All right. So that was 35, and I will carry on to 36. If anybody has any prayer requests, please let me know. I'm happy to pray with you. Otherwise, I'm just going to get right on into this.
In chapter 12 of Daniel, you also find a strong angel who appears in a similar manner near land and water. And in that earlier moment, another prophet, this time Daniel, is told to also seal up things he was revealed at that time to be shown to later times. And when you see the similarity between the two, it immediately makes the connection in your mind, and that's the point. That is, this scene is intended, the one here in Revelation, is intended to draw your thinking back to what you would have already studied in Daniel, and in that connection, begin to look at them together, and as you do, you make sense of it. So let's spend a little time in Daniel 12. Daniel 12, verse 1. Now at that time, Michael, the great prince who stands guard over the sons of your people, will arise, and there will be a time of distress such as never occurred since there was a nation until that time. And at that time, your people, everyone who's found written in the book, will be rescued. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the ground will awake, these to everlasting life, but the others to disgrace and everlasting contempt. Those who have insight will shine brightly like the brightness of the expanse of heaven, and those who lead the many to righteous like the stars forever and ever. But as for you, Daniel, conceal these words and seal up the book until the end of time. Many will go back and forth, and knowledge will increase. Then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, 2 others were standing, one on this bank of the river and the other on the other bank of the river. And one said to the man dressed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, how long will it be until the end of these wonders? I heard the man dressed in linen, who was above the waters of the river, as he raised his right hand and his left toward heaven, and swore by him who lives forever, that it would be time, times, and half a time. And as soon as they finished shattering the power of the holy people, all these events will be completed. As for me, I heard, but could not understand. So I said, my Lord, what will be the outcome of these events? And he said, go your way, Daniel, for these words are concealed and sealed up until the end time. All right, so we're kind of dropping in here, obviously, to the final chapter of Daniel. Let's spend a minute here just getting some context. The chapter opens saying, now at that time. Well, that begs the question, what time? Well, he's referring back to things that were just being discussed in chapter 11. Well, if you go to chapter 11, and we won't, but if you were to go there, you find out that Daniel in chapter 11 had just been speaking about the events that will end this age, specifically the rise of the antichrist and the work of the Antichrist in conquering the world and attacking the saints. And it's at that time that you now see these events. So that puts us squarely in tribulation. And actually, it puts us right at the midpoint, because that's the moment when the Antichrist rises to power. We'll see that in later chapters. So basically, we can say it this way. At the midpoint of tribulation, the strong angel Michael will arise. And arise here means to assume your assigned role or assume your station. And Michael will take his station in a period of great distress, unlike anything else, a reference to the Great Tribulation, the second half of tribulation. By the way, the Great Tribulation is a name Jesus gives to the second half of the tribulation in Matthew 24, when he says, "For then there will be," speaking of the second half, "a great tribulation, such as not occurred since the beginning of the world until now, nor ever will." So if the second half is unlike anything that's ever happened, then by definition it's greater than the first half. That's the idea. So as we move through the mid-trib chapters, what we're going to learn is what makes the Great Tribulation so terrible and so great. Back to Daniel for a minute. Daniel's description in verse 5 of what he sees is similar to the description of John's angel in Revelation 10. Not exactly, but notice the similarity. A man in linen or in white hovering above a river, two other messengers on either side of the bank of the river. The angel descends over the water. And in John's case, you had the angel descend with 1 foot on water, 1 foot on the land, similar. In Revelation 10, John said he heard something spoken by thunder, which he wasn't allowed to write. It had to be sealed. Likewise, Daniel hears something spoken from the angel, but then could not write it down either. It had to be sealed. I mean, you see the connection. It's very clear there's some connection being intended in all of this. And here's the connection. The scene we're studying in Daniel here is part 1, and John's moment is part 2 of the same conversation with a great angel. The same great angel. The angel that visits Daniel tells that prophet, I want you to prepare a scroll, and I want you to write down what you've heard, but I want you to seal it because it's not going to be revealed till the end of the age. And he hears what he hears, and he says, how long is this stuff you're telling me going to last? What's the answer he gets? Time times half a time, 3.5 years, half of the time of tribulation. That's one of our references to know we're looking at a midpoint event, right? And Daniel, we know now, was learning. Here's what Daniel got told. Here's what Daniel wrote. He wrote the events of the second half of tribulation. Daniel was the first human being, and for a long time, the only one who knew what the second half of tribulation looked like, and he wrote it on a scroll. But he couldn't understand it, and that doesn't surprise us, right? He didn't understand it, so he asked for clarification, and he said, sorry, Daniel, just go on your way, seal it up, you'll learn it later. So here's but notice the angel says this, it's sealed to the end of the age. Now, if you've been paying attention from the beginning and can remember it all, you now know what he's talking about, because in effect, what the angel was telling Daniel is, this is what happens at the end of the age of the Gentiles. And write it down now, seal it up, because we're not going to reveal these things until we get to the last days. When do the last days start? The church age, remember, sits on top of the last days. Remember the writer of Hebrews, or James, when he says you're in the last days to the first century church? So in the last days is anything after the Messiah is revealing. So Daniel is told, what you're writing down, we will not reveal until after the Messiah is revealed. And then it will be made known. How is that prophecy being revealed in the last days? Well, that moves us back to chapter 10 of Revelation. In chapter 10 and I'll go back to this in a second. In chapter 10 of Revelation, what have we already read? In chapter 10 of Revelation, Daniel's little scroll that he wrote and sealed up and handed back to the angel is now being delivered by that same angel to John. Because John is the one who revealed what Daniel wrote to the last days church. It was sealed up from Daniel until the last days. Well, that's John. And John was the one who got to reveal it. And so John says in verse 2, I see this angel coming to me with a little scroll. Now John hears other things as well that he cannot reveal yet, but those things he gets to reveal much sooner than Daniel did, because what he heard that he can't tell, couldn't write down in that moment, are the things that finish the time of tribulation. So those come up in later chapters. Meanwhile, you have this angel. swearing upon God in heaven that there will no longer be any delay. What delay is he referring to? Well, the events of the Great Tribulation were first revealed to Daniel long ago, but they were sealed, and now they're being revealed to John so that they can be quickly completed. There'll be no more delay. So in a future day, now here's where your mind gets warped a little bit, because John lived in our past, but he was looking at things from our future. So what Daniel wrote was unsealed in our past so that we would know it, but it speaks of things that haven't yet happened. So the delay is still happening for us, but the point is, when the events themselves are happening, it will almost be over. All right, so in a future day, that great angel will arise. According to Daniel 12, that great angel will arise in a time of tribulation. When he does, the events of the great tribulation will happen, and they will be fulfilled when the seventh trumpet is blown. That brings about the 7 bowl judgments. And now, how does Daniel's information get transferred to John so that John could give it to us in the book of Revelation? Well, in a very interesting way. Is that right here? Yeah. Then the voice which I heard from heaven, I heard again speaking with me and saying, go take the book which is open in the hand of the angel who stands on the sea and on the land. And so I went to the angel telling him to give me the little book. I would have loved to have seen that moment, by the way. Huge, impressive angel, face like the sun. And you're told, hey, go up there and ask him for the book. I don't want to go up asking for the book. You ask him for the book. John has to go up there, hey, can I have your book? And he said to me, take it and eat it. It will make your stomach bitter, but in your mouth it will be sweet as honey. I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it, and in my mouth it was sweet as honey, and when I had eaten it, my stomach was made bitter. And they said to me, you must prophesy again concerning many peoples and nations and tongues and kings. So how does the information move from Daniel to John? In this very visceral way, very visual way. Normally a scroll is a papyrus roll, and it's not edible, or at least not palatable. And in this case, it must have been made so for John's sake, obviously, because he's able to eat it. The angel says the book would be sweet in the mouth, bitter in the stomach. I can demonstrate this for you. So I have a little scroll here. Very sweet. Kind of chocolatey in this case. I'll see how it sits on me later. I have more of those if you like some. First come, first serve. What does it mean, though? Obviously, it's meaning something specifically. Now, here again, it does not mean it didn't happen literally. John ate it. He tasted it. He was made able to eat it because it's supernatural, but the point of it is still the main issue. And I think you probably heard people say this, and it's not terribly surprising, but there is a certain sweetness to prophecy. That is, for the prophet, and for his audience for that matter, there's a certain sweetness to knowing about things to come, about having that insider information, if you will, having been revealed things that you find attractive and interesting and the like. And more than that, what it's talking about are things we look forward to, at least in the sense that the end of this age and the beginning of the next is what we're all looking for. The kingdom, the life we have with Christ in that time is what we all want. So there's certainly that attractive side to it. But in the same way that the analogy played out, that's the initial impression. That's the beginning of it, right? Because before we know what it really contains, you're only thinking about the good stuff, generally. Now, some people take the opposite view. I guess there's pessimists out there, and they don't want to study the book of Revelation because they're worried, they're afraid. I know that's out there. But most people react initially with some positive interest in prophecy. But the truth of what the transition requires, that is, the movement of this age into the next, what's required to make that happen, as you get to understand that, as it sinks in, it's bitter, it's hard to swallow. Because the reality is, this world cannot move from its present age into the next without a whole lot of judgment happening in the process. Because you have literally billions of souls that must face judgment for sin, absent the covering of Christ, and they will endure a level of turmoil and distress that no one's ever seen before. And so that is an unfortunate but necessary side effect, if you will, of the transition out of a sinful, fallen world into the next. There's no getting around it. You know, you can ask for God to avoid that judgment, but let me tell you, you don't want a God who would say yes to that answer. to that question, because he's either faithful or he's not. You know what I'm saying? You can't have it halfway. You can't say, be faithful to your promises to bring good things, but please forget you made promises of judgment for bad things. In fact, just kind of put all of that aside and only bring us the good, because if he could keep that request, what it would tell you is he's not a promise-keeping God. It means his promises aren't really worth much because he can change his mind. And if he can change his mind about those promises, why are you confident he won't change them about the ones he made to you concerning salvation? So he's either promise-keeping or he's not. If he is, his word has said that the wages of sin is death. In the day you eat of it, you shall surely die. These are things he has spoken that must be kept. Otherwise, he's not a promise-keeping God. And as much as we struggle with the idea of judgment, what you can't struggle with is the concept of faithfulness. And that's the bitter side of prophecy, a faithful God. So as a preparation step to receiving the knowledge of the end of the age, in this little drama that God gives to John in the form of eating the scroll, he reminds John, this is serious business. You're called to prophesy what you've received from Daniel concerning the state of affairs for many people, kings and all, across the world during the Great Tribulation, and it is a difficult time. And what follows in chapters 11 through 19 are the events that John receives from Daniel, so to speak, and that John now has the privilege of revealing. And I want to finish tonight with just one little quick piece back in Daniel chapter 12. Let's see if there we go. At the end of 12, there's one little bit of information that's worth grabbing onto before we leave. Verse 10, it says, many will be purged and purified and refined, but the wicked will act wickedly, and none of the wicked will understand. But those who have insight will understand. From the time that the regular sacrifice is abolished and the abomination of desolation is set up, there will be 1,290 days. Now, put a graph up here for you. Remember earlier in Daniel 12:7, we learned that the events of Daniel are recorded on this scroll, and that the times that they comprise were time, times, and half a time. So the scroll has 3.5 years worth of information on it, and that's what Daniel wrote. That's what John now has swallowed. So let's put it on a timeline here. So we know what starts tribulation. That was when the covenant got signed. We heard that in Daniel 9. The covenant between the antichrist and the people of Israel, allowing Israel to return to their Temple Mount and begin to sacrifice again in a new temple of some kind. When that contract is signed, the 7-year tribulation officially begins. And Daniel 12 now has confirmed that the midpoint of tribulation is 3.5 years in, as mid would suggest. And the angel tells Daniel that he can measure the second half of tribulation as also what? Time, times, and half a time, which is 1,260 days. So we now see that the time on either side of the midpoint is the same, 1,260 days. And then in verse 11, we're told that the midpoint of tribulation is the moment. This is from what I just read in Daniel. Daniel 12:11 says, the midpoint of tribulation is defined now as the moment when the Antichrist abolishes that covenant, when he puts an end to sacrifice. We heard that in Daniel 9. Now we're seeing it again here in Daniel 12. And it's the midpoint of tribulation. So it affirms for us that that covenant seems to be the key issue driving all of what happens in tribulation. That is, it starts tribulation, and it's also the event, the cutting off of that covenant is also the event which triggers a whole bunch of stuff leading into a different set of circumstances for the second half of tribulation. So Daniel 12 confirms that the breaking of that covenant is central. It's the midpoint. So now you have your mile markers for pretty much the whole of tribulation. Starting with the covenant, midpoint 1,260 days in when the covenant is broken, another 1,260 to get to the end, time, times, and half a time, Daniel says. And then what we just read included an extra 30 days, if you notice, because he said, from the abolishing of sacrifice until the abomination of desolation is completed, that is, it is cleansed, there's 1,290 days, not 60, but 90. That's an extra 30, and that's why you see it up there in green. So chapters 11 through 14 tell us about what goes on at that moment when the covenant is broken and all that comes with it and what it means and what it leads to. That's the study we're about to embark on in the next several weeks. What goes on at the middle and why, and how does it relate to that covenant being broken? What does it change? And the 30 days you saw there at the end, Well, we're going to learn more about what that means when we get toward the end of the 7 years, toward the end of this study in chapter 19. And just in case you're already not confused enough, there's another 45 days after the 30 before the kingdom begins. Putting them together, we call it the 75-day interval, and we'll talk about that more as we get there. But that's why I just wanted to cover that so you know why that said 1290 and not 1230. All right? Or 1260, sorry, 1260. All right, so that's, you should now have, as we break and finish here tonight, you should now have a fairly clear understanding, even if all the details aren't still in your head, that's fine, it's online. But what you should now understand is this last 7 years, what it's for, what starts it, why it was promised, how the first half plays out, what the effects of those first 3.5 years are. And at this point, you stop somewhere right there in your understanding, and you know there's some big stuff that happens at the middle, right around that 3.5 year point, a little before and after, a bunch of stuff that happens all at the same time. And because of what happens in that period of time, the second half is a whole nother ball game, a whole nother ball of wax coming in the second half, okay? So we will end there. That's what we'll do. And then when we get back next week, we'll do one more of these, and then we'll break for our holiday time.
Okay. And that was 36. So I'll carry on to 37.
What we've been looking at this stage of our study. This is the midpoint now. The chapters that we're in now are the midpoint of the 7-year period that has been designated to end this age and to bring about Christ's second coming. And it's a time the prophets have spoken about for millennia. It's a time that you've already seen includes unimaginable calamity and death and destruction and mayhem. And at the center of all of that is one man who takes over the world in the process of these events, the man Antichrist. And you remember we studied earlier that anyone who opposes Jesus is an Antichrist, and that there is a spirit behind opposition to Christ, and that spirit, Satan, is the spirit of every Antichrist. But yet, while there are many Antichrists today, and always will be, or always have been, at least until Christ's second coming, there is one particular man that rises above all of them, and that man is the focus of our attention increasingly as we move into this study, as we go into the midpoint and then beyond. But for tonight, one chapter still remains before the Antichrist becomes the main conversation for us in this study. And that chapter is chapter 11, tonight's chapter. Last week we were in 10, and I told you then that was a transition chapter that takes us out of the first half events of tribulation and moves us into this special period I call mid-trib that we know is the middle point of the 7 years. And the middle point is so important that these chapters we're looking at, as I show you up on the screen, span from 10 through 15, and the heart of it is 11 to 14. 10 is an intro, 15 is a summary, if you will, or a transition back into the events of the second half of tribulation. But 11 to 14, that's the heart of the mid-trib chapters. And each of these chapters announces itself as a mid-trib chapter by including at least one time reference in each chapter that tells you you're at the midpoint. Remember those time references? There's 3 that get used recurringly. Time times half a time, 1,260 days, 42 months. One of those 3 ways of counting time will be included in all of these chapters. That's our indication to know we're at a mid-trib chapter, and so on. So in chapter 10 last week, we saw John getting that small scroll, the one that he was told to eat. These are not scrolls, these are biscuits on the screen behind me, but you get the point. As we learned last week, that scroll he received was originally written by the prophet Daniel. But when Daniel was writing it, he was told to seal it up and hand it back to a powerful angel for safekeeping. And then in chapter 10 of Revelation, we saw that same angel reappearing, now for the first time in thousands of years, since it was the time of Daniel. And he hands that very same little scroll to John, telling him, as I said, to eat it. So symbolically, John took in the scroll that Daniel wrote. And in taking it in, he was now in a position to share it with us. That was the idea of it. So what was that special prophecy Daniel wrote that no one could know until John was given the chance to reveal it? Well, back in Daniel, when we looked at this last week, we were told that this secret prophecy regards the second half of tribulation. And it came in that passage I read out of Daniel 12. I'm just going to remind you of one verse. In verse 7, Daniel said, I heard the man dressed in linen who was above the waters of the river, and as he raised his right hand and his left toward heaven and swore by him who lives forever that it would be a time, times, and half a time. And as soon as they finish shattering the power of the holy people, all these events will be completed. So the Lord told Daniel that the events in that little scroll that he wrote, the prophecy that he heard but couldn't tell us, they would last 3.5 years. There's one of your 3 ways of marking time. And at the end of the 3.5 years, Daniel was told that the events of this prophecy would end. And that means, you notice at the end of the end of verse 7, it says all these events will be completed. So what we're learning is the scroll talked about 3.5 years of time at the end, not the first half of tribulation, but at the second half. Because when these 3.5 years are over, it says all these events will be completed. So that's our indication to know Daniel was being given a detailed accounting of the last half of tribulation, even before the world knew anything about the first half, much less the details Daniel received. And that's why it was sealed up. Can you imagine the confusion if he had given us the second half of tribulation before we had any of the other details associated with it? So it was sealed up and waiting. But then that begs the question, why was Daniel involved at all then? Well, as I mentioned last week, it's so that we would know that book is closely tied to what we're studying now in Revelation. It's one of the ways in which we see these 2 books working together. All right, so Daniel 12 verse 7 was what told us it would be the second half of tribulation, but you notice also it reminds us of the purpose of tribulation in general. Verse 7 also said all of this calamity was directed at shattering the power of the holy people. Now, the holy people refers to Israel, God's people. And shattering then refers to breaking their resistance to God and to His Word, to Christ specifically. So, as we learned before, the ultimate outcome of tribulation is to bring Israel to faith, to fulfill the promises God has given to that nation. And the events of mid-trib and beyond, the second half, put that plan into high gear, actually bringing it to fulfillment. And then last thing I'll do by way of reminder, remember the events of mid-tribulation are centered on the 3.5-year moment, but they span time on either side. We're talking about things that have to take time to happen. There are events that we're going to see described in these chapters that don't happen in an instant. They happen over a period of time. Well, the midpoint of anything is a moment, not a period, right? The midpoint of 7 years is 3.5. The moment you hit the midpoint, it's over, and you're moving past it, right? So how do we fit stuff into it? Well, we don't, literally. You just put them on it. Sometimes they're before, sometimes they're after, sometimes they're spanning it. You'll see that from the text as we study. You'll know where to place them. But they're all associated with the midpoint. They all have some relationship to the midpoint of tribulation. All right, so we'll talk about each as we move through. Each of these chapters tells its own little story about what's going on at the middle of tribulation. Because they're all associated with the midpoint, they're layered on top of one another. So these are not chronological necessarily. They're all simultaneous is what I meant to say. They're all happening about the same time, okay? So 10 was our introduction. Now 11 begins the events of mid-trib. And I'm going to start one verse back into 10 because at the very end of 10, John has now taken the prophecy that was given to Daniel, and he's commanded to deliver it to us. Verse 11 of chapter 10, and then moving on, it says, "And they said to me, you must prophesy again concerning many peoples and nations and tongues and kings. And then there was given me a measuring rod like a staff, and someone said, get up and measure the temple of God and the altar and those who worship in it. Leave out the court, which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the nations, and they will tread underfoot the holy city for 42 months. All right, now let's stop there. We're getting into the beginning of this chapter, and although all the disasters of tribulation are certainly focused on Israel, they're the ultimate audience, Nonetheless, the scale of what God is doing in the time of tribulation is so large, it impacts every nation, every tribe, every tongue, even kings. So John is now told, it's time for you to go back to work, and you have more things to say about what's being done in this 7-year period, and in particular now moving into the second half. And it's all centered in one place. That is, there is one region of the world that is the focus of all the activity of mid-trib and the second half. We've moved now, as you remember from last week, we've moved now that the judgments of the world have reached the point at which now the whole of the world has been reduced to a very small, livable area. Most of the earth now is uninhabitable. Most of the population, at least half of the world's population we've already counted up, is now gone. So you kind of start thinking about the world in a different way. It's not the globe with people on every corner anymore. It's become increasingly a little patch, a little area of inhabitable land with a fraction of the number of people we used to have on the planet. And that place I'm talking about is centered, I'll give you one guess, Israel and what's immediately around it. And John is now moved to a place within that realm, within that patch, as I call it, to the Jewish temple. And he's told to measure it and to make note of who is worshiping there. Now, interestingly, he's told to measure it. He's given a measuring rod, in fact, but he never makes note of the measurements or tells us anything about them at any point. It's quickly apparent that he's told to measure, but the measurements aren't the point. That there's something else going on, in other words. And that point is actually much more obvious than that. The point is simply that there is a temple. The fact that he's being asked to measure it and to note that there are worshipers around it and that there is even an altar there is simply to make clear to you and to me, hey, guess what? We've got a Jewish temple on our hands here. Because the temple of Israel was destroyed in AD 70. It does not exist. It still doesn't exist today. And Orthodox Jews would dearly love to rebuild it, should they be able to do so, but they've been unable to do so now for the better part of 2,000 years. But according to John's vision, there is a day coming, this side of Christ's second coming, not in the millennial kingdom now. We're talking about in this world we still know today. There is a day coming when the temple is going to return in some form. And when it does, the Jewish nation will once again worship there before the altar of God. That's what you're learning at the outset of this chapter, and that's no small news. And in the design of the temple, the altar sits outside in a courtyard which is around the building that contains the holy place and the Holy of Holies. And then that courtyard area is itself contained behind another fence or barrier in the design of the tabernacle and of the temple. And that outer wall separates Jews from Gentiles who are in the court outside. And John is told to measure only the courtyard where the altar is and the worshipers gathered there, not those outside, because those are the nations and they are not of concern at this point. So what is the point of those instructions? Well, the point of those instructions is to focus our attention on 3 facts concerning the mid-tribulation moment. First, as we enter into the mid-tribulation moment, we learn that there is a temple operating in Israel and the Jewish people are worshiping there. Now, you may remember that the event that Daniel told us would start the tribulation, that gives rise to the 7 years, that starts the clock. What was that event? The covenant that would be signed between the antichrist and the many, which was a reference to the people of Israel, and it would allow for grain offering and sacrifice again, which is a way of saying the temple again. Here you see in Revelation a confirmation that that agreement was struck. The temple does exist. It is in use, so it's been there for a while. And that means, certainly 3.5 years into the 7, that's what you'd expect to see, because the agreement that allowed it to even come to bear, to be possible, was struck 3.5 years earlier. Okay, that's the first thing that we note. Along with that, it's interesting to note that despite the war and the supernatural calamities and the earthquakes and the hails and all the stuff we've been reading about, nonetheless, it looks like business as usual at the temple. And that's pretty remarkable. What it suggests is that the Lord has been sparing Israel from most, if not all, of these disasters. Certainly anything too big to bring a temple down has not happened there. And that fits with what I said earlier from Revelation 6 when we looked at the seal judgments, and I said the one that said protect the wine and the oil, I told you that's a bit inscrutable, but in my understanding of it, it was a bit of an oblique reference to Israel, a kind of coded way of saying Israel. Why? Well, Israel is known in the Bible as grapes or olives or figs or etc. And so you have here two things that represent Israel. Wine comes from grapes, oil comes from olives, and so the idea is that those two things being preserved is a way of saying preserve Israel. That's my best guess. But in any event, it's clearly been protected enough that the temple can operate. And if so, imagine what that means to the Jew. Those who are there worshiping, wouldn't the fact that the world is being torn asunder, and yet, remarkably, your little patch of the world and your temple particularly seems okay? Wouldn't that reinforce in your mind that your God is on your side? And wouldn't that then reinforce your desire to return to that God and to worship at that temple? That would be like a safe place. And a Jew might find that reassuring for obvious reasons. So it would seem as though that while the rest of the world is in turmoil, cursing the name of God, as we've already seen, Israel is at rest to some degree and in worship of that same God. And there seems to be God's effort in that to uplift his own people while making the rest of the world take note of that. That's very consistent with the pattern of God we've seen in past times. All right, first thing you learn. Second thing you learn is that the existence of the temple does not mean that the age of the Gentiles has ended. Remember, we've said the age of the Gentiles, according to Daniel again, is a period of history in which Israel is being trampled by foreign Gentile powers, their city trampled, their freedoms taken from them, and so on. Well, here we hear now that they're in their city with their temple active and worshiping. That might suggest that they've moved past the point of the age of the Gentiles and they've come back now to a place of peace in their land. Except that we see in verse 2, John says, the Gentiles continue to tread down the holy city. That little reference there is intended to remind us that the age of the Gentiles, as Jesus defined it in Luke chapter 21, that it would be a period in which all the Israelites would be led captive and Jerusalem would be trampled underfoot until this time is completed, that's still underway. And of course that makes sense. We remember as we studied in Daniel 2, the statue, Daniel 7, the beasts. When we studied all that, we learned that this whole period of history will play out until Christ's second coming. Christ's second coming is what ends the age of the Gentiles. We're not there yet. So that trampling is ongoing, and it's about to get a whole lot worse. And that brings us to the third and final important detail that you learn from the opening of chapter 11, and that is you get your mid-tribulation reference there. I told you to look for these, and this is the first of them we'll see. I told you that these references are telling you what you're reading in this chapter is connected to the middle of tribulation. Or here's another way to say it. Whenever you see the references, what's the one you see here? 40, it was on the screen earlier, 42 months, right? All right, it's not just some little game to make note of. What it's saying to you in code is this chapter tells you why the middle of tribulation is important. What happens in this chapter explains why something changes at mid-trib. That's what you're learning, okay? So now we go into the text to find out what that change is in this chapter. Verse 3, he says, "And I will grant authority to my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy for 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 lampstands that stand before the Lord of the earth. And if anyone wants to harm them, fire flows out of their mouth and devours their enemies, so that if anyone wants to harm them, he must be killed in this way. These have the power to shut up the sky so the rain will not fall during the days of their prophesying. And they have power over the waters to turn them into blood and to strike the earth with every plague as often as they desire." All right, well, clearly we're into some new material. John just sort of drops us right into a new scene. 2 prophets on the stage here. We've been hearing about the temple just 2 verses earlier, and now suddenly we're talking about 2 prophets. And at first you may feel like that's just totally disconnected, but in reality you're going to see how closely connected these two are in a minute. So John says these men prophesy for 1,260 days. There's another of our 3 ways of describing time, right? So it's another reference to mid-trib. Lest we think that only the temple part of this chapter has something to do with mid-trib, no, the 2 prophets do as well. And so John connects 2 things here. He connects the operation of the temple in Jerusalem with the ministry of these 2 men. I want you to understand that. The fact that they're put together in this way is intentional, so that as you imagine the temple operating, what do you now imagine? 2 guys right in the middle of it. They're at the temple. This is where they live. Okay? And during the time that the temple stands, which, how long will the temple be operating under Jewish control during this period of time? 3.5 years. How do I know that? Because remember Daniel 9, when it told us that the start of the 7 years was that covenant, he goes on to say in 9 that the middle of the week, which is half of the time, or 3.5 years, the antichrist who struck that covenant and made it possible, that same man will turn around at mid-trib and reverse himself and put an end to what he allowed. So that tells us that the temple operates under Israel's control for only the first half of the tribulation. And during that time that the temple stands, 42 months, is the same length of time that these 2 men will prophesy in their ministry, 1,260 days. So at the same time that the temple is operating, these guys are in the temple operating. So they are called the Lord's 2 witnesses. And what is a witness? Well, a witness is someone who testifies concerning the truth in some matter. And we're reminded what the law says concerning the necessity of witnesses prior to a judgment. In, for example, Deuteronomy, God says in the law, 19:15 to Israel, "A single witness shall not rise up against a man on account of any iniquity or any sin which he has committed. On the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter shall be confirmed." So, before the law could condemn anyone for their sin, their offense had to be confirmed by the testimony of at least 2 witnesses. That becomes a standard in Israel, and it's a standard that reflects God's heart, too, that we would be double sure before we take freedom or life from someone. And so the ministry of these 2 men, as witnesses, God calls them as witnesses, it serves the purpose of a testimony, but in this case, a testimony of condemnation. They are 2 witnesses to condemn the world of its sin prior to judgment. Now, when we talk about witnessing, we typically do it from a different point of view. I'm a witness for Christ. One purpose is to be a messenger of the truth such that a person would be convicted by it, repent because of what they learn, and receive the truth of the gospel, be saved by their faith in that, and so on. That's the one we're hoping for. But a second purpose of witnessing is to testify concerning someone's sin for the purpose of convicting and condemning them, which is more of the kind of witness you see at a trial, for example. So you don't control the outcome when you witness. That's God. So you give the same witness, that is through your actions, through your words. Hopefully you're doing it all the time. Your witness is ever present. To some people it becomes an opportunity for salvation. To others it will be to their condemnation. You don't control that, and nor do you give much thought to it, because what are you going to do about it anyway? But the fact that it's happening is reality. That's how God works. So their ministry, it would seem, would function to both purposes perhaps, but especially or largely for the latter of those 2, that is, for the purpose of condemnation. They wear only sackcloth, we're told. That is a traditional garb of prophets who are in mourning or in suffering, which came with the job if you were a prophet. And they have supernatural power, John says, like the 144,000 of chapter 7 when we studied that. Most people stop at about this point and get completely distracted with speculation over who these guys are. And oh my gosh, you have books on this. The fact that they're not identified is supposed to tell you it don't matter. Forget about it. Don't try to guess. It's pointless. Even if you're right, you're just guessing, and it makes no difference. So there is no purpose in trying to identify who they are. It's immaterial. It's completely pointless. They're not selected because of who they are. They're kept anonymous because it doesn't matter who they are. For all we know, they're absolutely no one. They're just two guys. And if that takes some of the fun out of it for you, well, maybe that's okay, because I got some different fun for you instead. That's not the fun you're supposed to have. I mean, is it Elijah? Is it Moses? Is it? No, it doesn't matter. It's none of those guys. It couldn't be any less important. What matters? Why they exist and what they're doing. So, in fact, some people have gone so far as to think that they're entirely symbolic, and one of the craziest suggestions I've heard of late is that they were actually representations of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. And that when the World Trade Centers fell, that was the fulfillment of this. You see how stupid people get? Why? Because they get enamored in all of that nonsense instead of paying attention to what it's actually about. I mean, that's actually out there. You can go find that. Anyway, the really sad thing is the speculation about who they are is so completely unnecessary because it's actually given to us in the text, in a sense. John tells us in verse 4, these are guys you've heard about before and probably read about before if you're a student of Old Testament prophecy. Because he says they're the two olive trees, they're the two lampstands before the Lord of the earth. What he's talking about, he says the, because he's saying you should remember this. It's not something new. This is something you've heard. Takes us back to Zechariah. Zechariah chapter 4. Now, I'm going to read the whole chapter, and then I'm going to go back and kind of put it in its context, but this is what John is referring to. He says, verse 1 of Zechariah 4, then the angel who was speaking with me returned and roused me, and as a man who is awakened from his sleep, he said to me, what do you see? And I said, I see and behold a lampstand, all of gold, with its bowl on the top of it, and its 7 lamps on it, with 7 spouts belonging to each of the lamps, which are on top of it. Also 2 olive trees by it, one on the right side of the bowl and the other on the left side. And then I said to the angel who was speaking with me, saying, what are these, my Lord? So the angel who was speaking with me answered and said to me, do you not know what these are? And I said, no, my Lord. And then he said to me, this is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel, saying, not by my might nor by power, but by my spirit, says the Lord of hosts. What are you, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel you will become a plain, and he will bring forth the top stone with shouts of grace, grace to it. Also the word of the Lord came to me, saying, the hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house, and his hands will finish it. Then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me to you. For who has despised the day of small things? But these 7 will be glad when they see the plumb line in the hand of Zerubbabel. These are the eyes of the Lord which range to and fro throughout the earth. And then I said to him, what are these 2 olive trees on the right of the lampstand and on its left? I answered the second time and said to him, what are those 2 olive branches which are beside the 2 golden pipes which empty the golden oil from themselves? So he answered me and saying, do you not know what these are? And I said, no, my Lord. And then he said, these are the 2 anointed ones who are standing by the Lord of the whole earth. All right, it's a chapter that's hard to explain in a short time given the context because there's stuff going on all around it. But here's a short version. Zechariah as a book was written shortly after Daniel was written, shortly after Ezekiel was written. It's in that same general time of history, right about the time that the Jews were coming back from Babylon and their exile. So it's just a little later than the things Daniel revealed. And if you remember what Daniel taught us, that there was going to be 70 years of exile because of the land Sabbaths that they ignored. And then after the 70, a new 490 starts, 77s. And that was for their failure to keep the covenant. So they had these back-to-back punishments going on. The first 70 in Babylon, the next 490, plus a pause for the church, would include their scattering and their trampling. All right, so after the 70 years of exile was up, that first punishment, I call it, then they were allowed to return to the land. Cyrus of Persia gave the right for them to go back and build their temple. But when they get back, the first of the exiles, when they go back, there's not much there. In fact, there's nothing there. There's a foundation and that's it from the prior temple. And it took them 49 years to eventually rebuild and complete that temple and the wall around it and everything. Remember Daniel's 77s. The first count was 7 sevens. That's 49. And in that 49-year period, the Lord keeps talking to his people Israel through various prophets, including Zechariah. So he's one of the men who was talking to the people of Israel while they're in that rebuilding time period. And his book generally speaks to Israel about the Lord restoring their fortunes both in that time and in a future time, while also judging the nations that are around Israel for the way that they treated Israel. And in particular, the Lord assures Israel that his servant, Zerubbabel, the man who originally left with the exiles and was the first to lead the people back into the land and begin to rebuild their temple, that man would finish the temple. But here's the thing, he didn't live to finish it. And what he is saying in this chapter is, not by might, that is, not by human effort, does anything get done for God, but only by his Spirit. God's Spirit alone does everything God does. Through men, through women, as he chooses, or without us for that matter. But the point is, if something happens, you don't credit the person. So while the building of the temple got delayed and it looked like it was never going to happen. In fact, Haggai tells the story of how the Israelites were stealing the materials that were intended for the temple and building their own homes with it. They got so bored building the temple, they started building their own homes instead with the materials that had been brought in to build the temple. So it was a bit of a mess for a while. And to Zechariah, God gives this vision. And there's a lampstand prominent to the vision, and then there's olive trees on either side. And he's trying to figure this out. What is all this about? And Zechariah is told that the lampstand is a representation of, not by power and might, but by my Spirit. So in other words, the lampstand and the oil particularly represents the Spirit of God at work. And that's often how oil is used in the Bible, to represent the Spirit or the anointing of the Spirit. And he's saying, effectively, the Zerubbabel that started this will finish it. But you have to understand what he means. He means Zerubbabel didn't start it. He happened to be there. He was a man. God used him, but it wasn't him doing it. God started it. And the same God that started it is going to finish it. And so if you're worried that because Zerubbabel's not around anymore, we're never going to get this project done, you don't understand how I do anything, is what God is saying. So Zerubbabel's start will also be Zerubbabel's finish, and the temple itself will be done. Don't worry, Zechariah. That's what the oil represented. But then he says, well, what about these two olive trees on either side? Now, how do olives relate to lampstands generally? The oil comes out of the olives to fill the lampstands, right? So that's the earthly connection. What he's told by the angel is that these olive trees represent the two sons, or as it says here in the text, the two anointed ones. The literal Hebrew here actually is not anointed ones. The literal Hebrew reads two sons of oil. Well, if you're a son of oil, that's like saying you're anointed by God. So the lampstand represents the work of God through his Spirit, and these two olive trees represent the anointed ones that stand by the Lord of the whole earth. Now that's where this prophecy gets really confusing. In fact, if we didn't have Revelation 11, I defy you to make sense of it, because I think it would be impossible. It takes Revelation 11 to make sense of the olive trees, because what we find is that these two men, the sons of oil, will have a worldwide ministry, the book of Zechariah says. They will be, it says, standing by the Lord of the whole earth. Now, that's a bit of a cryptic phrase to us. We don't know quite what that means. Let me tell you what it means. It means literally their ministry will impact every person on the earth. They stand by or they serve the Lord of the earth. Now, it's hard to imagine how any one person could have a worldwide impact. I don't just mean that they're known throughout the world like Billy Graham was known everywhere. I'm talking about no human being was not touched by their ministry. That's what it means. How can that be true? Even Paul, you couldn't say that even about Paul. So how can that be true? Well, now in Revelation 11:4, we're told that the two men that we're seeing here, the two witnesses, John says, these are the two olive trees and lampstand. They are connected to Zechariah 4. And it will come now in the rest of this chapter that you and I were going to discover how it is that these two men have an impact on every human being on the planet. That's now what we get to learn. This chapter, in a sense, is the second part of Zechariah 4. And you put the two together, you get the whole story. So, back to chapter 11. We're told these two men have, I'm going to put the text back up there. These two men have a supernatural protection. And because of that, they can prevent their enemies from harming them. In fact, they make fire, and we have to take this literally. There's no other way to take it from what it's written here. They literally have fire come out of their mouth. They're like flamethrowers. And as a result, anyone who tries to come and harm them, they can stop them. They can destroy them at a distance, it would seem. That's quite a superpower. You know, if you're going to have one, that one's pretty, I mean, you can't use it everywhere. It's kind of limited. But the question that raises is, why are these guys so hated? Why do they need this defense? Well, the next verse kind of explains it for you. They possess this power because they also have power to make life on earth utterly miserable for everyone. They can stop rain from falling, and in fact, they do so during the entire time of their ministry. All right, so add that to what you know already about the first half of tribulation. No rain falls on earth for 3.5 years. Additionally, they can turn water to blood. They can strike the earth with every plague, which I think means anything you've already read about, they can do it. And they can do it as often as they desire. Now, we know from that why you would find people seeking to harm these guys. Running at them, taking guns to shoot them, whatever they might have. And that's why the Lord has given them the ability to protect themselves so that they can function in this role for the full 3.5 years without anyone stopping them. So we know these guys were prophesying to the world for 3.5 years, and in that time they could not be harmed. Meanwhile, they themselves are bringing great harm on the earth, and naturally everyone hates them. Now, that does not sound like a recipe for a very successful ministry, right? What is the point in this? We don't even know what they're saying. They're not even telling us here in the text what they're prophesying about or what they're proclaiming. Let's make some educated guesses. I don't think it's hard to guess here. It's likely they're declaring the end of the world has come. They're declaring the judgments, perhaps even before they come on the earth at that time. And if that's right, and I think it's a fair assumption that they're talking about the events of tribulation as they happen, if that's correct, then here's how you have to see these two guys. They are the narrators of tribulation. As the world experiences what it's experiencing, which if you think about it, you wouldn't know what was going on. You would be completely at your limits. But now you've got these two guys who are speaking consistently to the world about whatever is happening and its meaning. They're providing an explanation to accompany the seal and trumpet judgments so that no one is missing the point of what all this activity is about. And so in that sense, they testify, they witness to the truth of God's purpose in all that's happening. But here's the most interesting thing about these guys. They are gifted by God to do exactly the same kinds of disasters that are already happening anyway. You notice that? While Jesus is up in the heavens producing drought by holding back the four winds, remember we saw that from the four angels, right? That stopped the rain too. These guys are doing the same thing. Jesus is turning seas to blood. These guys are turning water to blood. Jesus is bringing plague after plague. These guys are bringing plague after plague. It's like, why do we need these guys if we've already got Jesus doing it? I mean, I can see why they need to talk and explain, but why do they need to do the same things Jesus is doing? Why the duplication? Here's your answer. Think about it from the point of view of the people on the earth. All right? They can't see what Jesus is doing in heaven. They only see what happens on earth. And now they're also seeing two guys doing it and having the power to do it. So naturally, what do you conclude if you're living through these days? Yeah, you're going to see these guys as the specific cause of all tragedy that's coming upon the earth. So during the first 3.5 years of tribulation, they get blamed for every bad thing that's happening. And that ensures something that God wants to see. This ensures that the world connects the events to their explanations. In other words, if they were just two crackpots making stories up on the corner and doing nothing of any importance apart from that, how many other nutcases are there running around the world during this same period of time blaming global warming or aliens or Brexit or who knows what they're pinning it on, right? Right? That's human nature. You would have had all kinds of people saying, this is what it means. No, this is what it means. The world's coming to the end. No, it's the polar the polar opposites of the whatever. Next thing you know, no one knows what to believe. But these two guys, they're doing it too. And so the power they have validates their message, and it causes the focus of the world to be on them for a time, which is God's purpose. In other words, God wants the world to blame these men and to take it out on them. And it will lead to a very interesting conclusion that Paul later calls a great delusion. We'll come back to that in later chapters. But the Lord appoints these men to be the poster children, the scapegoats for all of what happens during the first half of tribulation, but only for the first half. And at the end of 3.5 years, when we reach the midpoint of tribulation, their time is up.
Hello. Let me see. What was his name? Cross of Christ is your name here in the chat. Are you still there? I responded to your comments. I'm not quite sure what point you're trying to get across. What is it that you believe? And I will get the next one started here. That was 38. So we're going on to 39. If anybody needs prayer, feel free to drop a comment. I am happy to pray with you, more than happy. And if there's anything you'd like to discuss or any questions, feel free to ask away. God bless.
Verse 17. When they had finished their testimony, the beast that comes up out of the abyss. Actually, let me go back. I'm sorry, guys. I wanted to show you one other slide. Let me show you this slide before we get back to the text. I put this together to show you, here's how you put their activity in with the rest of what we've seen. This is a sort of an overview of the first half of tribulation. You should recognize most of the stuff that's on there. The last things there at the end are just the trumpet judgments, all but the last one. So then we hit this midpoint. And what we're hearing is that during all of this same time, you've got the two witnesses doing their part as well in the temple. Okay, and so from the earth's point of view, it's all the same. It's all coming from them. All right, now we can go to the text. Verse 7, when they had finished their testimony, the beast that comes up out of the abyss will make war with them and overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies will lie in the street of the great city, which mystically is called Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. Those from the peoples and the tribes and the tongues and the nations will look at their dead bodies for 3.5 days and will not permit their dead bodies to be laid in a tomb. And those who dwell on the earth will rejoice over them and celebrate. And they will send gifts to one another because these two prophets tormented those who dwell on the earth. So John says these men will finish their testimony after 3.5 years, and then the Lord allows them to be killed. Verse 7, they will be overcome, he says, by a beast that comes up out of the abyss. Now, we know what the abyss is, right? We studied that back in chapter 9. When we were looking at the trumpet judgments, we learned that that's the place where the Lord confines the demonic angels, the fallen angels, the disobedient ones who've been especially bad and need to be contained. And he lets them loose to do their work in this time. So the beast is coming from there in a sense. And that means we know he's connected to the demonic realm. At this point, that's all we know. Except maybe also the fact that the term beast is reminding us of something we studied in Daniel. Remember the 4 beasts, right? But beyond that, we don't really have anything else to go on right now, and that's fine. And you're going to learn a lot more about this beast in coming mid-trib chapters. This is just a brief introduction to him. We'll come back to him. Anyway, after these 2 guys are killed, then we hear that their bodies are left unburied for a time to dishonor them, it seems. And they're visible in the great city. Now, the city's unnamed, but you can clearly tell which one it is because it's the one Jesus was crucified in. That's Jerusalem. But John says it's also mystically called Sodom and Egypt. Now, Sodom was a city of great depravity. That's back in the time of Lot, you remember. And Egypt, it's a nation, not a city. But Egypt was a nation that's prominent in Scripture for one reason more than anything else. They were the first nation to introduce idolatry into Israel. Israel's idolatrous heart started while they were in captivity. Actually, when they were in Goshen, and then while they were in Goshen, they became idolaters, Ezekiel says. That led God to put them in captivity under the Pharaoh to prevent them from pursuing their idolatry. Then, after a period of time in captivity under Pharaoh, they're let go and they come into the desert. And we find out in the desert wanderings that they brought their idols with them. And then after they get into the land, they bring their idols again. So the idolatry of Israel that's always been present through the history of their span in the land began because they were in Egypt for a time, and they took those idols with them. Ezekiel tells us that. So when you hear Sodom, you think of the poster child of depravity, and when you think Egypt, you should think the origins of idolatry for Israel, the stumbling block for his people. And so at the point that these events are going on in mid-trib, John says that you can just as easily call Jerusalem Sodom or Egypt, which is simply a way of saying this city has become a place of great depravity and great idolatry at this point in history that we're talking about, at the mid-trib point. Later, when we get to more detail on the beast, you're going to realize why the city is called Sodom and Egypt. It's connected to what the beast is doing at that time. All right, after they die, their bodies are left unburied, and during this time, the whole world is aware of this, and they're all celebrating the death of these guys in a way that the world has never seen before. You can't think of a holiday that the whole world celebrates. This one will be the first. Everyone will celebrate their death. They'll be giving gifts to each other because these guys died. And why? Well, now you have a better sense, if you didn't know already. These guys have been credited with every bad thing for the last 3.5 years, and now they're dead. Not a better reason to celebrate if you're the rest of the world. Remember, I said the world is going to conflate their activity with that of God in these plagues, so they're going to see it all as a solution. Can you imagine how much the world must have hated these guys? I don't even know what that would have felt like. How much can two people be hated? These guys hit the target. And, think about it. Just after the first woe judgment, just after those 5 months of stinging, you get that stinging over with, you're like, I'm going to go get those guys right now. Right? The whole world would have been, you see 20 guys, though, flame beaten by those guys, and you think, I guess we can't do it. But you're still hating them. That's what the whole world is feeling. And as soon as these guys are dead, they're celebrating. And I think it's something like the feeling of V-Day, VE or VJ, the idea that the war is over. We've finally beaten them. And now what do you think of the guy who kills them? What do you think of the guy who finally, somehow, was able to take these two guys out? You would celebrate that guy as a world hero, wouldn't you? Remember who did it? The beast. So how are these men connected to the operation of the temple? Because we started this chapter by saying they were in the temple, working there, and these are being associated by John in this chapter. He wants us to connect these two in this chapter. Well, according to Zechariah 4, these men will conduct their ministry from the temple. And so during the first half of tribulation, the Lord is, I think, using these guys as a form of protection for the nation and for their temple, so as to ensure that at least 3.5 years that temple is undisturbed and it can be operating and no one takes it from them. Because even if you don't have anything against Israel per se or against the temple necessarily, there's always bad actors out there looking to disrupt, right? But if you got the two fire, flame-breathing killers in there, you don't go into the temple. You don't mess with it. They're the guards even though that's not their primary role, nonetheless, they serve that purpose as well. And that's why in the narrative of Revelation 11, the operation of the temple is associated with the ministry of these two men, and that's why it's not a coincidence that when one goes away, the other goes away, because it's connected. It's also not a coincidence that the beast takes away both. All right, there's a whole bunch of stuff kind of connecting here that we're going to develop. All right, let's go back to Revelation 11. There's more coming. Revelation 11, verse 11. But after the 3.5 days, the breath of life from God came into them, and they stood on their feet, and great fear fell upon those who were watching them. And they heard a loud voice from heaven saying to them, "Come up here." Then they went up into heaven in the cloud, and their enemies watched them. And in that hour there was a great earthquake, and 1/10 of the city fell. 7,000 people were killed in the earthquake, and the rest were terrified and gave glory to the God of heaven. So after 3.5 days, and you can sense already what it would have felt like, right? They're celebrating the death of these guys. All of a sudden, boop, they're back on their feet. Naturally, just the fact that someone's being resurrected in front of you probably freaks out a lot of people all by itself. But much more than that, I think, more than the miracle of resurrection, they fear the prospect of these guys going back to work. So they're thinking this is now a return to that set of circumstances, and they become terrified. But almost immediately, we hear the witnesses are called to heaven by the Lord, and as their enemies watch, they're taken up. So what was the message to the world in all of that? The message is God approved of these men. Right? God's removal of them, his resurrection and removal, is evidence that God approves of them, and therefore what they did and what they said is of God. So, in effect, he's saying to the world, you're rejoicing a little prematurely because your biggest concern shouldn't be those guys. Your concern should be the God behind those guys who gave them that power. And it's in these things you now see Zechariah's promise fulfilled. The promise Zechariah gave or was given by the angel was that these men would have a worldwide impact in their ministry. They would stand by the Lord of the earth as a phrase. It means to have the power to affect the whole earth. Not a person on the earth has not heard of these men, doesn't know the impact of these men, hasn't experienced the impact of these men. Not a person on the earth wasn't happy when they heard that they had died. And not a person on the earth is happy to hear that they've come back to life. The whole thing is worldwide in its impact. Now, you may have heard at some point people speculating on this particular chapter when it comes to this worldwide attending to these men. Some have said, oh, this is proof that it required our modern technology to come along before anything of Revelation could have ever come to pass, because so many people wondered, how could it be that a whole world could know of something happening at just one place on the earth? And the answer was, oh, television, internet, now we see how God's going to do this. Wrong, because by the time we get to this point, at the 3.5-year point, you got no TV, you got no power, you got no nothing. The world's been devastated. In fact, most of the world doesn't exist. I mean, it's just part of the world at this point. So this is not a result of modern technology. The point here is that the whole world has been impacted by these men, by the supernatural judgments, by the fact that the world is being ransacked by God, and these men appear to be the cause of it. And so their death is a quick spreading discussion, and they're coming back to life the same. Look, the whole world's giving gifts because they've died. This is not because everyone's watching it on YouTube. Right? This is just because the magnitude of what they did made the whole world focus on them. And how fast news got around, it doesn't matter. It didn't take long when everybody's focused on it. All right. We know these men are connected to mid-trib. There is a little question that we have to answer before we move on, and that's a question sometimes that gets debated about this point, but it's really not hard to answer. The question some would ask is, did these guys operate in the first half of tribulation or in the second half? Because 3.5 years, we don't necessarily know which half we're talking about, right? Well, we know in this case, it's obvious in this case, that they're operating in the first half. Because as you look back at the chapter we just taught on, you see multiple references to that. First, the timeline simply can't fit if you put it in the second half of tribulation, because we know that exactly 3.5 years from midpoint, from the midpoint onward, 3.5 years later, to the day, Jesus returns. Daniel told us that, okay? But we're told these men serve for a full 3.5 years and then are dead for an additional 3.5 days and then resurrected, all right? So those extra few days, they may not add up to much. I realize it may just be a little bit of a rounding error to you, but it's still more than 3.5 years, which means you'd be saying those things happen after Jesus has come back and they're leaving? None of that makes any sense. So it doesn't fit the timeline. Secondly, we are told these men will be killed by the beast who comes up from the abyss. Another way to say that is, at the rise of this beast, his first action, or one of his initial actions, will be to kill these men. Well, as you learn in a couple of chapters from now, the rise of the beast happens at mid-trib. So if they're being killed at mid-trib, it means they were operating for the first half, obviously. And then finally, the last verse of the chapter seals it. If you didn't believe me enough, or believe enough already, look at the last verse. The second woe is past. Behold, the third woe is coming quickly. That will tell you that we've moved past the 2 of 3 woe judgments. And as I've shown you on the charts already, we know that the 3 woe judgments are the last 3 of the trumpets. Of those, the last of those is all 7 of the bowl judgments. I lost you yet? So the first woe judgment, which was the 5th of the trumpets, was the demonic scorpions. The 6th trumpet, which was the second woe, was the army of 200 million that went out killing a third of the earth. Remember that? Okay. The final one yet to come is the bowl judgments. We haven't seen that yet. But as I told you already, those first 2 woe judgments happen in the first half of tribulation. So here we are at the end of 11, and John is saying 2 have come, 1 is yet to go. That tells you that we're at that midpoint. We've come through 2 of them, and we're waiting for that last one yet to come. So all of the data lines up. These guys have been operating much like the 144,000, but in a different way. And they're now done, and so mid-trib is the end of them. All right. Now, that leads us to a brief moment at the end of the chapter, and this kind of looks forward to the end. It's sort of a conclusion for the night, but there's a couple things we're going to do before we end. Let's go to chapter 11, verse 15. Then the seventh angel sounded, and there were loud voices in heaven saying, "The kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he will reign forever and ever." And the 24 elders who sit on their thrones before God fell on their faces and worshiped God, saying, "We give you thanks, O Lord God the Almighty, who are and who were, because you have taken your great power and have begun to reign." And the nations were enraged. And your wrath came, and the time came for the dead to be judged, and the time to reward your bondservants, the prophets and the saints, and those who fear your name, the small and the great, and to destroy those who destroy the earth. And the temple of God, which is in heaven, was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning and sounds and peals of thunder and an earthquake and a great hailstorm. So here's that seventh and final angel that we've been waiting to hear, the seventh trumpet, which, as you remember, now that seventh trumpet is the seven bowl judgments. And at the sounding of that trumpet, there are voices in heaven which declare that the world has now become the kingdom. In other words, at the sounding of the seventh trumpet, that is leading us to Christ's second coming, and that itself leads us into the long-promised kingdom. And at that, the proclamation results in elders falling to their knees and worshiping God and so on. Now, we're meant to live in bodies and to live on earth. And I have to imagine that the saints who are in heaven during these short years of tribulation are especially eager now to see the kingdom, because not only have they been waiting since whenever they died, but now after the rapture, they've received their bodies. So they're in heaven in their bodies, which isn't really where they're meant to stay. That's just for now. The body is meant to live on earth. That's why it was made. So in effect, they have to be looking forward to coming back more than anyone could at that point, because they're the closest anyone has ever been to it. They're all dressed and ready to go, and they're just waiting for the opportunity to get down there, right? So as they hear that seventh trumpet blow, it's like the doorbell ringing. Okay, time to go down there. We're happy to see it. And they begin to praise God for his fulfillment of that promise. And they start retelling effectively the events of tribulation. The nations were enraged, and then God's wrath came, which is a reference to the bowl judgments that are now being started or being announced. And after that, a time to judge the dead and to reward the believer. And then the kingdom, and then the temple opens, and an ark in the heavenly temple appears. Now, if you didn't know this already, the temple that has been given to Israel in the law is a pattern from what is actually present in heaven. So there's an actual temple in heaven, an actual ark in heaven. And that's what's kind of seen from the earth, it would appear. And then following that, you have great natural disasters again that come up, or supernatural disasters that come upon the earth. Where does this fit into our timeline? Well, this is, for lack of a better way of putting it, this is a preview of coming attractions. We are still in the mid-trib chapters. We've just begun the mid-trib chapters. So this is foreshadowing where the story is going. In fact, you're going to see this preview once more. In chapter 15, which is the chapter I told you leads you out of mid-trib and gets you back into the judgments of the second half, when we get to 15, if you want to look there on your own, you'll notice a very similar moment plays out a second time. So it's kind of like when you're watching a TV show and they're trying to get you to stay on till the end, and every time they take a commercial break, they give you some foreshadowing about the end, and you're like, oh, I wish they'd just get to it. Well, that's what this scene is. This is the moment the trumpet is blown, yes, but only in the sense that it's sort of setting you up for when it's actually going to play out. Not until we get to chapter 16 do the events of those seven bowl judgments actually take place. But this is just letting you know it's coming. It's coming. We're moving there. Remember mid-trib, as I'm going to start calling it in a period of our study. If you remember mid-trib, as I'm going to start calling it in an abbreviated form. Mid-tribulation is the chapters of this book that correspond to 11 through 14. So in chapters 11 through 14, you cover events that take place in and around the 3.5-year mark of the 7-year tribulation. And each chapter is a piece of a puzzle that when we start to put them all together, they're going to reveal different aspects of events that mark this important dividing moment in the 7 years. It's just so much that goes on at the midpoint. And so much of that is so central to the whole purpose of tribulation overall, that you have to slow down and look at it the way the book does. So that's why this section exists. This chart behind me, of course, is a general overview of what we've seen so far in the judgments of tribulation. We've seen seal judgments, trumpet judgments up and through the last of those. We've paused now from all of that into the mid-trib period. Then we'll pick up again at the end with the remaining judgments. Last time we studied in chapter 11. In chapter 11, this is a look at the first half of tribulation. And in chapter 11, which is the first of the mid-trib chapters, the first that takes us out of the stream of activity in the first half. And that's where we studied the two men who come prophesying to the world, the two witnesses we typically call them. They condemn the world for their sin, and they bring a series of great disasters that mirror the judgments that we see in the first half of tribulation. So what we learned in chapter 11 was, even though before that chapter we hadn't heard of these guys, and we were studying about other things, what we learned is they've been here the whole time. They've been working alongside everything else we already heard and prophesying, and that's why I said they effectively become the narrators for God in explaining to the world what all of the disasters and destruction mean, because they wouldn't have been understandable otherwise for the most part. So, as a result, the world connects these men with those disasters in such a way that they really want to see these guys dead. But God has not allowed them to die until the midpoint of tribulation, when they finally are killed, and then the world celebrates. We are told in chapter 11 that a beast is able to overpower them, but that just raises a question: how did the beast gain the ability to defeat God's anointed? Well, you don't get that in chapter 11. The detail's coming later. We won't get it tonight either, but we'll get it next week. Meanwhile, that chapter ended with a preview of the end of the tribulation to come. And that feature, that is, throwing a little preview out like that, that's going to be a feature we see more commonly as we move toward the end of this period of time, toward the end of the tribulation. All right, so the events of mid-tribulation are the final act, as it were, of this age, and they set in motion the events that bring this age to an end. And that's why that preview was thrown in last week. It's just to connect for us the fact that, hey, you're seeing things here that are just the very end. They're about to set off the last stage of events. All right, that's where we've done what we've done. Now let's get into the next mid-trib chapter, and with it we get a new piece of this puzzle. So the topic changes, chapter 12 now, and we'll read verses 1 through 5. John writes, "A great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. And she was with child, and she cried out, being in labor and in pain to give birth. Then another sign appeared in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his heads were 7 diadems, and his tail swept away 1/3 of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth, so that when she gave birth he might devour the child. And she gave birth to a son, a male child, who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up to God and to his throne." All right, so the 12th chapter opens with 2 signs. And these 2 signs are working together to tell a single story about something that's happening at the mid-tribulation point. Now, before we look at what the signs are, I have to make sure that we all understand how you approach signs. We've done a little of this in the past. This is an extension of that. I want to add some other detail to how we handle signs in Scripture. And I'm just going to use a simple comparison. A sign, by definition, is a symbol that stands for something, right? That stands for something that in the real world is altogether different. Signs are just a convenient tool. They teach us something about the thing they represent. So let me give an example. You might drive in on a road to our city and see this sign by the side of the road, San Antonio City Limits, right? And it has the name of the city on it. And in our case, San Antonio is the name. And then it has the city's population underneath it. All right, now, that little sign that we've seen before that you all know very well, this will surprise you, I'm sure, but that is not the actual city. It is far smaller than the actual city. It does not resemble the city whatsoever. You can't live in the sign. You can't make the sign your home, right? If you wanted to see what the actual city looks like, it's more like this. Now, I'm being silly, but I'm also making a point that as silly as that is, you'll find in biblical interpretation, people make that mistake, that exact mistake, frequently. Bible students can make the mistake of conflating the sign with the true physical reality that it represents. And in doing so, they fail to translate the sign into something else that it stands for. And if you do that, you misinterpret the Scripture. Imagine the mistake you would make if for some reason you assumed the sign by the side of the road was the actual city. You know, you'd be saying, I heard so much about it, but it's not really that impressive. You'd make some serious errors, okay? Well, back to chapter 12. In the opening of chapter 12, we're given two signs, and we know they're signs because John says they're signs. All right, so we have to translate the signs into something real. And that begs a question, how do I know what the translation should be? That is, what is the sign a picture of? And that just comes from careful observation of the text, right? From looking at the context. Now, in this case, we have two signs. We have a woman with child and we have a dragon. Okay? The woman represents something. The child represents something, all right? And you have to keep, and the dragon represents something. And you have to keep an understanding of what they represent. You can't just transfer the literal. The woman is not a picture of a woman. The child is not a picture of a child. Okay? They picture something, otherwise they're just literal, they're not signs anymore. All right, so in verse 5, let's start with the child. In verse 5, we're told the child is a son who will rule all the nations with a rod of iron. Now, the reference to ruling with a rod of iron comes from Psalm 2. So we have a child with a rod of iron. Let's look at Psalm 2. If you're laughing at my graphics, it's conditioned for being thrown out of the classroom. Just kidding. Psalm 2:7. That's meant to be funny. I will surely tell of the decree of the Lord. He said to me, you are my son. Today I have begotten you. And ask of me, and I will surely give the nations as your inheritance, and the very ends of the earth as your possession. You shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall shatter them like earthenware. Now, it was never a surprise to you to learn that the picture of the child is a picture of Messiah, right? So knowing that the child is a picture of Messiah is not the hard part. The point is this. The sign of the child does not represent the baby Jesus. The sign does not represent the baby Jesus because the baby Jesus never sat on a throne and the baby Jesus never had a scepter in his hand and the baby Jesus didn't rule the nations. It's not the baby Jesus, it is the Messiah ruling that is being pictured there. Okay? The Messiah ruling is where the picture stays or where it lands because it puts him in a throne at the end and puts him by the right hand of the Father. That's post-infancy, okay? Now, I'm kind of beating that horse a little bit, and I get it, but here's why we're beating that horse. Because as easy as the child was, and as easy as it might be to mistake the child as the infant, if you don't translate the sign and you just stay with the baby is the baby Jesus, where are you going to go next when you look at the woman? The natural thing to do next is to say, okay, well, the woman must be Mary. And in fact, the Catholic religion portrays Mary in the way of this particular passage. If you've ever seen this picture of Mary, it's a very common iconic view of Mary as the Catholic religion promotes, right? Look at the description. Sun, moon, stars. It's from this chapter, reflecting their inaccurate translation of this text. They think the woman represents Mary because they've failed to translate the sign into something. They've just taken it hyper-literally, which would defy John's instructions. He said these are signs, not literal things. All right, so we don't want to make that mistake. So by not making that mistake, we have to do this translation process. The baby is a picture of Christ ruling. The woman, what does she represent? Well, we go back to context again. Notice the woman is clothed with sun, moon under her feet, and has a crown of 12 stars on her head. All right? So, following our rules of interpretation for determining the meaning of symbols, which we've talked about in past weeks, you remember, where's the first place you go looking for an explanation in the Bible for the meaning of those symbols? Where? In the immediate context. In the immediate context, right. We don't find that here. Where's the next place you go? In the book. In other words, the same author. The guy writing that, maybe he said what those meant somewhere else in the same book. We don't find that here either. So that means we go where? And this was easy. Anywhere else in the Bible, right? And generally speaking, backward in the Bible. And of course, in Revelation, that means everything is before it. So we go back. And in this case, you go all the way back to Genesis. In Genesis 37:5, you find the answer to the interpretation. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him even more. He said to them, "Please listen to this dream which I've had. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf rose up and also stood erect, and behold, your sheaves gathered around it and bowed down to my sheaf." Then his brothers said to him, "Are you actually going to reign over us? Or are you really going to rule over us?" So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Now he had still another dream, and he related it to his brothers and said, "Lo, I have had still another dream, and behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." He related it to his father and to his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said, "What is this dream you've had? Shall I and your mother and your brothers actually come to bow down before you to the ground?" So Joseph, one of only 2 men in the Bible that received revelation from God through dreams, Daniel being the other, and by the way, in both cases, both Daniel and Joseph, the dreams are always translated in the same text. So in this case, Joseph's dreams are communicating something about his relationship with his family, and I gave you both of his dreams because they build on one another. That is, in the case of the first part of the dream with the sheaves, you get the sense of what the big picture is. God showing Joseph that there would be a day to come in which he would have all the power over that family. Of course, we know that that was fulfilled in his time in Egypt. That's when we see it play out. And then that first part of the dream sets that storyline, which of course no one wanted to hear in his family. And then as it moves to the second dream, the storyline is the same. It's just new symbols to say the same thing twice. And what does it say? In that dream, you have sun, moon, and stars. You've moved from agriculture to celestial bodies, but the sun, moon, and stars now all represent things that correspond to the same idea. But in the way that they now are being used, we see their representation by Jacob's interpretation. In other words, Jacob understood it, and he immediately responded knowing what it meant. And he says, "Will I and your mother and your brothers bow down to you?" Which means that he interpreted the sun, moon, and stars to represent himself as the sun, his wife as the moon, and the stars as the other brothers of Joseph. And this is the only place in the Bible where these three symbols are being used symbolically and then given to us with a translation. And that's a fundamental rule of interpretation. When the Lord wrote the whole book, and he knew when he got to the end of it how it was all going to work together, and he's just asking you to use your noggin and go back through and find those comparisons. That's why they are there. It's not guesswork. There's a reason why there's only one other place to find this, so that you wouldn't be confused if there were two. Right? This is the one. And when you look at the translation, it makes perfect sense. In fact, it fits perfectly in the context of Revelation 12. Because what we now have is a biblical interpretation that says the sun and the moon, and now in 12, we have 12 stars, not 11. That reflects the sons of Israel, or simply put, the nation. The nation of Israel. It was 11 stars in Joseph's dream because he was one of the 12 in the dream. It's 12 stars in Revelation 12 because now we're talking about the whole of the nation, all the tribes. All right, so the woman would represent Israel as a nation, and that, by the way, is reinforced by other scripture that represents the nation of Israel as a female or as a woman. As one simple example, although it's all over the Old Testament, Jeremiah 3:8, "And I saw that for all the adulteries of faithless Israel, I had sent her away and given her a writ of divorce, and yet her treacherous sister Judah did not fear, but she went and was a harlot also." So our interpretation fits perfectly. That is to say, a woman with a sun, moon, and stars represents the nation of Israel, the 12 tribes, of course, coming from Jacob. And as a woman, it's natural for the nation of Israel to be represented that way. And when you connect that sign, that is of the Messiah as a baby in this case, and as the woman as Israel in this case, well, now the picture just builds, because that's a perfect storyline. Israel is the nation that brought forth the Messiah. Now you get why it's not important that it be considered the baby Messiah. It's not about the stage of his life. It's about the mere fact that Israel produced a Messiah. That's the key issue here. Born out of a Jewish family, born out of the family of David, born out of the tribes of Jacob, etc. Okay? So, our first sign in this story is of Israel producing the Messiah. Next, we turn to the third sign of the dragon. And this sign's a little more complex, but following the rules of interpretation gets you to the exact same place, that is, to an answer. And where would you go first to look for a interpretation of the symbols? Back to our rules, in the context, and sure enough, if you go to verse 9, in this passage, you get the answer to what the dragon is. And verse 9, we'll read in a minute, but verse 9 tells us that the dragon is Satan. The serpent of old, it'll say in a minute. So this is, and I'm jumping into that without having read the verse yet, because there's no need to belabor it. It's clear, it's stated for us, we get it, okay? Going further, this dragon has a tail, and that tail sweeps a third of the stars from heaven down to earth. Now, here's where knowing how to use signs really helps. The dragon is a sign. It's not the literal. Satan is not a dragon. Why do you think Satan sometimes is projected or pictured as being red and having a forked tail? It's not because of devil ham. Why does he look like that? This chapter. There's nowhere else he's said to be red except here. But he's not red. This is a sign. He doesn't have a tail. It's a sign, all right? The dragon has a tail because dragons have tails. But the dragon is a sign. It's not the actual picture of what he looks like, okay? So the dragon here has a tail for the effect of the storyline, and this tail sweeps, as it were, the stars. All right, so we have to give more interpretation here. What do stars represent when they're used symbolically? Now, we solved this one early in the book. Angels. And the text later confirms it. When you look further down the text, it talks about the devil and his angels. All right, so we have immediate contextual confirmation of that interpretation. So we have here Satan as the leader of the realm of fallen angels who, as a result of his influence at the time of his fall, swept, or we could say recruited, or deceived, or tempted, or whatever, 1/3 of the angelic realm. This is where you go to find out that 1/3 of the angelic realm follows Satan. All right? And so those demons, which are fallen angels we call demons, represent his army. So in the scene so far, we have two signs. We have one that represents Israel producing the Messiah, another sign that represents the enemy of God, Satan, in his role as the chief accuser. And then Satan, as this dragon, has some additional details on him, right? We have on this dragon 7 heads with crowns, and we have 10 horns.
Okay, have my mouth full here. We were on 40, so I'm going to go on to 41. If you were around for that just very long pause, there's about 2.5 or 3 minutes that it wasn't going. I apologize for that. I had my son watching it and he didn't notice that the video had ended.
All right, before we go any deeper into understanding the picture of Satan, can we already begin to see a narrative emerging from the way the two signs are shown to interact in the early verses of the chapter? For example, we have the dragon waiting for the Messiah's birth, so to speak. Well, we know that the Messiah was promised by God for a long period of time. It would be something God would intend to bring, and he mentioned it early on. And that Satan was always in opposition to that. In the literal time of Jesus' first coming, Satan was obviously seeking to interrupt that plan, to stop that plan. Jesus triumphed ultimately on the cross, and he was caught up to his throne, which is how this story ended. But Satan knows that isn't the end of the story. That is to say, though he missed his chance in Messiah's first coming to put an end to Messiah in the way that he thought he was trying to do, now he's trying to do it again at the next coming of Messiah. He hasn't stopped his fight, as it were. So ever since Jesus has left the earth, Satan has had no choice but to direct his attacks elsewhere. I mean, Jesus isn't here right now. So where does he go instead? The symbols in this chapter are setting up a storyline in which we get to see the enemy's tactics, particularly his target, knowing that he is fighting against God, but for now has to direct his attacks at somewhere else. And more specifically, it explains how the enemy's attacks will fundamentally change at mid-trib. That's where this story is going. All right, let's keep moving, though, and I'm going to tackle the next part, which is the heads and the crowns, which begins to tell the story more deeply. Now, as a good Bible student, you should recognize these symbols, or at least they should sound awfully familiar to you. 10 horns. Where have you seen this? Daniel. Anybody want to guess the chapter in which we saw 10 horns? Yep, I know. I'm a terrible teacher. Let's go to Daniel 7. Daniel 7, oh yes, thank you, now you know. Daniel 7:7. After this I kept looking in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrifying and extremely strong, and it had large iron teeth, and it devoured and crushed and trampled down the remainder with its feet. And it was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. When I was contemplating the horns, behold, another horn, a little one, came up among them, and 3 of its first horns were pulled out by the roots before it, and behold, this horn possessed eyes like the eyes of a man, and mouth uttering great boasts. Thus he said, the fourth beast will be a fourth kingdom on the earth, which will be different from all the other kingdoms, and will devour the whole earth and tread it down and crush it. And as for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings will arise, and another will arise after them, and he will be different from the previous ones and will subdue 3 kings. He will speak out against the Most High and wear down the saints of the Highest One, and he will intend to make alterations in times and in law, and they will be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. All right. This passage is review for us, although from the sound of it, it doesn't seem to be as much review as I had hoped, because we studied Daniel 7 earlier in this course, okay? And we studied in that chapter about a beast that came to represent the final Gentile kingdom that will rule this age until Christ's second coming. Okay, remember that? And how did this age begin? The fourth kingdom. With Rome. Not the age, sorry. How did the fourth kingdom begin? The beast is represented first by Rome, the fourth of the 4 major kingdoms. But the Roman Empire has evolved over its time into something different, something I called an imperialistic democratic alliance. Remember this? It basically represents the way the world has continued to reshape, recombine, and split apart the remnants of the Roman Empire. And yet, collectively, those remnants, although they may not all be in the same country, but then nonetheless, collectively, they serve the same purpose of maintaining the age of the Gentiles and preventing Israel from having its kingdom. And eventually, we learned that at the very end of that age, the age we're currently a part of, this fourth kingdom will take the form of a 10-king ruling structure that controls the entire planet. Remember that? So we will eventually get to the point where we have 10 kings ruling the planet. Those 10 kings were represented in Daniel 2 by the 10 toes of the statue at the very end of the statue, right? And they're represented in Daniel 7 by the 10 horns on the beast's head. 10 horns on the beast, 10 horns on the dragon. Okay, I'm starting to see something here. And then later in Daniel 7, we're told that those 10 horns eventually get joined by an 11th, and then that 11th ruler becomes the most powerful of all of them, and as a result of his rule, 3 of the first 10 are deposed, done away with, probably because they oppose him, we assume. And therefore, at the result, you get a kind of one-man government with 7 puppets underneath him. Well, there were 7 heads and 7 crowns with 10 horns. So, and what was that last phrase we saw at the end of what I read in Daniel 7? That this arrangement would be allowed to exist for times, and half a time. That's the classic reference to the mid-trib point, to the 3.5-year point. We've noticed in all of the chapters of the mid-trib series in Revelation, chapters 11 through 14, in all of those chapters, there's going to be at least one mention of the mid-trib time mark, just to tell you this is a mid-trib chapter. This is a mid-trib chapter. This is a mid-trib chapter. Well, here you have Daniel 7 doing the same thing. This is a mid-trib chapter. That is to say, you're reading something that's corresponding to mid-trib. It's almost like there's been a little asterisk put in Daniel 7. It says, see Revelation 12. Because that's exactly what that's for. And now, when you go back with this detail to chapter 12 of Revelation, you can apply what you've learned. And what you're realizing now is that the dragon is not meant to simply replicate what you learned in Daniel 7. We don't need to hear it again. We've already heard it. Revelation 12 is taking it one step further. That is, it's moving the story one step further. The story in Daniel 7 was, you're going to end up with 8 guys, 1 plus 7, ruling for 3.5 years. What you learn now in this chapter is that the dragon has 10 horns because the rule of the world still involves 10 kingdoms. Just because the king went away didn't mean we've lost his territory. It was still there. But the guy's not there anymore because at mid-trib is the point, Daniel said, 3.5 years. Mid-trib is the point at which that coup takes place. The one emerges, the 11th becomes the king of everyone, and the other 3 are taken away. That all happens at mid-trib. Daniel told us 3.5 years. It happens at mid-trib. Follow me? So now all of a sudden I'm left with a world that still has 10 kingdoms, i.e. 10 horns on the dragon, but now only has 7 rulers for those 10 kingdoms, 7 heads, 7 crowns, sharing power over those 10. And what has not been added to the picture yet is that extra guy. We don't see him mentioned in chapter 12 yet. He gets his own chapter, chapter 13. But in chapter 12, what we're learning is the power behind all of this, the dragon. That is, all of these features, the 10, the 7, the 10 horns, 7 heads, 7 crowns on 7, all of those features are coming out of Daniel, but they've all been moved now and dropped onto a dragon, which we know represents Satan, which tells us that those 7 leaders are pawns under the control of Satan. They are his heads. And the 10 kingdoms that they now rule, those kingdoms belong to Satan. They are his horns. And therefore Satan controls the kings, and therefore Satan controls those 10 kingdoms, which is simply to say Satan is the god of this world. In 2 Corinthians 4:3, even if our gospel is veiled, Paul says, it is veiled to those who are perishing, in whose case the god of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelieving so they might not see the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is in the image of God. Now that's a true statement even now, but what we're seeing in Revelation chapter 12 is that there comes a point at mid-trib in which Satan takes a very personal involvement in this ruling structure. And chapter 12 is there to give us this understanding of who is the God behind it all on earth. A woman, Israel, who created or brought forth a Messiah who ultimately will defeat this dragon, Satan, who controls the world. That battle, long-standing as it has been, now reaches an entirely new peak, a new moment. So while from the beginning the dragon has anticipated the arrival of Messiah and sought to stop the plan, now things at mid-trib change in such a way that the dragon and his tactics and his rule go to a level that has never been seen before on earth. And that's what the rest of this chapter gives us. And to give you background on that before we look at it, I need to remind you of some things that hopefully you know from Scripture, starting with Genesis 3:15, when God first announced the plan of the Messiah, he did it in this verse, sometimes known as the proto-evangelium. It's the first, that's a Latin way of saying the first gospel. This is the first place in the Bible the gospel is pronounced. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise you on the head, you shall bruise him on the heel. That is to say, to the woman he said, through you I will bring a Messiah, the seed, and that Messiah will ultimately rectify the problem that we're now facing, a problem that was essentially the result of a bad player, a serpent, who deceived woman and led to the rest. And so when this seed comes, he will ultimately destroy this serpent, but not before the serpent has an opportunity to take a strike at him. But it will not be a deadly strike. His strike on the serpent will be deadly. The serpent's strike on him will not be. That one verse presupposes or prophesies not only the Messiah's coming, but also the fact that there are two comings. Even in that verse, in hindsight, you see the two comings of Christ in just one verse, in Genesis 3:15. All right, now, Satan is not omniscient. Satan doesn't know everything. He's wiser than we are by far, but that doesn't make him omniscient. So he could not know in advance who the Messiah would be. So his plan was to attack at every possible opportunity, beginning with Cain. He didn't know Cain wasn't the Messiah. In fact, woman thought Cain was the Messiah at first, which is why she named him what she did. So Satan corrupted Cain right from the start, hoping that he was ruining the plan of God. And then he had Cain kill Abel just in case it was Abel. And as he finds out later, there comes Seth. So that doesn't stop him. Later, he sends demons to mate with women during the time of Noah, hoping to corrupt humanity in such a way that there would be no possibility of the Messiah being birthed from anyone, because everyone would be corrupt by demon possession. But the Lord wipes out that corruption with a flood. And if you keep moving from there, the story of the Bible, fundamentally, is the story of God working to fulfill his promise to bring a Messiah, while the enemy is working to do everything he can to corrupt it. That's basically the story of the Bible. And along the way, you see this Satan attacking everything and everyone who might seem to him to be important to God's plan for that purpose, as he just tries to catch up with where God is going, figuring it out as he goes. So once God called Abraham out of Ur and said that through him he would bring this seed, well, then the enemy now had a new place to focus his anger and attack. It was on Abraham and everyone who comes from Abraham, because that seems to be where God is going to do the work, right? And so as it became clear to Satan that God intended to bring a Messiah through one people, that is through Israel, Israel became enemy number one for Satan. And it's always been that way. The Jews are the world's most persecuted people historically, and for this reason. Because the enemy is the one driving the persecution, moving the hearts of evil people to do evil things. And he understands that Israel is key to God's plan. At least he did it, of course, leading up to the first coming of Messiah. And so he's tried to corrupt Israel time and time again. If you wonder why the story in the Old Testament of Israel's history is so replete with idolatry and, human sacrifice and, corruption at every level and one bad thing after another. Well, it's human sins, to be sure, but it's the result of an enemy who has made it his intent to corrupt that nation at every turn, because the last thing he wanted was the Messiah showing up through them. All right? Nonetheless, Messiah is born, because if you haven't figured out, God's more powerful than Satan. So Messiah is born, and what does Satan immediately do? He sends Herod to go kill all of the children in Bethlehem, right? Every attempt he can. That didn't work, so then he tempts Christ. That didn't work, so then he just keeps trying to provoke Pharisees and others to do something against him. Finally, Judas is an opportunity. He indwells Judas, bringing Jesus to his death, thinking that must have done it, only to find out later that sealed his own fate, not Jesus's. So verses 1 through 5 of chapter 12 are the shortest history of the Bible that you can find in the Bible, because in effect, they're telling the core of what the Bible is about. They're telling the story of God bringing a Messiah, Satan seeking to oppose it. And it started in Genesis 3:15, and it will go until Christ's second coming. In fact, it will go all the way to the end of the kingdom when Satan is finally once and for all judged. So that's the opening of this chapter, because that's the background for what comes next. All right? So where we go next is chapter 12, verse 6. Now, having handled the background, now we're actually getting into what chapter 6, or chapter 12 rather, is actually about. Then the woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared by God, so that there she would be nourished for 1,260 days. All right, now, there's obviously your reference to mid-trib. 1,260 days is 3.5 years. So that's our internal clue within this chapter to tell us this is a mid-trib chapter. So something is happening at mid-trib here. What's happening? Well, the woman is fleeing into the wilderness. Now, the woman is who? Israel. So the nation as a whole is moving, or some part of it, into the wilderness and to a place of protection, somewhere prepared by God, it says, and she'll be there for 3.5 years. So at the midpoint of tribulation, the nation of Israel will be given shelter and nourishment, and they'll be held there for 3.5 years. That's the opening part, really, of what we're learning here. Now, we don't know the specific circumstances yet, but that's okay. We can just keep reading. Verse 7. And there was a war in heaven, Michael and his angels waging war with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels waged war. They were not strong enough, and there was no longer a place found for them in heaven. And the great dragon was thrown down, the serpent of old, who is called the devil and Satan, and deceives the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. Then I heard a loud voice saying, Now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come, for the accuser of our brethren has been thrown down, he who accuses them before our God day and night. And they overcame him because of the blood of the Lamb and because of the word of their testimony, and they did not love their life even when faced with death. For this reason, rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the earth and the sea, because the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, knowing that he has only a short time. All right, now we're getting to the heart of what's going on at the mid-trib moment. John describes that there will be at mid-trib, that is at the 3.5-year point of the 7 years, there will be a great war in heaven. And in this war, Michael, the chief angel, will wage war with his angels against Satan and his demons. And that war will result in Satan being thrown down to the earth. Now, when you first hear that, you might think, well, that's a reference to his initial rebellion and fall. As if there's a retelling here of the story of Satan's fall. But the problem with that interpretation is we know that that happened a long time ago, obviously at the very beginning, back when the garden was still the garden and Adam and Eve were still Adam and woman were still Adam and woman. She didn't become Eve until after the fall. So this is now happening, we're told, at the 3.5-year point of tribulation. That's future from us. So the story of this war cannot be the story of the history. It's got to be a story of something in that future moment. So this is a different war. Not the war of his original fall, but something else. And as the rest of the passage explains, this something else is the moment that Satan and his demonic realm, his demonic horde, lose access to the throne of God forevermore. Since his original fall, he and his demons have maintained access to God and to the heavenly realm, at least in some sense. Notice in verse 10, John says, Satan is the accuser of the brethren who accuses us of our sin before God day and night. Other scripture confirms this. You might know very well Job 1, where we hear of this moment where it says this, Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. The sons of God means the angels of God. And the Lord said to Satan, From where do you come? And then Satan answered the Lord, saying, From roaming about on the earth and walking around on it. Well, if he's saying that while he's in the presence of God, then clearly he moves between the two realms. This is clearly after his fall. So, what Revelation has told us, what Job says, is Satan, having fallen from his position in heaven, from his role as the covering cherub in the Holy of Holies, he's now outside the service of God. He's in rebellion with God, but somehow he still can get into the throne room of God, and when he's there, he takes opportunity to accuse the brethren. And I think about that sometimes, because every time we sin, what that means, I think, is that we just gave something to Satan that he can declare against us before God, necessitating, I guess, that God then defend his assignment of grace to us. You know, it kind of almost feels worse to sin when you think that every time you sin, you give something to the enemy that God has to then get up there and say, look, I know he did that. I know, but I've forgiven him. It's okay. I know it's the 100th time he's done it, but it's okay. I forgive him. You know what I'm saying, right? There's that sense that, gee, maybe I shouldn't keep giving the enemy anything more to talk about on my behalf. Not that it's changing my status before God, thankfully, but that doesn't mean it should continue, right? All right, back at mid-trib. At mid-trib, this access that he's enjoyed for so long changes. And for the first time in history, he is barred from heaven forever. We're told that the angel Michael and his angels with him initiate this war. So God picks the timing and decides at mid-trib, okay, we've had it up to here, time to get rid of him. Next phase of the plan. And when this war takes place, the good guys win. And Satan and demons are kicked out of heaven. They're sent to the only other place they can go, which is to the earth. Now, this is a simple aside. It may not be worth anything. But if Satan can go anywhere in the universe, and he can't go to heaven, but he can go anywhere in the universe, and he comes here and never goes anywhere else, that's one of many ways I could prove to you that there is nowhere else. There's nothing else out there. I mean, nothing that matters, right? No other beings, no other worlds, no other nothing. He's always here because this is the only place that matters, right? If he had anywhere else he could go, why is he picking this place? All right. Up to this point in history, Satan's dominion has been the earth, yes. Remember Job, I've been going to and fro the earth. But he also had access to heaven. And here's what I think that did for him psychologically, for lack of a better term. It made him feel as though he wasn't defeated yet. It gave him hope that there was still some way he could regain his position in heaven and depose God. It didn't feel as if he had lost his chance as long as heaven was still accessible. He was just still fighting to get back to what he wanted or to defeat God in some respect. Job 1 says he's roaming back and forth. All right? So it gave him, I think, a way of self-deception, of thinking himself still in a position to win. But in verse 10, John hears a declaration from heaven that now the time is ended for that, and he will be expelled from, that this expulsion, he'll be expelled from heaven, this expulsion of Satan has now come, and the effect it has on him is to put him on alert that what he has feared has finally come, that the heavens now celebrate his impending doom. And the Bible says that he now knows his time is short. So what that would suggest is, once that barrier is put in place, he realizes things have moved now to the last stage of whatever God is doing. He didn't see it coming. He's not omniscient. But once he sees that sign, he now is in a position to understand what it means. Heaven is certainly glad to be rid of him. They're joyously, saying, finally, we don't have to deal with that guy anymore. But then he says, heaven, while it's rejoicing, looks down on the earth and says, woe to the earth. You now get him, and he can't leave.
Go ahead. You might have to.
I hope you're having a pleasant day.
This is my son Shiloh, and he said he hopes you're having a pleasant day.
I like your character, Mommy.
Oh, you like that character?
Yeah.
I don't think they see it really good on their end. Do you see it's blurry?
Yeah.
I don't know why. Okay, so on to the next. We were on 41, and I'm going to move us on to 42.
Now, you might ask, well, why didn't God do this a long time ago? Well, the answer is self-evident, right? As soon as Satan is barred from heaven, it causes him to react with this greater rage and greater concern. And so it's like grace to the world that God has held back on that expulsion till the very last moment so that he doesn't provoke Satan any sooner than necessary. And when he is finally expelled, it causes him to react like a cornered animal, something desperate to save its life and with nothing to lose. And with fear and rage, he lashes out at anyone on earth who is aligned with him, or aligned with God, rather, against him. And he takes out his anger in this realm because he has no other. And as a result, the earth now suffers under his rash response at a level that's never been seen before. And Had the Lord sent him out of heaven sooner just to make heaven a nicer place, it would have been much worse for the earth. So in a sense, the saints, though we've always endured Satan's attack, we don't understand how bad it could be if he had nothing else to do. All right. Now let's reverse that question. Why does he do it then? I mean, we understand why he may not have done it already, grace, but why do it at all then? Why do it at the 3.5 year point? Why subject even the earth to even 3.5 years of this? Because the Lord wants Satan to play an important role in the events that conclude the tribulation. And in order to get Satan to play his part as planned, the Lord has to confine him to the earth. So we'll find out what that part looks like as we get deeper into the mid-trib chapters. For now, let's get back to this story. So God is going to bar Satan from heaven at mid-trib. And at that point, he comes to earth bringing great misery. And that rage goes against specifically those who believe in Jesus and those who are aligned with the people of God generally. And so this initiates a wave of martyrdom. All those people you saw getting saved in the first half of tribulation as a result of the 144,000, they now are the targets primarily for what Satan does as he gets into this new phase. Again, the enemy's always opposed those who followed Messiah or were part of Israel generally because of what it meant to him and the plan of God against him. But now at mid-trib, his vitriol reaches new heights. Okay? And that's why the Lord makes a provision for Israel to escape to a place of protection for 3.5 years. All right, so now you're putting the two pieces together, right? So, as we saw in verse 6, the woman Israel flees into a desert space of some kind to escape the rage of the dragon. The fleeing of Israel at mid-trib for 1,260 days matches the casting down of Satan at mid-trib, where he will then do what he does for 3.5 years. It's all lining up, all right? So there's an intentional lining up. And it is so aligned that it has to happen almost in the same second. Jesus says this, Revelation 12:13. Oh, I'm sorry, we'll get back to that. We'll come back with that. I'm sorry, I get one step ahead of myself. So what is the provision of safety that Israel enjoys for the second half of tribulation? What is this provision? Okay, that's where we go next. Verse 13. When the dragon saw that he was thrown down to earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. But the 2 wings of the great eagle were given to the woman so that she could fly into the wilderness to her place, where she was nourished for a time, times and half a time, from the presence of the serpent. And the serpent poured water like a river out of his mouth after the woman so that he might cause her to be swept away with the flood. But the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and drank up the river which the dragon poured out of his mouth. All right, so finishing this thought, and then we'll get to the next. So he's cast out, and he goes after those who support God. And in this case, it starts here with him not only going after the Christian, those who know God, know Christ, and are martyred, but also going after Israel generally because of their plan of their role in the plan of God. Again, not a new phenomenon, just at a new level. And the problem is this. You have those among the Jews of this time who have come to faith in Jesus as their Messiah. The principal group, of course, was the 144,000. But it didn't stop with them. They found other Jews who also believed, as well as other Gentiles who would believe. God has promised from the beginning that there will always be a believing element within Israel. We call it the remnant. Biblically, that's the term. Remnant refers to those within the nation of Israel who believe. We would call them believers today, or the saved, if you will. And there are always on earth believing Jews since the time of Abraham until now, and that will always be the case until the end of this age. And today, if you're a believing Jew, we call you a Christian. Coming out of a Jewish family, believing in Jesus, you join the church. But from God's point of view, that is still proof of his faithfulness to Israel, that he's still saving Jews, okay? In this day, he starts again with the 144,000 because he will always have believing Jews on earth. But then after the 144, as they save others, you get a community now of believing Jews on earth. And for Satan, that's target number 1 for anyone that he's going to go after. If God was to allow Satan in this 3.5 years of tremendous rage and attack, if he was to allow Satan the success Satan wanted and let him attack those Jews without any defense, then the risk is that Satan might succeed in wiping out the last living Jew on earth. And if he could have done that, it would be contrary to God's promises. So God uses a way here of preserving the remnant of Israel during the time of the second half of tribulation. Meanwhile, in verse 14, you have symbols here that are being used to describe how the Lord protects his people. The woman receiving wings of an eagle so she can fly, as it were, into the wilderness for those 3.5 years. And there she's protected, it says, in the presence of the serpent. So the flight to protection is this provision made possible by an eagle. Now we know the woman's a sign, it means Israel. We know the eagle has to be a sign because you can't put a nation of people on top of a bird. Right? So it's a picture of something. And it's called the great eagle. So clearly there's some eagle here that we should have already been familiar with. Again, if you could connect some dots from your prior studies, you'd see a pattern emerging. Israel fleeing from an oppressor into the wilderness. Gee, does that sound familiar? All right? And if you go back to the story of the Exodus, you see this description of their flight. Exodus 19:3, Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain, saying, "Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the sons of Israel, you yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself." All right? We know how they actually traveled. Supernaturally, in other words. They walked 7 days nonstop, day and night, according to the text of Exodus. So for 7 straight days, a group of people walked day and night. They had a cloud in the day to keep them from the sun. They had a pillar of fire at night so they could see where they were going at night. And they walked for 7 days straight, about 200 and something miles. All right? That took a supernatural effort to get people to walk that far with kids and everything else, right? And that was them being born on eagle's wings. That's what God's referring to here. You know how you were miraculously delivered to this place. So the symbolism is clear. To be born on eagle's wings into a desert flight is a picture of God providing a supernatural exit for the people of God. And then when they arrive at where they're going, it says they are protected in the presence of the serpent. And I think that's an important detail because what it tells us is they're still on earth. Don't confuse this as a picture of them being raptured or moved off the earth because that's not what's happening. They're staying on the earth. And the proof of that is they're still in the presence of the serpent who himself can't go anywhere but earth. Okay? So that's proof of that they're still on the earth. So where is this place, right? Well, as they're moving there, we get some details that tell us where. First of all, they're in a place where it appears as though the serpent can do something to drown them. It says here that water comes and drowns them, or there's an attempt to drown them, but the ground swallows the water and dries up the land. Now, you could start looking at those as symbols because that's been the pattern up to this point. So you'd be asking, what is the water a picture of? Typically, floods are pictures of armies. So maybe that's what this is a picture of. But the problem is there are no clear answers to the symbology here or anywhere else in this context. That is, all these details lining up in one picture. And the picture seems very literal, especially when you know the place that they go to. So it actually argues that at this point, it's speaking close to literal, not exactly literal. It says here that there be a river that comes out of the mouth of the dragon. Well, that's clearly not literal. But what it could be a picture of is a flood of literal water. It just doesn't come out of his mouth. It might come from rain. It might come from something else that he does. And then the earth swallowing it could very easily be a picture of how God uses his ability to change the earth in a way that prevents the flood from succeeding. We don't have a lot of detail beyond that, so we have to be careful about how definitive we are. But I'll show you some pictures here toward the end that give us some support. Now, I said a moment ago that the moment of this flight is timed to mid-trib, as is Satan's departure from heaven. And they're so closely timed. In fact, they're timed almost to the second. That is, the moment of his fall is the moment they have to flee. And if they're even a moment too late, they're not going to get out. And that's what I was referring to earlier when I said Jesus describes this. In Matthew 24:15, when you see the abomination of desolation, which was spoken of through Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, let the reader understand, then those who are in Judea must flee to the mountains. Whoever's on the housetop must not go down to get their things out of the house. Whoever's in the field must not turn back to get his cloak. But woe to those who are pregnant, to those who are nursing babies in those days. But pray your flight will not be in the winter or on a Sabbath, for then there will be a great tribulation, such as not occurred since the beginning of the world until now, nor ever will. All right, this is in the Olivet Discourse of Matthew 24. He's talking about the events of tribulation. And in verse 15, he reaches the point of mid-trib. And that's where we are. And he talks about the abomination of desolation. Daniel mentions that in chapter 9:27. And we know that's the defining moment at mid-trib. Okay? We'll hear about that in chapter 13. Meanwhile, in this chapter, we're told that at that same point, Satan is coming down to the earth. And we know that he'll begin a tremendous persecution. All these things are lining up at the same moment. Okay? And Jesus says that will also be the moment that if you are in Jerusalem, and no surprise, Jews are typically in Jerusalem, right? If you're in Jerusalem, you must flee to the wilderness, to the mountains, that is, to the desert mountains. And it will be a flight that can't happen with any delay. Not even to go down from your roof and pull something out of a closet. That takes too long. That shows you how rapidly Satan's arrival will result in immediate attack. That's how quickly he can move with his demons. That's how fast he can bring something to happen. A person who's standing outside your house, wandering down the street, doing nothing of anything, and a demon enter them, and in an instant change their heart and have them initiate an attack. That's what Satan is able to do. And there'll be that kind of intensity starting immediately at mid-trib. Now, that flight of Jews will be for those who believe in the testimony of Jesus in Matthew 24. If you're not believing in Jesus as a Jew in that day, you're not reading these words and you're not caring what they say. You're not prepared for that flight. So in that sense, this flight becomes a test of faith. For those who believe in the Word of God and believe in what Jesus has said to be ready to do, they will move and therefore save their lives. And of course, that is the remnant, which is the one we're saying is ushered into the wilderness. It becomes a test of faith in that moment to get out of town. So the believing Jews will suddenly leave, putting the unbelieving Jews in their back in your river mirrors, so to speak, because they're not going to be moving with them. So it's not all Jews on earth that are moving in this way. It's the believing remnant, and they're the ones God wants to protect. As James says, he knows how to distinguish, how to keep separate those who are due punishment from those who are due rescue. He's rescuing those who are believing. He's leaving the rest to fend for themselves. All right, now to the last question of the night, and that is, what is this provision and where are they going? Well, first you have to read one passage out of Isaiah. In Isaiah 33:1, it says, "Woe to you, O destroyer, while you were not destroyed, and he who is treacherous, while others did not deal treacherously with him, as soon as you finish destroying, you will be destroyed. As soon as you cease to deal treacherously, others will deal treacherously with you." All right, I'm just giving you that opening because it sets the scene for this chapter. This chapter opens with a discussion of a destroyer being destroyed and ceasing to be. And if you were to go further in the chapter from there, it describes the fear that the world will know during the time of tribulation. And that, I believe, is an allusion to what we're studying here in chapter 12. Satan being set up for his own destruction, but it's not yet. And then you get to verse 14. And it says, "Sinners in Zion are terrified. Trembling has seized the godless. Who among us can live with the consuming fire? Who among us can live with the continual burning?" All right, who are they? The godless in Zion? The unbelieving Jews, right? They didn't flee. Next verse. "He who walks righteously and speaks with sincerity, he who rejects unjust gain and shakes his hands so that they would hold no bribe, he who stops his ears from hearing about bloodshed and shuts his eyes from looking upon evil, he will dwell on the heights. His refuge will be the impregnable rock. His bread will be given to him, his water will be sure." The remnant will see a provision in an impregnable, I have trouble with that word every time, impregnable rock. Okay? So that's an allusion or a reference to this place of protection that God will make available to the remnant of Israel for the second half of tribulation. Micah 2, another prophet of the Old Testament, gives us the name of this place. Micah 2:10, he says, "Arise and go, for this is no place of rest, because of the uncleanness that brings on destruction, a painful destruction. If a man walking after wind and falsehood had told lies and said, 'I will speak out to you concerning wine and liquor,' he would be spokesman to this people." All right, that's the preface. Micah saying to the city of Jerusalem, you better get out of here because the uncleanness is bringing a destruction, referencing Satan. And he said, but they won't listen because if a man had come in here telling lies saying, "I can talk to you about wine and liquor," that's all they need to stick around. It's a way of showing the depravity of that group of people and their unwillingness to hear truth. All right? And then, verse 12, I will surely assemble all of you, Jacob, and I will surely gather the remnant of Israel. I will put them together like sheep in the fold, like a flock in the midst of its pasture. They will be noisy with men. The breaker goes up before them. They break out, pass through the gate, and go out by it. So their king goes on before them and the Lord at their head. All right, so that's the remnant now being moved out of the city. The contrast as it was with Isaiah, same here. The bad guys sticking around for the destruction and the good guys getting to leave, okay, so to speak. I told you Micah gives us the name of the place that they're actually being held. But you're wondering, well, I don't see it in there. Well, it's because in the Hebrew it's evident, not in the English. It says there, sheep in a fold. That's where they're going to be held. Literally, it's the word in Hebrew for sheep pen, and it's a way of describing how this collection of the remnant will look when they're all being held together, kind of hemmed in, penned in a form of protection. The Hebrew word for sheep pen, Basra. Basra, and Basra, as it turns out, is a place in the wilderness not far from Jerusalem. And here's a map, and that's where Basra is from Jerusalem. It's in present-day Jordan. You might know it by its modern name, Petra. And Petra fits the description of this place to a T. Petra is on top of a high mountain. It's a Nabatean ruin, and it was once part of Solomon's kingdom. It's where he had mines at one point, copper mines. It's a place of wadis, which are desert canyons. Fast-moving water will sometimes move through these canyons and run down sides of mountains. It's best known for these carvings like the treasury and some of the other buildings that are carved out by the Nabateans, very impressive structures. But getting into the main site of Petra requires walking through a very narrow canyon called the Sikh Canyon, made famous by the movie Indiana Jones when he rides on the horses through that space, right? And the Sikh Canyon is a high canyon wall, very narrow structure. You have to walk for several miles to get in. And it's not the only one of its kind. This area is particularly unique in that it's an open area when you get into it, but it's very impenetrable if you don't have modern equipment or aircraft. If you have to walk in or ride in on horses, it's a very easily defensible position because of the way it's set up. And it's prone to flash flooding. It's not a very wet climate, obviously, but if water comes, it comes in buckets quickly. And when the rain is channeled down these wadis, it's extremely dangerous. And it comes at you, it can be bone dry, and then a minute later, the water's over your head. It's just an immediate rush of water down the hill. In fact, in Israel, on the Israel side of this, they have a mountain range on their side that's similar to the one that's in the Jordanian side, and you'll see these signs out in the desert. I don't know if you can read that. It's not a joke. You think when you see it, well, that can't be, happening. Last year, right before the tour I took last year, they had a flash flood in the Negev, and it killed 2 Israeli soldiers on training maneuvers out in the desert. I remember the newspaper reports when I was there. And this is pictures from that actual event last year. So it goes from dry to a torrent of water, and that doesn't look terribly threatening there, but imagine all that water in a space that's 15 feet wide and 100 feet tall, and it's going to kill you instantly. So that would seem to suggest that what the chapter is telling us is that there's an attempt by the enemy to use natural powers over the world, supernatural power over the world, to bring water and just flood the whole of them as they walk into that area, and God finds a way, obviously, to save them because he's not going to let that happen. All right? So, the Lord allows a remnant to remain in this place, in Petra, for 3.5 years, and as Micah said, they'll have food, they'll have bread, they'll have provision. They just hang out there for 3.5 years in the presence of the servant, but he can't get to them, safe and ready for the end of tribulation. So they've come to faith, they didn't die, and they're going to live through the whole of tribulation. And the second half, when the world's really having trouble, they'll be fine. And in fact, we call the second half of tribulation Great Tribulation, not because of any judgments God brings, but because of what Satan does. All the judgments, by and large, have finished, except for the bowl judgments, and those don't happen until the very end of the 7 years. What makes the second half so bad then? What he does against those who are still on earth. But not all Jews are in the remnant, and therefore not all Jews are going to show up in this 3.5-year safe haven. So that leaves one more verse. So the dragon was enraged with the woman and went off to make war with the rest of her children who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. So the dragon realizes, well, I can't touch the remnant, it's in protection, but I got to attack something. So John says he goes after the rest of her children. Now, if the woman is Israel, what are her children? Well, logically, it would be Jewish people, obviously. But if all the believing Jews, the remnant, are in Petra, then by definition, these are the unbelieving Jews. Those are the ones who keep to the commandments of God. That is, the commandments of God refers to the law, to Moses. They are Jew. They are holding to the orthodoxy of Judaism. They aren't, for example, worshiping the beast, as we'll hear later. They retain their Judaistic views, contrary to what Satan wants, which is what makes them an enemy of Satan. But they don't know Jesus is their Messiah yet. So they hold to the commandments of God. That makes them a target. They are the rest of Israel's children. But in a spiritual sense, there's another half of this, which is those who hold to the testimony of Jesus. Now, that cannot mean believing Jews, because we just said the remnant is in Petra. So what are those who hold to the testimony of Jesus if they're not believing Jews? Well, they have to be believing Gentiles. That's the only thing left. So what we're saying is, he knows who his enemy is. And at mid-trib, when he comes down to the earth with an intent to persecute, he's got essentially one main target, believing Jews. They're off limits. Now where does he go? Well, I guess I'll go to my unbelieving Jews and my believing Gentiles. Those who are keeping to the commandments of God, which is one group, and those who hold to the testimony of Jesus, which is another group. They become the martyrs of the second half of tribulation. And in both cases, God preserves some, which we'll see as we finish through the rest of the book, okay? So what we learned at mid-trib, the second detail of mid-trib, first one was last time in chapter 11, our detail for tonight from mid-trib, is that mid-trib is the moment that Satan loses access to heaven, sends him to earth with an even greater desire to persecute, and as a result, God has to protect the remnant of Israel in order to make sure that his promises to Israel are not void, that Israel doesn't disappear from the face of the earth in a believing form. Meanwhile, that's what sets off the great tribulation on earth, Satan going after anyone else he can who is not his.
Okay, let's see. We were at 42. I'm going to go on to 43. How's everybody doing tonight? I did say 42 and 43, didn't I? Oh my goodness, it's like when you're pumping gas and you look at the number and then you have to look again halfway to the door. I'm terrible. My memory is shot, that's for sure. I hope everybody is doing well tonight.
All right, we return tonight to where we left off, not just in the fact that we're moving to the next chapter, chapter 13, but actually even more specifically, we're going to pick up right at the very end of chapter 12, where we left off last week, to revisit something we left out on, or we moved out on, and that was related to the mid-trib moment that we've been studying now for a while. So let's go back first to, guys, you're going to have to restart that for me. Sorry, my fault, guys. We're going to go back into the mid-trib moment. And I'm going to start using a new graph tonight that's going to help you see a little bit better what we're learning throughout all the chapters of mid-trib. At the midpoint of the 7-year tribulation, the Lord is going to make a series of dramatic moves that prepares the earth for the next 3.5 years, the last half of tribulation. And we've talked about some of this already, about how the chapters of mid-trib begin in chapter 10, which is sort of an introductory chapter to this section. And then from there, we have a kind of an exit chapter on the other end, chapter 15, that takes us out of the mid-trib moment. And then between those two, you have a series of chapters that talk about activity that goes on at the same time, all simultaneous activity of mid-trib. So far, we've studied chapter 11, which is where the two witnesses were, and then we last week, of course, studied chapter 12. And in chapter 12, we were looking at the remnant being protected in Petra while the enemy, Satan, was cast down and was persecuting. And at the very end of what we studied last week, and I should add, we have 2 more chapters to go, but we're doing those over the next several weeks. Meanwhile, at the very end of chapter 12 last week, we studied a verse that said after the enemy had tried to persecute those who were being put in Petra in protection and found that he could not do that, at the end of chapter 12, we read this. So the dragon was enraged with the woman and went off to make war with the rest of her children who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. And as I explained last week, Satan, now being bound to the earth, unable to go back to heaven, is alerted that his time is short. That's what we learned last week. That he's about to see the judgment that he's known would be coming all along. And that realization sends him into a panic, and it enrages him against anyone who is aligned with God and against his purposes. And his first target in his attempt to destroy those who are against him on the earth, his first target was the believing Jew. And if you remember, we talked about the believing Jew and that Jews in general have a role for God and how Christ ultimately comes back. We'll study more of that later. But it is Satan's effort at attempting to destroy believing Jews on earth that gets him going after the woman, as it was, that fled into the desert. Right? And that was the story we studied last week, and we saw how God wouldn't allow that to succeed. He protects the woman, so to speak. He protects Israel. He ushers them to this place called Batsra or Petra in the desert, and he protects them there. And as a result, it says he's enraged. He can't do anything about it. And so he goes off, meaning he leaves this place where the believing Jewish remnant now is being protected by God. He leaves them. There's no point in staying there. And he goes after 2 groups, I said. And I highlighted those 2 groups. First, those who keep the commandments of God, and those who hold to the testimony of Jesus. And we're going to look at these 2 groups here for just a moment. Believing Jews, the ones that are in Petra, are the remnant of Israel. They are those within Israel who believe in Jesus as Messiah. They're still Jewish. They're not less Jewish because they happen to believe in Jesus. They're still of a Jewish descent. But as a believing Jew, they're part of something else that the Bible calls the remnant. Let me give you an example. In Isaiah chapter 37, verse 31, we're told that the surviving remnant of the house of Judah will again take root downward and bear fruit upward. For out of Jerusalem will go forth a remnant, and out of Mount Zion survivors, and the zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. This is just one small section, but it's indicative of what you can find all over the Old Testament. That the Lord has said there will always be a remnant, meaning a small group, a minority group within the larger community of Israel, the larger community of Jews on earth. There will always be within that group a smaller subset who believe, who are saved, as we would say. And the rest are not, by definition. So it's been very rare in the history of Israel that all Jews are part of the remnant. In fact, I'm not sure if you can ever pin down an exact moment when that's true. But in any event, the remnant's always a minority. And the remnant of Israel, Paul tells us, has always been a minority. In Romans chapter 11, he says this, I say then, God has not rejected his people, has he? Well, may it never be, for I too am an Israelite. Paul's saying, look, I'm part of the remnant. Obviously, the Jewish people have not been rejected by God, because if that were true, he wouldn't be saving Jews like me. And he then goes on, verse 2, God has not rejected his people whom he foreknew, or do you not know what the scripture says in the passage about Elijah, how he pleads with God against Israel? Lord, they have killed your prophets, they've torn down your altars, and I alone am left. Now that's Elijah assuming he alone was the remnant. And he says, and they're seeking to kill me, speaking of Ahab and Jezebel. And then verse 4, Paul says, but what was the divine response to Elijah? God says, I have kept for myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to Baal. God says, Elijah, you don't realize this, but at this exact moment, there are 7,000, not 6,999, not 7,001, but by God's sovereign will, exactly 7,000 Jews were believing in Israel in that exact moment. And Elijah didn't know about the other 6,999. And Romans 11:5, Paul says, in that same way then, meaning in the same way that it was true for Elijah, it's true in his day and always will be true, that there has come to be at the present time a remnant according to God's gracious choice. So God has always made sure by his will that there is always someone in Israel who believes in the gospel. And today we would call them part of the church, right? That in Elijah's day, believing Jews were present. In Paul's day, believing Jews, himself included, were present. And today the remnant exists again and will always exist. There is inside the body of Christ today believing Jews who come to faith. And in the tribulation, it will be the same. There will be Jews who hear the gospel and believe in Jesus. These are Jews who come to faith after the rapture. That's why they're still on earth. But they become part of the body, or more generically, let's say they become a saint, a believer, in the time of tribulation. And the people that we've already studied in chapter 12 are those that get shuttled off into the desert and put into that place of protection because they are the remnant. And in the time of tribulation, God gives them this very special period of protection because their enemy is so great for that period of history and so intent on killing them during that period of history. And had he not given them this preserve out in the desert, then Satan potentially could have wiped them out. And if he had, he would have rendered God's promise of a remnant void. And obviously God's not going to allow his word to be voided by the enemy. So we have in the tribulation a believing remnant of Jews, and we now know what's happened to them. They're in a state of protection. But there are still two other groups that he can go and attack. We saw that then at the verse I gave you at the end of chapter 12. The first of those groups are those that chapter 12 ends by saying, who keep the commandments of God. And I told you that's a reference to those who maintain a faith in the Mosaic law, the commandment of God, the commandments of God, therefore being a reference to the keeping of the Mosaic commandments. And the Jew who would keep to the Mosaic commandments is someone who continues to worship Yahweh, the God of Israel, and through the keeping of the Mosaic law, they are being obedient to that God of Israel. However, they have not yet believed in Jesus as their Messiah. They are Orthodox, we might say, or observant Jews, but they are not believing, completed, messianic, whatever other term you want to use, saved Jews. They haven't reached that point yet. And so we put them in a different category. They are unbelieving, or you might say Orthodox Jews. Right? Why are they not in Petra, being protected like the rest? Because they're not part of the remnant. You have to believe to be part of the remnant. If they had believed, they'd be in Petra right now. All right? Because they are devout Jews, however, they are going to be opposed by Satan. Because as a devout Jew, they know who the true God is, though they do not know his Son, which is a critical distinction. And therefore they will be persecuted, and many of them murdered by Satan through human agents that are under Satan's control. All right? And then I tell you there's another group that's still available to Satan, and that was the second half of that sentence that ended chapter 12, those who hold to the testimony of Jesus. I have had some that would suggest, well, aren't those one in the same group? Aren't we just talking about Christians, those who hold to the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus? Well, it's not typical, common or otherwise in the Bible for the Christian to be described as those who hold to the commandments of God, who keep the commandments of God. Yes, Jesus has commandments that we are to keep, but the Bible always speaks of those as keeping the commandments of our Lord, or keeping Jesus' commandments, not keeping the commandments of God. That may seem like a subtle distinction to you, but it is important because that is the distinction between keeping the Mosaic law and keeping the New Testament law that the believer is under. So this is a second group. And as I said last week, this group principally are the Gentiles who come to faith in Jesus after the rapture. So they're not gone with us because they didn't believe at the time of the rapture, but they come to faith in the tribulation. They're not Jewish, they're Gentile. And so they're in a similar situation. They are going to be martyred, attacked and martyred by the antichrist, because he will oppose them just as much as he opposes anyone else who does not fall in line under him. Now, they are not going to go into Petra. And you would think maybe, well, that seems a bit unfair. Why isn't he protecting those believers? Well, because, simply put, there's no promise from God to preserve a remnant of Gentile believers. Moreover, the plan of God for Christ's return and for the defeat of Satan does not depend on Gentile believers being on earth, like it does depend on Jewish continuation on earth. And so it's simply not necessary for God's plan. Nevertheless, you will see a group of Gentiles living through to the end of the tribulation. Not all Gentile believers will be wiped out in the tribulation, but most will be. And I should add one other thought. Dying during the second half of tribulation, not a bad thing. Not a bad outcome. In fact, when we look at chapter 14 next week, you will see a clear statement in chapter 14 that says it is a good thing. All right. Meanwhile, let's move to the next stage of action. All right. So, by the way, I should add, you notice my pie is not complete, and everybody's sitting there. All the OCD people in the room are really nervous that I'm going to leave it that way. There's one more group that we talk about next week. All right. Was it better to leave it unfinished? Okay. Let's move on. You guys are too easy. All right. You can push all the buttons. Chapter 13, verse 1. And the dragon stood on the sand of the seashore. Then I saw a beast coming up out of the sea, having 10 horns and 7 heads, and on his horns were 10 diadems, and on his heads were blasphemous names. And the beast which I saw was like a leopard, and his feet were like those of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his throne and great authority. We have reached the chapter of the beast, such an iconic figure in this book. Chapter 13 opens with that beast here and some very familiar symbols. I'll give you a little drawing that might be helpful. I'm not sure how helpful, but there it is. The dragon with the beast coming out of the sea and so on. Now, there are a series of familiar symbols here, things you've heard before. There are some new ones as well. All of it tells a story. And with the way the symbols work, as you see symbols being reused, the idea here is not necessarily that the meaning of them is changing dramatically, but that there's a building story. New details are being added to what you already know. So we start with the obvious addition or continuation, rather, of the dragon. We know what the dragon is. We just studied him. So this is Satan, confined to the earth, enraged, persecuting believers, Jews, etc. But as I said a moment ago, he does all of that persecution through an agency of human beings that he controls and directs. He's always worked this way, obviously. And, I mean, the most obvious example would be Judas. I mean, he got inside of Judas to betray Christ. And he continues to work through human beings in tribulation. And at the midpoint of tribulation, his tactics with respect to how he uses humanity reach an all-new level. And that new level is brought about by his being cast down to earth now. He starts to do things that he's never done before, or at least not routinely. And the story of chapter 13 is the story of how Satan's methods change dramatically after he is cast down. And it centers on a familiar character. I say familiar not only because you may have heard of it already, but because of what we've already studied. This familiar character is called the Beast. He's already appeared in an earlier chapter, a couple of earlier chapters of Revelation. You may remember back in Revelation chapter 11, just one brief statement that talked about the 2 witnesses being overcome by the beast. But that was all we heard, and I told you then we'd get back to him. Here we are. And there was also earlier references in chapter 6 of Revelation to this same character, although in chapter 6 he wasn't being called the beast. He was the rider on the horses that opened up the first 4 seal judgments. You remember back in chapter 11 with the 2 witnesses when we saw this beast attack and destroy those 2 witnesses, and yet they had all this power, and I raised the question then, how could anyone have killed the 2 witnesses? What could have led to that even happening? Well, the beast, as we see him described here, will also be able to understand why he had the power to kill those 2 witnesses as we get through this chapter. And we'll also be able to relate what he does here back to what we saw in chapter 6. All right? So in chapter 6, when he was riding the horses, he wasn't being called the beast because he had not yet risen to the level of prominence that he now achieves in this chapter at mid-tribulation. And as he comes into mid-tribulation, with what will now transpire, he rises to the level of world domination. And in this new, all-powerful role, he obtains this new identity called the beast. Now, the vision starts with the dragon standing on the shores of a sea and the beast rising out of the sea. Now, we already said the dragon is Satan. So the suggestion here is that this beast that's rising up out of the sea is his rise to power being pictured in that, and being made possible by Satan's power. Satan is there presiding over this rise out of the sea, almost as if Satan is conjuring the beast up out of the water. Now, what does it mean that you have a beast and water and all the rest? Well, we remember our rules of interpretation, right? Look for the meaning of the symbols here, and if it's not here in the book, and if it's not in this book, elsewhere in the Bible. In this case, it's going to be really easy to find the answer because you've already studied this. You should remember the section of Scripture in which we already saw the interpretation of these symbols. A beast, water, horns, heads, Daniel 7, right? Let's go back to Daniel 7 for just a moment. We'll read just the first part of chapter 7, verse 1. It says here, in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel saw a dream, and visions in his mind as he lay on his bed. And then he wrote the dream down and related the following summary of it. Daniel said, I was looking in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea, and four great beasts were coming up from the sea, different from one another. Okay? So a beast coming up out of the sea is clearly defined for us in chapter 7 of Daniel. What did it mean back in Daniel chapter 7? What were those beasts? Not hard to remember, is it? Gentile nations? Yep, you don't remember. Okay. So the term beast back in Daniel chapter 7 described a world-dominating power that would play a part in the age of the Gentiles, the period of history that we learned in Daniel 2 and in Daniel 7. And in the fact that that Revelation 13 has a beast coming out of the sea looking very much like the ones we studied in Daniel 7, that's our first clue to know that what we're studying in this chapter has to be understood in light of what we learned in Daniel 7. These are two closely tied chapters. That's what we're learning. So we're going to consider what we learned in Daniel 7 to understand the symbols that we're learning here or seeing here in chapter 12.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well tonight. Let's see, we were on 43. I'm going to carry on to 44. If anybody needs prayer, please, I can't talk, let me know.
All right. In verse 1 of Revelation 13, we're told that the beast here coming out of the water has features that are very similar to the four different beasts that come out of the water in Daniel 7. Remember these? We had a lion, and then we had the bear, and then we had the leopard, right? And then there was that fourth beast, which we'll get to later. And then you see in the description we got here in chapter 13, not only did it have parts of those four animals, it had the horns, which is what it relates to in the fourth beast. That's the feature from the fourth beast, the horns. And then on top of that, it has heads like lions, and 10 horns, 7 heads. And then it had diadems, which is a word for a crown given to a royal ruler. And where were the crowns? Where were they being worn? They were 10 and 10. They were being worn on the horns. So they're sitting there on the top of the horns. And the 7 heads had blasphemous names on them. Okay? All right, verse 6. Let's see, what are we on? Oop. Back to Daniel 7. Daniel 7 again, next verse, not 6, verse 3. And it says, and 4 great beasts were coming up from the sea, different from one another. The first was like a lion and had the wings of an eagle. I kept looking until its wings were plucked, and it was lifted from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man. A human mind was given to it. And behold, another beast, a second one resembling a bear, and it was raised up on one side, and 3 ribs were in its mouth, between its teeth. And thus they said to it, Arise, devour much meat. After this I kept looking, and behold, another one like a leopard, which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The beast also had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. And after this I kept looking in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrifying and extremely strong, and it had large iron teeth. It devoured and crushed and trampled down the remainder with its feet. And it was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. While I was contemplating the horns, behold, another horn, a little one, came up from among them, and 3 of the first horns were pulled out by the roots before it. And behold, this horn possessed eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth uttering great boasts. Now you see the similarities, right? Not just in the animals, but in the fact that there's a mouth uttering great boasts, and the horns. There's all of the features now that seem to be coming back into the picture in Revelation 13. And we remember in Daniel 7 that when we studied this, each of those 4 beasts represented one of the world-dominating empires of this age. We'll just review them real quickly. You have the lion, which represented Babylon, the bear, Medo-Persia, the leopard, Greece, and that 4th beast being different from all the rest with those horns represented Rome, and then from Rome onward, a kind of disintegration of the Roman Empire into pieces and parts that would keep floating back and forth together and apart and just continue the domination of Israel and Jerusalem. Is pictured by these 4 large empires moving through time, the last of them being a 4th one unlike any other and not easily described like the first 3, which is the period we studied. We went through all of this. You should remember it. We're now looking at how it relates to chapter 13. And in the beast of chapter 13, you see elements of all 4 of these kingdoms. Not just the 4th one, but all 4 of them. You have a lion part in there, you have a bear part in there, you have a leopard part in there, and so on. So the suggestion is pretty obvious. This beast of Revelation 13 is the embodiment of the age of the Gentiles. If you could put one person as the poster child for the age of the Gentiles, this is the guy. Okay? By that I mean he is the final and most powerful leader that the age of the Gentiles will ever know. And that's why he has the features of all of the beasts, including the 4th one. And he will also then be the one who ultimately fulfills the overall purpose of this age. The overall purpose of the age wasn't simply to put Israel under subjugation. That was the means. The end of that means is that ultimately Israel would be brought into the bond of the covenant and prepared to enter into their kingdom. This guy coming at the very end and gets all these little features as part of his description to make the point that this is the guy we've all been waiting for. This is the end of the age of the Gentiles. This is the climactic final leader. All right? He is the final world leader that Daniel also told us would end the age. If we go a little further in Daniel 7, again, this is review. It says, Thus he said, the 4th beast will be a 4th kingdom on the earth, which will be different from all the other kingdoms, and will devour the whole earth and tread it down and crush it. As for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings will arise, and another will arise after them, and he will be different from the previous ones, and he will subdue 3 kings. He will speak out against the Most High and wear down the saints of the Highest One, and he will intend to make alterations in times and in law, and they will be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. But the court will sit for judgment, and his dominion will be taken away, annihilated and destroyed forever. And then the sovereignty and the dominion and the greatness of all the kingdoms under the whole heaven will be given to the people of the saints of the Highest One. His kingdom will be an everlasting kingdom, and all the dominions will serve and obey him. So, we see now the connection between Daniel 7 and what we see here in chapter 13. And at the beginning of chapter 13, we hear he will raise up a world ruler called the beast, who will rise to a level of power in fulfillment of Daniel 7. This one who will speak out against the Most High, that he will arise after the first 10, subdue 3 of the 10, and now become the chief ruler of the earth. That's what we learned back in Daniel. This is the guy. And in some sense, this brings Daniel's prophecy full circle, because if you remember back when we looked at Nebuchadnezzar, And we studied this in Daniel 2 and Daniel 3. Remember we looked at that? Kind of odd that he had all that power, and yet he didn't go to the whole earth. And we thought that was an odd thing that God did, speaking to him in both Daniel and in Jeremiah, that he had all the power. Every animal, every bird of the sky was under his dominion. Every inch of the planet was under the power of Nebuchadnezzar, we are told. Even though he didn't go everywhere and conquer it all, if he had wanted to, he could have. That's what God gave him. Why? Especially since he didn't go do it. Well, it was to set him up as a figure or a picture of where the age was actually going to end. In a sense, Nebuchadnezzar becomes a prefiguring of the antichrist. Because when we come to the very end of this period of the age of the Gentiles, to this beast ruler, he will have full world power, and he does express it, and he does take control of it. So in effect, we come full circle, back to the beginning, in the sense that we have one ruler ruling the whole world. And that's why he's depicted with the features of the lion and the bear and the leopard, because he inherits and he succeeds all previous kingdoms. He takes over everything that they ever had and more. He embodies the age. And it's made possible, this rise to power is made possible by Satan's power. Back in verse 2, look, it says that Satan gives his power, his throne, and authority to the beast. Now, giving the beast his throne and his authority, that's pretty obvious what that means. It means allowing this man to get into the position where he can then rule over everyone. But it still begs the question, how does he actually orchestrate that? Well, that's the phrase, giving his power. And when it says the dragon gives his power to the beast, that indicates to us there's something new happening here, because the beast literally becomes as powerful as Satan. That's the sense. And that doesn't happen. Although Satan indwelled Judas, Judas did not become as powerful as Satan. And the only way, if we can imagine one, in which the beast could become as powerful as Satan, have the power of Satan, is if he becomes one with Satan. And at this point, we're going to leave that there and come back to that. Now, before we go further, you might wonder at these having gone through these first two verses, why haven't I talked about the horns and the heads and the crowns, right? We'd like to know what all that stuff means. We know what the pictures of the animals mean. We understand that it's us seeing him as a fulfillment of the leadership role of the final kingdom, yes, but what about all the other features? Well, they obviously have great similarity to the dragon, but if you notice closely, they're not exactly the same. In this case, we have 10 horns, 10 diadems on the 10 horns, 7 heads, 7 blasphemous names. If you go back to chapter 12 and look at the dragon, this is what you find when you compare that to the dragon. The dragon had 10 horns. The dragon had 7 heads, but where were the crowns? He had 7 crowns on 7 heads. All right, that's a difference that draws our attention, right? The answer to the differences are given to us in chapter 17. This is one of those cases in which the interpretation of the symbology is in the same book, and yet in an unusual pattern for Scripture, it's ahead of us, not behind us. It's one of the few times I know in which that happens. So it tells us that in order to understand what's going on in the rest of this chapter, it's not essential yet that we appreciate all of these details. And so I'm going to wait until we get to chapter 17 because that's where it is. All right? At the same time, though, it's a little challenging to go forward to the next verse without at least explaining one thing about these, because the next verse depends a little on understanding one of these features. If we go to the next verse, it says, I saw one of the heads as if it had been slain, and his fatal wound was healed, and the whole earth was amazed and followed after the beast. So it makes it tricky for me to explain this to you when the focus of it is one of these 7 heads that we have not yet decoded, right? So to make the study of this chapter just a little easier, I'm simply going to tell you this. The slain head in this case represents the Antichrist himself. Now that might seem redundant because the heads are on the beast and the beast is the Antichrist. How can the heads be him? And, well, chapter 17. Meanwhile, take it for granted for now that when it says one of those heads has now been slain, that we're talking about the Antichrist himself having been slain. That is, somebody has killed the Antichrist at mid-trib. And that's a stunning event because it would seem to run counter to everything we've just been studying, right? How can the guy who ends the age die midway through the tribulation? How does he continue to rule for 3.5 years, like we just heard Daniel promising us, if he's dead? Remember during the first half of tribulation, we heard that the Antichrist rises initially as a political leader. In the seal judgments, we heard about him coming on board as a man with a bow but no arrows. And then later he comes to conquer and begins to conquer. And so he gains military strength at some point. And we also learned from Daniel 7, I just read you, that he's not one of the original 10 world leaders. He is the 11th horn. He's the 11th one that comes up from amidst the 10. So he is not one of the world leaders at the outset of his rise to power. As the tribulation gets started, he's coming out of nowhere and starts to broker an arrangement that allows Israel to have sacrifice on the temple. Daniel 9 tells us that. And then he starts to engage in world politic and world military conquest, and he just begins to grow in power and consolidate power through threats of war and actual war. That's what we learned in chapter 6 of Revelation. By mid-trib, he reaches a height of power, and at that moment, he suffers a fatal head wound. Notice the language in verse 3, though. It says that his fatal wound would be healed. Now, fatal by definition means you're dead. So the only way a fatal wound can be healed is if the body dies and then it returns to life after that. By definition, that's the only way you can interpret a statement that is otherwise oxymoronic. A fatal wound doesn't get healed. You have to come back from the dead. And in verse 3, the Greek language supports that interpretation because the Greek words for as if slain, as if he had been slain, in Greek, that's haspazo. It means resurrected. So having been slain means resurrected. So I saw one of the heads resurrected as his fatal wound was healed. All right? So he's dead and then he's alive again. There are another example of this, which we saw in an earlier chapter. In chapter 5 of Revelation, when Jesus was described in the throne room as a lamb standing as if slain, hatspaso again. It's the same word in Greek, or words. It literally means resurrected, the resurrected lamb. All right? So here you find the same phrase meaning the same thing. At the midpoint of tribulation, yes, the Antichrist is killed, but he is resurrected. Now, we don't know exactly what kills the Antichrist, but I think we can make an educated guess based on Daniel. Daniel 7 told us that as the Antichrist rises to power at the mid-trib moment, he subdues 3 of the world leaders, and then he becomes king of the world, the other 7 falling in line underneath his power. There's a little intrigue in that, right? Why did he have to take 3 of them out? Why didn't he just say all 10 of them work for me? Well, the suggestion would be 3 of them didn't want to. And so perhaps the 3 of the 10 who see him rise to power get a little worried about where this is going and don't want to see him take charge. They conspire to kill him and they succeed. They think, okay, we've done that. And then next thing they know, he's alive again. And now he decides he's going to return the favor. And so then he removes 3 kings. And now the other 7, after seeing all of that, decide that they'll fall in line. It makes sense, right? Not proof of anything, but it seems to make sense. The biggest question, of course, in all of this is, how did the Antichrist get resurrected? Obviously, that's a supernatural power, and that's not something individuals do to themselves. God has the power to bring a dead body back to life, we know, but in this case, he's not the one doing that work based on what we're studying in this chapter. The Lord is allowing it, certainly, but it's not him doing it. Satan is the one doing it. God permits Satan to indwell the body of the Antichrist to bring that man back to life for the remainder of tribulation. And indwelling the Antichrist means he takes up residence in the man's body. And that's what verse 2 meant when it said he gives his power to the beast. That is, Satan literally puts himself and his power inside this man, bringing the man back to life through that. Having been resurrected now, that beast is even more powerful than he ever was before. He's still a man in the physical sense, but with Satan's power inside him, he's much more than a man. And through this union, Satan now makes this man the object of the world's attention and worship. Notice how the world reacts to this stunning development. They worship the dragon because he gave his authority to the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast, and who is able to wage war with him?" So the resurrection of the Antichrist at mid-trib, it leads the world to say, who could be like this beast? Who could even wage war? That is, who could oppose him? And as a result, the world begins to worship the beast, as you might expect. And notice also, and by the way, there's a little irony here. Jesus said that unless a man or woman should believe the word of God concerning him, they will not believe even if they should see a man rise from the dead, which is proven in the fact that after he did rise from the dead, it did not result in worldwide belief, right? Point being that true faith cannot come even by signs and wonders. But false faith comes by signs and wonders only. So the object of their faith being a false god, they can engender in their own heart false worship for a false god, and they will do so for false signs and wonders. But true faith is the product of God himself, and only God can produce it. And he, having the power to do that, only produces it, obviously, in those that he brings the Holy Spirit to, and the gospel then influences their heart to believe. So Jesus was saying, if you don't believe in the word of God, you will not receive the gospel no matter how many things happen in your vision. But the opposite is true for the world. They can't believe without the word of God, but they can believe anything based on what Satan does for the sake of their eyes. So the world begins to worship the beast, and as a result, they're also worshiping the dragon. Do you notice that? How do they see the dragon? How would they even know who the dragon is? I mean, Satan is not a visible player on earth. Well, because they're worshiping the God behind the actor. They see the man resurrected, and just as you and I would, if we were to see Jesus resurrected, we're worshiping the Father of the Son who is being resurrected. So Satan, now being confined to the earth, this earth is now his domain, and he has taken up residence in the body of the Antichrist. And in that sense, Satan has assumed a physical form on earth in the form of the Antichrist. And so the Antichrist and this so-called God that gives him his power have become the objects of the world's devotion and worship. Paul told us this would happen. In 2 Thessalonians 2:8, he says, "The lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will slay with the breath of his mouth and bring to an end by the appearance of his coming." And then he defines who this one is. He says, that is the one whose coming is in accord with the activity of Satan, with all power and signs and false wonders. By all power here, we mean all power apart from God's power. All power that can exist apart from God's power. And that's a lot of power. The demonic realm, Satan particularly, has a lot of power. Just nothing compared to God's, but much more than we can imagine. And the one that Jesus will slay at his coming is the one who will have power according to the activity of Satan. And this is where you see that activity starting, if you will. Satan taking advantage of the Antichrist's death to bring about his resurrection. I actually think it goes a step further than that. I don't think that Satan just got lucky here and the Antichrist happened to die on his watch and he was able to, turn that to his advantage. Every human being on earth that's not a believer is under Satan's control. So Satan controlling the 10 world leaders would have likely created the desire in 3 of them to attack and kill the Antichrist, and then turn that around, resurrect the Antichrist, and kill them in response. I mean, you need to see Satan as the one orchestrating the whole of this, though, of course, at the top of this chain, you have God himself establishing what would happen and how it would go. But Satan, as a pawn, doesn't know it. He's working his own plan, thinking it's his own ideas, and he goes through this process to produce for himself the opportunity to be king of the world and God of the world at the same time. And this is the moment when the Antichrist gains that power. This is the moment at which the Antichrist moves from being a backward player, a kind of emerging world leader, to a competing world leader, to the world leader. And it happens because Satan puts him in that place.
Seems like that one was shorter. Okay, so that was 44. I'm going to go on to 45. While I'm doing that, if anybody needs prayer, please don't hesitate to comment. I'm happy to pray with you. I did it again. That was 44, correct? Yes, 44. On to 45. And here go.
Now you find the reason why this man is called the antichrist. He is not just the one who claims to be, he's not just an antichrist because he's against Christ. He's also the antichrist because now he has the spirit of the antichrist in him. Remember who the spirit of the antichrist is according to John? It's Satan. And anyone who denies Christ is doing so on the basis of the spirit of the antichrist. But even beyond that, he is also an antichrist because he is a counterfeit Christ at this point. That is also confirmed by Paul. Paul says in 2 Thessalonians again, chapter 2 again, verse 3, he says, "Let no one in any way deceive you, for it," meaning the tribulation, "will not come unless the apostasy comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction." And then he tells us more about this guy again. He says, "who opposes and exalts himself above every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, displaying himself as being God." So Paul says the Antichrist, part of what he does is he claims to be God. And he takes a seat in that newly built Jewish temple, claiming to be the Christ, the Messiah. That's the only reason you would sit there, by the way. He's not claiming to be Buddha. He's not claiming to be Muhammad. He doesn't sit in the seat of Jewish religious authority except to say, "I'm the Jewish God." So he's claiming a certain God. And it makes sense, of course, because there is only one true God, so Satan knows who he's counterfeiting. And he knows who the false ones are, not to bother counterfeiting. So he's counterfeiting the one that would otherwise be known as Messiah or Christ. And Daniel told us this would happen. Daniel 11:36. "Then the king," speaking of the Antichrist, "will do as he pleases, and will exalt and magnify himself above every god, and speak monstrous things against the God of gods, and he will prosper until the indignation is finished, for that which is decreed will be done. He will show no regard for the gods of his fathers or for the desire of women, nor will he show regard for any other god, for he will magnify himself above them all. But instead, he will honor a God of fortresses, a God whom his fathers did not know. He will honor him with gold, silver, costly stones, and treasures. He will take action against the strongest of fortresses with the help of a foreign god. He will give great honor to those who acknowledge him and will cause them to rule over the many and will parcel out land for a price." I'll give you one guess who that foreign God is that is giving him all that power. Right? We just learned who it is. So he will claim to be Messiah, not in the strict sense that he's trying to mimic the Messiah of the Bible, but so much as to simply replace any thought of any other Messiah with who he is. All right? In Daniel 9, we learned that his rise to power includes ending the sacrifice that's being done by the Jewish people in their temple. Remember? Daniel 9, when we hear about this man, it says that he will make a firm covenant with the many for 1 week. That's Revelation 6. That's the Antichrist coming onto the scene and establishing his base of power by brokering an agreement that no one to that point had been able to do, which was to allow Israel to gain access again to their Temple Mount and sacrifice again. What a miracle that will seem, that somebody had the power to make that happen. And it will launch him onto the world scene and start his rise to power. And then it says, but in the middle of the week, all right, 3.5 years, he will put a stop to sacrifice and grain offering. So he reneges on the deal. How does he put a stop to it? Well, we just found out. On the wing of abominations, one who will come one who makes desolate, even until a complete destruction, one that is decreed is poured out on the one who makes desolate. So in other words, he stops sacrifice and grain offering by putting his own rear end in the seat, the mercy seat, going into the Holy of Holies, declaring himself to be God, desecrating the temple, an abomination, it says, a wing of abomination. So once he steps in and does that, he's desecrated the temple. It stops being used by the Jews, and more than that, he starts persecuting the Jews and sends them away. So this is the mid-trib moment when he gains the power. And now we're learning that when that moment happens, it's not just a man doing it, it's Satan himself doing it. So he becomes God of the earth, taking his seat in the temple, as Paul said, displaying himself to be God, creating an abomination in the temple. This is also the same moment that Jesus was speaking about in Matthew 24 when he warned the Jews to flee to the mountains when they see this event happen. We studied this a couple weeks ago. Matthew 24:15, when you see the abomination of desolation, which was spoken of through Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, let the reader understand, then those who are in Judea must flee the mountains. Now, there's more to this verse we're going to come back to in a minute, but I just want to tie this together. We're seeing all of these things line up now. At mid-trib, the temple gets desecrated by a man who claims to be God because now he has Satan indwelling him, and Satan is determined to make earth his home because he has nowhere else to go. And in this power grab, he's going to start persecuting anyone who can try to stop his plan, knowing his time is short. And for those who are in Jerusalem at the time, get out of Dodge. Get out of town. He's after you. In Isaiah 28, the prophet tells Israel, you know, that agreement you walked into with the Antichrist at the start of tribulation is going to turn around and bite you later. Isaiah 28:14, he says, therefore, hear the word of the Lord, O scoffers, who rule this people who are in Jerusalem, because you have said, we have made a covenant with death. Who's death? Satan, right? We've made a covenant with death, and with Sheol we have made a pact. The overwhelming scourge will not reach us when it passes by, for we have made falsehood our refuge. We have concealed ourselves with deception. Your covenant with death will be canceled, and your pact with Sheol will not stand. When the overwhelming scourge passes through, then you become its trampling place. All right? So he warns them, you can't make a deal with the devil and expect it to stand. So at mid-trib, the Antichrist murdered, probably by the three kings. Satan resurrects the Antichrist body through the resurrection. He claims to be the real Christ. He subdues the three kings. He controls the other seven, gains a worldwide following, claims to be God, sits in the temple, calls himself the one and only God, runs the Jews out of the temple, desolates it. And now you see some of this fitting into what we studied in 11 and 12. He kills the two witnesses because now he has the power of Satan to do that. That's how he's able to conquer the two witnesses. God allows it, but the point is it's at that moment he finally has the power to do it. And then in chapter 12, we looked at his pursuit into the wilderness for the woman in the desert. We can imagine now that it was part of what he was doing in controlling the Antichrist, that he took an army or that he took some other kind of means of going after them and tried to attack them, and he couldn't no longer do it after they were in their fortress, and so he's turned away. Okay? So, all of those details are further confirmed in what we see next in chapter 13. It says, there was given to him, the beast, a mouth speaking arrogant words and blasphemies, and authority to act for 42 months was given to him. And he opened his mouth in blasphemies against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle, that is, those who dwell in heaven. It was also given to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, and authority over every tribe and people and tongue and nation was given to him. All who dwell on the earth will worship him. Everyone whose name has not been written from the foundation of the world in the book of life of the Lamb who has been slain. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. If anyone is destined for captivity, to captivity he goes. If anyone kills with the sword he must be killed. Here is the perseverance and the faith of the saints. So, in that opening section, verse 5, we get that telltale indication we're at the mid-trib moment again. You see that? And then, in this case, it's expressed as 42 months. I'll give you one guess how long that is. 3.5 years. And as Daniel has already told us in what we read, once the Antichrist rises to power, he starts to speak these arrogant, blasphemous things for the whole of the 42 months. Paul told us he would do the same thing. And the effect is to just wear down, in other words, to denigrate God and anything associated with God, and to put himself in its place. All right? And the effect of the resurrection of the Antichrist and his claims to be God are immediate and profound on the entire earth. The whole world now is set against anyone who would deny the truth of his claims. Remember at the end of chapter 12, we learned that Satan went off to make war with, I said, the unbelieving Jews and the Gentile Christians. Now you see how that war will be prosecuted. Satan will use the Antichrist as his agent to lead those attacks, but it doesn't require that the Antichrist do it all himself. He has the whole world on his side. Everyone thinks he's God. And as such, he directs them to hunt down and kill anyone who will not worship him as God. Now consider what the world thinks of him at this point. He's the guy that killed the two witnesses, and they likely associate all of the earlier judgments that have taken place with those guys for the reasons I gave you back in chapter 11. So there have been no new judgments on the earth during this time. God has sort of put a pause button on all of the destruction. So The world is calm, relatively speaking, for the first time in 3.5 years. You've got a guy who looks like the God and the Savior they've been waiting for. He's killed the two guys who seem to be causing all the trouble. And he's now declaring, Pax Romana in a new form. And he's saying, at this point, it's either worship me or you're against me. And the world is so thrilled with this guy and what he's achieved for them in a short period of time, they're ready to do his bidding. They're rabidly going out to kill anyone who would oppose him. And we're told in this section that the war that they wage against those who are against the Antichrist is successful, largely successful, because the Antichrist has been given authority over all the people of the earth. So what makes the second half of tribulation so terrible, apart from the very end, which we know will be the final judgments? But what about the rest of the 3.5 years? Why are the 3.5 years so bad if God himself is not pouring down hail and brimstone all the time, fire and brimstone? Well, because Satan himself is doing it for him. But it's against only those who oppose him. So in the first half of tribulation, God appears to be sending all the destruction against the unbeliever. He sealed those who are his. And as I told you earlier, I believe Israel is largely preserved from these judgments, according to what he mentioned with the wine and the oil being preserved, a reference to Israel. So in the first half of tribulation, bad guys getting judgment, good guys not. Second half of tribulation, bad guys not getting judgment, not yet. Good guys under persecution. So it's a flip. And those who come to know Jesus, the text says, will not accept the Antichrist as their God for obvious reasons, right? And therefore they will not worship him for obvious reasons. And not worshiping the Antichrist will be hard to hide. And as a result, he will overcome the saints. He will make martyrs of believers who refuse to obey. The rest of the world will fall in line and worship the beast as their God. And if you notice in verse 8, it says, everyone on the earth who was not recorded in the Lamb's book of life from the foundations of the earth will worship the beast. That is, those who are recorded in the Lamb's book, those the elect of God, those who are saved by grace, they will refuse to worship because they believe in Jesus and they know the difference. But consider what that verse is indicating. If someone begins to worship the beast at this point, they will never be saved. Look at the wording again. If they worship the beast, they cannot be saved, because it says that all who dwell on the earth will worship him if they're not in the book of the Lamb. And so those in the book of the Lamb are the saved. So by definition, at this point, at mid-trib, we stop evangelism. There's no new faith, no new believers as far as the world goes, with one exception which we cover later. But for the most part, that's the rule. At this point, the whole world will worship him, unless they're already in the Lamb's book of life, in which case that means they're going to believe, they're believing. So it's suddenly now at mid-trib, this defining moment, a division of all humanity. It's not just the division of the 7 years, it's the division of all humanity into two groups. And there's always only been two groups. It just becomes really clear now that there are only two groups, because there's only one religion on the earth that you can choose, and if you don't choose it, you're killed. And what we just read in verse 8 is, everyone will choose it, except those who have already chosen Jesus. So, from this point onward, everyone who worships the beast is unsavable, and those who refuse to worship the beast are largely martyred. There is no third option, because there's no hiding, there's no avoiding the fate. It's worship the beast and live, but be condemned in the end, or worship Jesus and die, but have eternal life. John sums up this truth in verse 9. He says, if anyone has an ear to hear the truth, that is, let him hear, let him believe. I believe that's a call to those who live in that period of history. As they pick up this book in the middle of tribulation and they read these words and they see the pattern of what they're reading fitting the pattern of what they're watching in their world, it'll be the final call to those on earth to understand, believe now or else. And we'll study this issue next week, because chapter 14 is all about this issue. And then in verse 10, it says in a sobering statement, if a saint is destined to be taken into captivity, that's where he or she will go. This is a strong statement of God's sovereignty. That is, if God has appointed you to go into captivity, you're going into captivity. It's not going to be any other way. There's no resisting the power of the Antichrist. I don't know if you read the books on the Left Behind series, but it's a fictionalized novel about these times, and I'm not saying it's altogether correct or not. But one of the things that it did not do a good job of portraying was the sovereignty of God, because it gave the impression that there's this armed rebellion or whatever out there that can kind of resist in the shadows. Chapter 13, verse 10 says that's not true. There's not going to be any rebel resistance. There's going to be submission at every level. And so there'll be no resisting. This ruler is one that God has permitted to have absolute control for 3.5 years, and nothing the saints will do will impede his rule. So John says, this then is the perseverance of the saints. And you can translate that, this is the patience, this is the endurance of the saints, which is to say, you need to read this and accept it. That's your perseverance. Your patience is to accept your lot, that you have found yourself in the great tribulation. Been nice if you had believed before a rapture, but here you are. You believed at least. That's the key. And now whatever comes next comes next. And you cannot, you notice it says, if anyone kills with the sword he will be killed. You're not going to go out fighting your way out of this. You're just going to hasten your own death. That's not the way a saint responds to the work of God. We don't fight back with sword. So not in the sense of when God's appointed an outcome, you can't change it through that kind of mechanism. That's the point. So you will be a martyr when God chooses for you to be a martyr. Later in Revelation, as I said, we'll hear that it's a good thing when God chooses you to be the martyr in this period of history. All right, we got a few more things and then we're done. Look at chapter 13. Let me just give you a quick recap then of what we just studied, and then we'll move into the last bit here. Chapter 13 says that we have the Antichrist resurrected, and then one more piece. We have one more character. Verse 11, then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth. He had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spoke as a dragon. He exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence. And he makes the earth and those who dwell in it worship the first beast whose fatal wound was healed. He performs great signs, so that he even makes fire come down out of heaven to the earth in the presence of men. And he deceives those who dwell on the earth because of the signs which it was given to him to perform in the presence of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who had the wound of the sword and had come to life. All right. This beast has, we're not going to put any pictures because it's very simple. He's pictured as a lamb and a dragon mixed together. Dragon, Satan. Not hard to picture. We understand that already. And the lamb is a very consistent picture in Scripture as well. It pictures Christ in his ministry as the dying prophet sent to be sacrificed as the Lamb of God, right? So we know this isn't Jesus. So how do we put these two together? Well, he has the mouth of a dragon, so that would suggest he speaks for Satan. He's the mouthpiece of Satan. And he is in the form of a lamb, which might suggest he is like a prophet. That is, he is a God. He is a prophet that the Antichrist God, Satan, has raised up to be his spokesman. And you might commonly hear people refer to this guy as the second beast. This second beast as the false prophet. Have you ever heard that term, the false prophet? It's not mentioned here yet, but it's the title given to the second beast. John says in verse 12, he will exercise or bear the authority of the Antichrist in the Antichrist's presence. That's a really interesting phrase. It means he can only do power, supernatural things, when he's in the presence of the Antichrist. What you're learning here is that Satan raises up a second man, someone you have not heard of before, not in Daniel, not elsewhere in this book even. First time we hear about him is here. And he works hand in hand with the Antichrist to further the deception and prompt the world's worship of Satan. And he calls upon the world to worship the beast, that is, to worship the Antichrist. And he has the power to reinforce that message by calling fire down from heaven, doing some very dramatic supernatural things. But he can only do those supernatural things when he's in the presence of the Antichrist. If the Antichrist goes off somewhere for a day, the false prophet has no power while he's gone. And that's such an interesting detail because it reminds you that Satan is not God. He's not omniscient nor omnipresent, which means he can only be in one place at one time. He's a created being. Satan is not everywhere at once. He can only be one place. And guess where that one place is for the remainder of tribulation? In the body of the Antichrist. So now he's bound to a physical object. That physical object leaves the room, Satan's left the room. And when Satan leaves the room, he doesn't know what's going on in the room. And when the false prophet back in the room is saying, I want to call fire down from heaven, his buddy Satan outside isn't paying attention and he isn't making the trick happen. So he can only do the magical wonders when he's in the presence of the Antichrist because he needs Satan to do it. It really shows you the boundary of what Satan has. A lot of power, but just not omniscient, not omnipresent. So it's limited by time and space. So verse 14, we hear this false prophet commands that an image of the resurrected Antichrist be constructed. And this is a classic counterfeiting maneuver of the enemy. Since the dawn of mankind, he has used icons and statues and relics and other physical forms of representing God as an attempt to trap mankind in idolatry. And many churches today, they display icons of a resurrected Christ or other false figurines of other depictions of icons or whomever. And they do all of this in contrast to God's forbidding of these things in the Ten Commandments, first of all. And it's an indication of Satan's work at lessening our appreciation for who God really is by focusing our worship on the physical, on the creation, rather than on the Creator. And he will do this again in the time of tribulation. The image he will cause everyone to worship will be an image of the Antichrist. And when the Antichrist himself is not present in the temple, they can come to the temple and see an image of him and worship that instead. And just to make sure everybody wants to worship this image, it's animated, as we learn next, in a way that's not typical of icons. Verse 15, and it was given to him to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast would even speak and cause as many as do not worship the image of the beast to be killed. And he causes all, the small and the great and the rich and the poor and the free and the slaves, to be given a mark on their right hand or on their forehead. And he provides that no one will be able to buy or sell except the one who has the mark, either the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast. For the number is that of a man, and his number is 666. So the false prophet, by the power of Satan, can give life to this image. It says he has breath. I'm assuming that means something can come out of his mouth. And he can kill those who do not worship the beast. So what would be responsible for that supernatural display? I think the simplest answer is demonic activity. That is, demons can animate things, and I think a demon must be animating the image, giving it life. Remember, Satan, the father of lies, everything he does is a charade. All the false wonders and signs that trap people, they're always an imitation of something. In Daniel 12, we learn that this statue is the abomination of desolation that Jesus talks about in Matthew 24. Daniel 12:11 says, from the time that the regular sacrifice is abolished, mid-trib, right? And the abomination of desolation is set up, that's when the image is added at mid-trib, there will be 1,290 days, that's 3.5 years. All right? You notice it says that there is an abomination set up. And that's the indication to know that this is something being put in the temple, which, as long as it sits there, it's desolating the temple. It's the abomination of desolation. And it stays there for 3.5 years, minimum. All right. Finally, the false prophet enforces the command to worship the Christ by saying, if you don't, you die. And then he adds another requirement. You've got to take a mark that proves that you have worshiped and are worshiping the beast. And to incentivize you taking this mark, you're going to die if you don't. And if you somehow evade us killing you, you won't be able to find anyone who will sell or buy from you because they'll see you without the mark, and that was not allowed. So it forces you underground without food, which is effectively going to kill you as well. Now, the mark is similar in a sense to what we saw in chapter 7. God sealed or marked 144,000 Jewish men as he sent them out into ministry. He gave them the seal of the living God, we were told. Now, here again, Satan, he's never had an original thought in his entire existence. So he is the great counterfeiter. He just mimics everything God does. So he says, you give your people a mark, I'll give my people a mark. And he gives them this mark, which allows them to buy and sell. And if they don't take it, they're killed. Later in Revelation 20, we find out that the way they're killed is by beheading. And this further confirms that after mid-trib, there's no more hiding or equivocating. I'm agnostic. No, there's no more of that. There is either you believe in the Antichrist or you're dead. The 144,000 of chapter 7 were sealed with that living seal. The mark here, though, is a number. The number of the name of the Antichrist. Now, let's explain what that means. Numbering a name is a uniquely Jewish way of turning a Jewish word into a mathematical quantity. And it starts by assigning numeric values. They have 21 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, and they assign each letter in their alphabet a numeric value. This is something that Jews have done for generations. Okay, it's not new. They assign them this way. The first 10 are numbered that way. The next 10 are numbered that way. And then the final 3 are numbered that way. Okay? And of course, if you take a name in Hebrew and you add up the numbers of each of the letters in that name, you arrive at a single value. For example, let's add up Yeshua Mashiach, which is in English, Jesus the Messiah. That would be Jesus' full and proper name and title, Jesus the Messiah. Anybody done the math? It's 749, or 7 and 7 times 7. Okay, in the way that Jewish letters work. So once you have somebody's Hebrew name, you can calculate the number of their name. Now keep in mind, this only works with Hebrew names. There's no other alphabet, there's no other language that numbers their alphabet the way that the Jews do. Now, I mean, we can give each one of our letters in our alphabet a number if we want to, but it's not a convention that we use. You couldn't tell me the number of your name in English. No one does that. But in Hebrew, it's commonly done. And it's interesting, by the way, if you go look at what David's name is in Numbers or Solomon's name in Numbers, there's interesting things there. Meanwhile, once a name is translated into Hebrew, and I know the name, I can then calculate its number. John says, when you do that for this man, the beast, and you calculate the false prophet is telling everyone you have to get the mark of the antichrist. And when you look at the mark of the antichrist, it's the number of his name, it says, which adds up to 666. Now, the number 6 in the Bible is, the beast's name will be 666. The number of the 6 in the Bible is the number of fallen or sinful man. And in Hebrew, if you want to make something more, you double it. And if you want to say that something is the most, you triple it. So 666 would be the most sin, or the most sinful man, which of course is exactly who this guy is, because he's indwelled by no less than Satan. He is the most sinful man who's ever lived, by that definition. So he is 666. Now, only the world that is alive at mid-tribulation will be able to perform this calculation and confirm the identity of the Antichrist, because statistically, many, many different Jewish names could add up to the number 666. Almost an infinite number of variations could arrive at that total. So until you know the name, you can't back into it. You can't reverse from the number to a name, because it could be many different names. Only after you have the name in Hebrew can you move to the number. Furthermore, because it has to be in Hebrew, I'll give you one guess which group of people on earth are going to be able to calculate this number. The Jews. While the Gentile world will largely not know this or be able to do it even if they found out it's possible. They don't know the Hebrew alphabet. And you'd have to know how to translate the Antichrist name into Hebrew in order to even start the process. So it is a coded message to the Jew of that period of history to not fall for the Antichrist, to not be his. Not to the believing Jew. They're in Petra. They're not worried about the Antichrist. They know he's a fraud. To the unbelieving Jew, God is holding them from following after him by giving them this in their scriptures in the hope that they would understand it. All right, let's finish with a last bit of information. I know it's a little late, but I wanted to get this out. Satan, in all of this we just studied, is perpetrating perhaps the greatest counterfeit in all of his history. And this is what he's doing. First, we have a dragon, Satan, acting as God of the world, the unseen power behind everything. He raises up a beast, the Antichrist, who then becomes the focus of the world's worship. He causes death of that man and a resurrection of that man, and in doing so, he convinces the world that he is the Messiah of the world. And then he raises up a second man to display supernatural wonders and create signs and otherwise, and leads the world in worship of the Antichrist. Moreover, this false prophet also gives a mark to all those who worship that Antichrist. Do you see a pattern there? Let me compare it to something else you know well, and you'll see it clearly if you don't already. You have the Father who is the invisible God above all, and Christ his Son, who he put to death and then raised up after the third day, and now all worship is to be directed to the Son. And then we have the Holy Spirit, whose role is to lead the world in worship of Jesus, and he marks believers by indwelling us. So Satan has created a false trinity with the express purpose of mirroring the real one, because he doesn't have an original thought in his head. Everything he does is an imitation. Everything he does is a lie. And by definition, a lie is not original. A lie is the truth changed. A lie is a distortion of something that exists. So the Holy Spirit is being imitated by the false prophet, Christ imitated by the antichrist, and the invisible Father behind it all who's orchestrating this is Satan himself. Satan has always wanted to be God, and he's constructing a little world for himself in which he has that for a time. So at mid-trib, back to this again, and we're done. The world now faces the prospect of choosing between the false trinity or the real one, and everyone has to make a choice one way or another. So we now have at chapter 13 the Antichrist resurrected and the false prophet and the image set up, and of course the persecution that follows. One more mid-trib chapter before we get to the one that takes us out, and that last one, chapter 14, deals with the consequence of all of this activity for the believers on earth. What is this going to start doing for those on earth? How does the world change in those last 3.5 years?
Hello, how's everybody doing tonight? That was 45. I'm going to carry on to 46. If anybody needs prayer, don't hesitate to comment. I'm happy to pray for you.
Amen. All right, friends, we are nearing the end of the mid-tribulation period. You may be thinking that's something you're thankful for. We've been in this for a while now. But as we do, I want to take a moment to stitch some things together. I think it's hard at some point when you've heard a lot of teaching to keep it all straight, right? Charts, slides, and the like, they help. So let's start with one we ended with last week, and this one we're going to work with here for just a moment. I use this chart simply to illustrate the major topics that we've been looking at in the mid-trib period and which chapters they come out of. And in the last couple of weeks, 3 weeks or so, we've been in 11 and 12 and 13, and in these chapters we've seen a variety of things. And we're about to see more tonight with the final chapter of mid-trib. But before we look at the final chapter and put it on top there, the capstone, let's go back into these first three, and I want to explore them with you in a little more detail. So the trigger for all of the mid-tribulation events that we've studied in these chapters, I would argue, has been Satan's casting down from heaven. That, in other words, what was the first thing that happened to move us from the first half of tribulation into the events of mid-trib? And I would argue it's when Satan was cast down. So Satan being cast down from heaven, having lost that war with Michael, that gave him an understanding that his time was short. And from there, I think he was a catalyst for everything else that followed. So Satan loses the war with Michael. He's bound to the earth at that point. And so his first response is to start lashing out. So he attacks the saints, he attacks the Jewish people. And of course, that requires then that the Lord take the remnant of Israel and put them in Bozrah. And that causes Satan to redirect. And from there, he seeks a new strategy. And he begins to orchestrate the death and the resurrection of one man, the Antichrist. He has him killed by those three kings in Jerusalem, and then he just as quickly resurrects him so that he can now indwell him and put him to work in the plan that he has to rule the world. After the resurrection of the Antichrist, the world is stunned. They celebrate him as a savior. And what does the Antichrist do now indwelt by Satan? His first act is to kill the three kings and to kill the two witnesses who stand in his way in Jerusalem. And then he walks into the temple and he declares himself to be God and that there is now no one else to be worshipped. Eventually he must leave the city. He completes his conquest of the world over a period of time and begins to persecute the saints. Now, before he goes from the city of Jerusalem, Satan raises up a second man who will be a false prophet. And when he's in the presence of the Antichrist, because he has to be in the presence of Satan to have his power, he possesses great power. And he tells the world to worship the antichrist. And he sets up an image of the antichrist in the temple so that when the antichrist eventually does leave Jerusalem, as he will here shortly, there's still something left behind for everyone to focus their worship on. And then he institutes a new religious order for the world that says you have to take a mark of the beast. If you don't, you can't buy and sell. And if you refuse the mark, then you're executed. All right, so that's what we just studied in a nutshell. And it all lays out, I think, in a bit of cause and effect when you put it in that sequence. And of course, I might be wrong on any one of those little details, but in terms of the order of things or the relative timing of things, but they all happen. We've studied that. And I think you can see the cause and effect in most cases. All of that happens in a relatively brief period of time. Whether it's a few days, a few weeks at most, it's not a very long time. It's centered on the midpoint of tribulation, as we've been watching. But obviously, in some cases, it takes more than a moment for these things to play out. Now, at this stage, we have one more chapter within the book of Revelation that is